Rolling up my sheets, feeling underneath. Same thing gives me a fright. No better than the beast hiding underneath. It's you, hiding from the freak. You are next to me. It's you. Same thing every week, hiding underneath.
I feel so bright, I feel so gifted, I feel so high, I feel so lifted. By my side is where you're sitting, in my life is where you fit in, yeah. I never thought that I would get this far. I wanna drive around in the nice cars. I wanna forget about my scars and just have a good night. I smoke something down, I drink something down. I'm feeling it now, I'm feeling it now. I could say it out loud. When I see you, my heart goes whoa. So bright, I feel so gifted, I feel so high, I feel so lifted. By my side is where you're sitting, in my life is where you fit in. I feel so bright, I feel so gifted, I feel so high, I feel so lifted. By my side is where you're sitting, in my life is where you fit in, yeah. I never thought that I would get this far. I wanna drive around in the nice cars. I wanna forget about my scars and just have a good night. I smoke something down, I drink something down. I'm feeling it now, I'm feeling it now. I could say it out loud. When I see you, my heart goes down, down.
My God, that waveform. Nicolas Cage on a sequin pillow.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the CCTE Ready Grad Career Fair. We thank you so much for being here. We're going to start in a few minutes, so get active in chat. We want y'all to be asking a lot of questions. This is a lot like Twitch, so your employers, when they come on, they're going to be able to see what you guys are chatting. So make sure you ask them some great questions. And we will be right back in just a few minutes. So thank you very much, folks. Hey, everybody. While we're getting set up, I'm just going to walk you through the site a little bit. So you're going to want to stay inside of your theater as much as possible today. But during lunch, you might want to explore the site a little. There's some great features here. We have our Explore Learning section. This is where we have all of our online video and online courses. Our career prep course has just been released, and that's a great way to get ready for college and careers. We have Explore Career section, and that is a career navigator. So we have every job imaginable in the country, according to the Department of Labor, pharmacists, psychologists. And you can find out what makes these people tick. You can find job postings, online learning that is associated with that career. So really, I'm asking you all to explore the site as much as possible during your time here. This site belongs to you all. It'll always be available to you through Clever in the STEAM section, in the STEM section. So come back, make this part of your curriculum, part of your learning this year, as we're all trying to do the best with being at home and trying to learn. We'll be right back with more show.
Good morning, everyone who's participating in our virtual job fair. It's good to see everyone this morning. Want to thank Dr. Ray and the CCTE team. Especially want to thank Mr. Dodson, Ms. Menace, and all our community and business partners who are participating. The very next person that you will hear from is our outstanding superintendent, Dr. Joris Ray. He's been a champion for this work and has really supported the students and faculty as we continue our work with making sure that our students are college and career ready. So without any further ado, do want you guys to hear from Dr. Ray. Thank you and have a real good day.
Greetings, awesome Shelby County School scholars. I'm excited to welcome you to the inaugural CCTE Virtual Career Fair. Throughout this unprecedented time, I've been inspired by your resilience and commitment to education. Neither I nor your parents have experienced a pandemic in our lifetimes, but each of you has a triumphant story to tell the next generation about achievement in this virtual environment. I want you to realize the magnitude of this moment and opportunity. During the career fair, you'll have unique exposure to a virtual exploration of the technical career possibilities that exist across the Mid-South. Enjoy this experience, find your passion in technology, and don't let anything stand in your way. We're stronger together. Coronavirus will not defeat us. We are 901.
I have the best job in the world. I get to travel and play a child's game and make a lot of money. And then I get a chance to have a lot of opportunities to meet a lot of different people. And that's outside of basketball. All these people that sit in courtside, you know, they're multimillionaires and billionaires. And I get a chance to converse with these guys or these women and see how they did it. Like, how did they accumulate all this wealth without picking up a basketball or without playing a sport? And now I get to pick their brain.
Philadelphia 76ers select Thaddeus Young from Georgia Tech.
My name is Thaddeus Young. I am a professional athlete currently with the Chicago Bulls. I've played 13 seasons so far in the NBA, and I've started several different businesses outside of basketball. I have performed real estate interests, which we invest into commercial properties and apartment complexes and condos, and several other different real estate opportunities. And then we have Reform Ventures, which is a company that invests into tech and startups, like those apps that all the kids are using and stuff like that. And then we have Reform Business Interests that invest into small businesses, we provide capital for growth into small businesses. I've been fortunate enough to have people in my family that's actually in these different sectors, and it's kind of brought me into these sectors and helped me kind of diversify my portfolio a little bit across the board. And then I've started Reform Sports Training, which is a two basketball court facility that helps kids and gives kids resources to eventually become elite or become pros. I also always try to give back. We also have my Young for You Foundation, which we give back to at-risk youth, and we started basketball programs through that foundation. And we have a sponsorship through Nike, where they provide capital and gear for kids to kind of travel and play basketball to receive or gain and earn scholarships. Well, that's kind of hard because my first job was being an NBA basketball player. My first job, I was drafted 7 days after my 19th birthday. Yeah, that is a while back. I was drafted in 2007. So I was the 12th pick, 2007 by Philadelphia 76ers. And on draft day, I cried. So I was a big baby that day. Just because like your life changes, simply for the fact that, you went from $0 to being now considered a millionaire per se. So one of the biggest things I could say is that it definitely changed my life, but it didn't change me as a person. I think it made me a better person simply for the fact that I understood how money was. I always understood how money worked because I was being taught and trained to understand how money works since I've been 16 years old. Like I said, I was fortunate enough to have people in my family that knew a little bit just about handling money and doing certain things with money. So they were kind of stepping into my life and guiding me when they kind of figured out that I would actually probably be a basketball player. So they wanted me to, figure out how to use money and not let the money use me. So everything that I've kind of done as far as like sports with kids is more based in Memphis. Business-wise, we do business with all different types of companies all over across the world. So I've invested into Turo, Lyft, DraftKings, Pinterest, a lot of companies all across the board before they actually went public. I mean, I think, for me, being an athlete, we don't always, we think it's just about being an athlete, so we don't look at all those different avenues that's outside of basketball. I'm kind of like a forward thinker. So with me being a forward thinker, I always said, I know that I can't play basketball for the rest of my life. I know once I hit a certain age or, that I'm going to have to retire at some point. I'm going to have to, give up the game of basketball. But there's not anything saying that I can't work in the game of basketball. It's just saying that I have to give up actual playing the game of basketball. So for me, I wanted to always kind of figure out what my niche was and what I like to do. So I started to get into investing into real estate first, and did really well in that, and then decided, that, with this whole boom, this whole technology boom that's going on, that I wanted to start investing into apps and startups and different companies like that. Because when you see some of the first investors that invested into Uber, you see that, they put in a $5,000 check and got $24 million out of it. They put in a $250,000 check and got $1 billion or $2 billion out of it. So you see companies like that, you're like, man, like I'll give up, $5,000 or $10,000 or $20,000 to see if I can potentially make, $2-3 million. So, for me, I think that part of it became fun. So I started my own company. So quick story. I was, are you guys familiar with Robinhood, the app? Yeah, Robinhood is like a trading app, like stocks and stuff. So I was on Robinhood. I like to use Robinhood to look and watch stocks. So I'll look up, put in my watch list, and I might buy a few shares of some certain things. So I bought, like, when Zoom went public, I bought like 10 shares of Zoom at like $60 a share. And when I had seen it, I was watching it. I watched it for like 2 or 3 months. I was like, And then COVID hit. I was like, man, I think this is about to pop. So I called my financial advisor and I said, look, I don't care what you say. I want $100,000 in Zoom. He was like, all right, I guess I'm going to do it. So he did it. And like now Zoom, I bought it at like $63 a share. It's at like $5.30 something now.
Oh,
I was like, wow. So yeah, it's it's crazy. Zoom is crazy. Even like at the basketball games and stuff, like how they're doing like Microsoft Teams at the basketball games. Like that was probably the smartest thing they could have done. I mean, you're still watching it as a Zoom screen, like kind of like a Zoom screen, but it's cool to be able to see yourself on the screen, sitting in the seat at the game virtually. Like just how innovative everything is becoming. And you have, companies like Facebook and Twitter that's not even using the office space anymore. So it's definitely like changing the landscape of how companies are, huge companies, billion-dollar companies are thinking, which we call those billion-dollar companies unicorns. Those unicorns are thinking in a different perspective now. They're looking like, oh, we can work from home and still be efficient. Oh, we're not going anywhere. So we're gonna give up this office space. We don't have to spend money on office space anymore. And then you have a lot of companies now that's creating software and technology for working professionals and working platforms to have a solution to work more efficiently. I grew up as a kid loving basketball. My dad played. He was drafted by what is now called the Los Angeles Clippers. They were Buffalo Braves back in the day. Always had a passion for basketball, always had a passion for like just, loving the game. giving back to the community. Through my other businesses, I love everything about business. I love being able to invest. I love being able to look at strategies and analytics and data and cap tables and all this different stuff that, goes within the business. But the one biggest thing that I've always done is put in the time and work in order for all those businesses to be successful. So those are my passions that I definitely love. I love, being a entrepreneur or investor, being able to, see how these companies, start and then they grow and get as big as they do. We have a 10 and 7-year-old. We have 2 boys. So their birthdays are both in July and they're a week apart. So they both had, they wanted the gaming room set up in the house. So mom and dad, they're going to figure out how to make it work. So I spent like days up there, like putting together tables and chairs and hooking the computers up, getting the TVs put up on the wall. Cause they have it's like really a gaming center up there. Like if I put a refrigerator up there, I wouldn't see them. They spend like 6-7 hours at a time. We have to literally call them down to come and eat. Or we have to force them to eat. We started putting a time limit because it's bad for the eyes and stuff. I guess the blue light filtering or whatever. So I just was like, yeah, you got like 20 minutes, 30 minutes on it. He was like, that's not even enough time to get a game started. I was like, my point exactly. I want to kind of be into like a front office role. So going into coming out of playing and going into like front office and being like basketball ops or a GM or a president of a team, just being able to orchestrate and move the pieces and put the teams together, as opposed to me trying to manage 15 different egos as being a coach. I know how it is being a basketball player already, so I know I don't want to coach. But I would love to be a part of a franchise that would love to have me and take me in and kind of show me the ropes as far as being a GM, assistant GM, basketball operations, or president, or somewhere in that form of fashion. Most of all, family. Those are the things that really inspire me. Like my kids and my wife, they really inspire me each and every day. My wife is very encouraging. She does a great job of motivating me. She's amazing. And my 2 kids, as much as I'm always gone all the time. So as much time as I can spend with them, it's always huge. COVID kind of helped that, a little bit, because I had to become a teacher at the house and had to become, I call it daddy daycare. So had to go into daddy daycare. And they love being able to be out there on the court. Those are experiences of a lifetime. Those are, the things that a lot of kids don't see or they're not able to get. And I always want to give my kids lasting moments and lasting memories. I'm the same kid that grew up, in Shelby County. I'm the same kid that did all the things that you're trying to do. For me, it's always huge when I can give back to the community and keep things moving and flowing. I do have a relationship with, Dr. Ray and, in the Shelby County school system. I'm not there as much as I want to be, but I am a voice, I am a face. I went to Mitchell High School, in the Walker Homes community. I'm still going back and giving back to them. I'm still giving back to the community. Just never forget where you came from, but don't take any of this for granted. You have people that's, teaching you and, and giving you opportunity. Take advantage of those opportunities, take advantage of those resources, take advantage of those teachers, pick their brains, ask them, questions, because that's how I got by. Like I asked a lot of questions, and, from asking all those questions, you gain so much knowledge, but don't be afraid to go out and use certain things, certain tools and resources like Google. Like I Google every single thing, and I'm able to learn so much from Google, and don't be afraid to, meet new people, see the world, see different things. Don't be afraid to, leave your community and leave what's comfortable, make yourself uncomfortable. I was telling my best friend the other day, we were talking about some business stuff, and, I told him, I was like, I'm cool with having an uncomfortable conversation, because if I can't have an uncomfortable conversation, then that means I'm not going to be able to get business done. So be comfortable with having uncomfortable conversations. It may hurt a friendship, it may make a friendship, but at the end of the day, you make decisions based upon, how you need to make them, as opposed to being super emotional or anything like that. You make it with the best judgment at hand and the best mindset at hand. And I think that's what's been really, really good for me in building relationships and molding relationships to how they need to be for how, I need to deal with people.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. So I am your host for the main stage. My name is James LeBron. I work with the technology company that runs this website. So right now you're watching the main stage. This is where all of the keynote presentations are happening. And as I get myself untangled from wires, I'm going to give you a quick rundown of what's happening today on the site, because you might have logged into the site and are wondering what's going on. There's a live stream thing going on, and we seem to be playing employers and everything, all these videos. So this is the CCTE Shelby County Schools virtual career fair. And so what we have now are a few thousand students from the Shelby County Schools, and they're meeting in 8 different live stream classrooms on our website. And they will be meeting all day with employers across all different industries in the Mid-South region, talking about job opportunities at their company, internships, really just picking the brains of these professionals. It's been great to see the buy-in from the Mid-South business community. If you're a member of that business community and you participated today and you're watching this live stream right now, we honestly couldn't have done this without you. Your buy-in was so key to our success. And we have, well over 20 videos that we created in the last couple of weeks because you all volunteered your time, and now you're all talking to our youth right now and our students in middle school and helping them find a job. So we appreciate you for that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to show you what these students are experiencing actually. So what I can do, because I have access to all the theaters, if you're not a student in Shelby County Schools and you haven't logged in through Clever, there's a good chance that you're not going to see all of the events happening, and that's because these are for the students. But what I can do, I can show you a little inside of what's going on. If you are a moderator right now and you're in a theater, just letting you know that between 11 and 1 p.m. we'll be breaking for lunch. At that time, your theater will tune back into this live stream where I'll be playing some videos to keep you entertained. So students, now that you're in your theaters, begin interacting one-on-one with employers. If you haven't already, moderators, you can switch over to your Zoom conversations with employers and students. It's breakout time. Have a great day. And people on the live stream, you're sticking with me, and I'm going to peek in, or we're going to sneak into one of these theaters. So yeah, everyone in your theaters right now, if you're watching me talking right now, your moderators can turn off this live stream and start working with your employers, because what I'm going to do, I'm actually going to go off camera now, and I'm going to start sneaking into your theaters and showing the live stream audience on the site what these students are experiencing. So have a great day, everyone. Breakout. If you're a moderator, close my screen right now and start talking to employers. Have a great day. Okay, now that they're gone, let's see where we can. Let me just show you the site, actually. Why not? So let me get all of this set up here. So here's a site that you are on, and this is a joint website with TechEd2Go and WazEd. That's the educational technology company started by Steve Wozniak, and we appreciate the folks from WazEd being here to help motivate these students. So here's sort of like a, yes, I'm broadcasting. Right now, this is sort of like a squished up version of the site, and our three main pillars of the site are our explore sections. So what we have set up is a full suite of online learning, hundreds of courses and credentials that, you know, employers recognize. They see these badges on your resume, and they recognize them at their companies. So you will you'll be able to, here, let me go into the Explore Learning section. You can obviously check out an entire catalog of learning that we have. We have a ton. We have some specifically about healthcare. We have others that are about retail foundations. So it's really a great resource here. And let's go into the financial planning one, because this is kind of fun. How we create these courses, we do a lot of video learning, as you probably know from being on the site right now. We love video. And as you walk through this course, you'll get all the information you need. Some courses have assessments if we've determined that you need to answer a few skill testing questions, and in which case you will receive a badge on your My Learning section. It'll be in your badges section. And oh, speaking of virtual career fair, how about we sneak into one of these theaters? So let me get that all set up for you. Which theater do we want to go into? Let me find a good theater. One with no F's in the chat. Yeah, these people are talking. Let's see what's going on here. So this theater 5, okay. I'm going to pull this up for everyone to listen along as well. They're not going to hear us. So you're in the live stream chat. You can talk to me. I'll answer along. Here, as you can see. And we're going to sneak you into one of these rooms. See if this works.
Engineer at Memphis Light Gas and Water.
Yeah,
my name is Vaughn Goodlow. I'm a Vice President of Shared Services and also Acting Chief People Officer at Memphis Light Gas and Water. Managing and dealing with the aquifer that we're above, providing the, in my mind, the best
I'll make it a
water.
little bigger for you all. I think this will look
no small feat.
Okay.
The
Let's
aquifer
listen
we
along. I'm going to
stand
disappear.
above or we sit above has water that will provide water for this area for many, many, many years to come. And it's our responsibility to take care of that water and also purify and get that water from the aquifer to the citizenry in this area. We have a lot of engineers, and linemen are fantastic, and we have a lot of linemen. But if you're in finance, we have a lot of jobs in finance. We have lawyers. We have people who work in budget. Obviously, we have people who work in HR. And MLGNW even has its own university. So we have people who do training, who teach. We have a whole department that works with our IT work and that type of stuff. So there's a myriad of different things that MLGNW hires for. So we don't have enough time to cover every possible job that MLGNW hires for. But no matter what field you're in, there's probably a space for you, except for medical, that MLGNW hires for. We only have one nurse, but almost every field we have something that might assist you.
As a woman in a male-dominated field, I would tell, this advice applies to all students, but especially girls that are interested in STEM careers, to sit at the table, ask questions, don't be afraid to fail. Nobody expects you to know everything or do everything perfectly the first time. What's more important is the values that you have and that you work hard and that you work well with others.
I'd just like to say I can't wait to see you all as employees at MLGNW. We're looking forward to working with you. We have open arms, and if you want to work with us, we want to work with you. If there's anything we can do to help you, get in touch with one of us and we can have somebody work with you to let you know what career, let you know about the different careers we have. Just get in touch with somebody at the organization and we'll have somebody to reach out to you.
So I have 2 children that currently attend Snowden and they're doing virtual learning. And one night we settled in to watch Frozen 2. And there was a song where she talks about doing the next right thing. I think it was Elsa or Anna, I'm not sure, but I'm sure it was one of them. But so that's just kind of been my mantra this whole pandemic, because it's hard to make decisions when you don't have all the information in front of you. And it's easy to look back and have regret. But I feel like with every challenge, I just tell myself to do the next right thing. And then I know moving forward that I'm doing the best that I can with the information that I'm given.
I will say that what will carry you the furthest in your career, it's not necessarily the book knowledge, that's important. Not necessarily the skills training, that's important. But your character will carry than anything else. I'm JT Young. I'm JT Young, President and CEO.
I think we're good to do some questions and answers.
Sneak us into a different theater. Let's see what we got. I would love to see what's going on in theater number 3. So let's get that theater all loaded up. Okay. Switch over to theater number 3.
Had to slow down and make sure that we stay safe. But fortunately, projects are still, being built. I believe there may be, I'm not sure. One of my other team members, Armando, may be on. He said he wasn't able to get the video part, but he was able to dial in by phone. Armando, are you on?
believe he is. I'm not sure if he's able to hear us.
Let me see. We can go ahead.
Okay. I just what do you look for in your entry level positions? You know, kids getting out of school who are looking for that first job. What are the skill sets that you're looking for?
The good thing about the construction industry with the various trades, most of what you need to know, you learn through the apprenticeship programs, or you learn through on-the-job training. I would say coming out of school, some of the skill sets that you need are basically a willingness to learn, having that motivation to get up every day and bring your ideas and be a part of the team. And not being afraid to say, I don't understand, or can you show me this? Each of us, especially within the Turner Memphis office, we all have our strong spots and we all have our blind spots. But where we have those weaknesses, other team members fill in. So we work together as a team. We lift each other up. And we just really, we depend on each other for each other's strengths. And so I think just having that willingness to learn and wanting to get up every day and bring the best of yourself, those are, in my opinion, the things that you need.
Great. And I think Armando's audio is now connected. Armando, can you hear us? I think you're muted. Maybe he can't. All right, well, for all the students out there, we would love to hear from you. If you have any questions, please put them in the chat about Turner, the construction industry. Any questions that you have for Mary, please put them in the chat. All right, here's one. When you first started, did you really think you knew that it was what you wanted?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, hey Armando.
Oh, hey, my apologies. I'm having some technical difficulties on this side, but I'm glad I'm able to join you guys.
Welcome. Welcome.
We just got a question. One of the students asked us when we first started Turner, or maybe the construction industry, I'm not sure, if we knew this is what we wanted to do. Do you want to take a stab at that?
I do. So yes, but I did not know the name of what I wanted to do. So growing up, well, a little bit about myself. So I'm currently a project manager with Turner Construction. I am responsible for coordinating and planning and executing a project. So I manage the day-to-day for the project, from the scope to the budget to the schedule, trying to stay ahead of issues and delays, all while staying safe. So really my role allows me to bridge communication between the design team, so the engineers and the architects and the owners, as well as the construction team, the superintendents, the field engineers, our trade partners, our suppliers. So really I'm kind of this, orchestrator between, both sides. And, growing up, I never knew the name of what I wanted to do, but growing up, I've, worked on projects with my dad, with my family, as I started to understand more, start planning things, start understanding how to organize stuff, getting more, insight into what engineering does and, what I could do with an engineering degree. I started kind of funneling in on what that is and the construction industry. I'm a little bit unique in that I've kind of done all three. So I started out as an engineer. I enjoyed my time there. I moved over to the owner's side as an owner's representative, and now on the construction side. So I've kind of seen all three facets, of design, of a project, of construction. So yeah, understanding, kind of looking back on where I am today, a lot of the things I grew up with, a lot of the skill sets, organizational skills and, planning and dissecting and kind of being inquisitive, with that stuff. I can understand now, why I gravitated towards this field and that understanding of it. So.
Hey, Armando, before you were able to get on, one of the questions that they asked were, what do you think, or in your opinion, what are the skill sets, starting off coming out of school, would you need that Turner would be looking for? And I gave what I thought, but what do you think is important?
So a lot of it is, there's a big movement, technology based, with us, with COVID and with being virtual and kind of being forced into, utilizing technology to the best of our ability. It's allowed the construction industry to, kind of leapfrog. We were kind of behind the curve a little bit, with emerging technologies and other industries. So, really, trying to find a silver lining in this past year, has forced us to do things different, has forced us to use technology, to use Microsoft Teams, to use Zoom, to use, other collaboration techniques. We're putting pursuits together with people across the region. So just from, social media on the marketing side to utilizing technology like Teams and Zoom to collaborate on pursuits to ensure that documents are shared together. From our VDC folks who, use drones to capture, images of the site kind of pre-construction, allow us to use that to plan, some of the intricacies once you start getting into construction, utilizing drones and utilizing, robots for layouts and things to help assist in what we're doing. There's been a big movement in that. So there's a lot of piloting for those efforts. There's a lot of discussion about those efforts and, trials that we're doing not only here in Memphis, but, Turner across the nation. So a lot of things that folks are learning when they're utilizing technology that's being implemented and understood. So I would say there's a strong...
Hey everyone, I really hate to cut Turner short because they're a great company and I love hearing everything about them. But, oops, we have someone in Theater 7 who I get to go and Wazed just adores. She is Carolyn Chisholm Hardy, and she is an investor and a business person, and she just has an amazing insight, and I really want you to hear from her because she's talking to the students right now live, and I think this is going to be really special. So let me just jump over to her. Give me a sec here, folks. Okay, here's Carolyn Chisholm Hardy. She's fascinating. So I'm gonna shut up and I'm gonna let them talk.
It's gonna be a good student, not necessarily a great student, but a good student who also has a lot of other attributes, which reliability, dependability, and willing to do the work. Everybody is not willing to do the work. What I mean by that, if you're a B student, you want to be a doctor, and you're willing to do the work, that means you're going to study harder. That's all. It don't mean you can't do it. It means that you're going to study more hours. Accept that. But if you truly want to become whatever you want to become, all you're going to do is it's all about effort. I've seen A students not as successful as B students because they're so used to it coming easy for them. A B student or a student who it doesn't come easy for is accustomed to working hard. So I will see a student who is accustomed to working hard enjoying a lot more success than the one that comes easy. So don't put yourself down. Don't put yourself down. And the third thing I'll tell the students is that, don't make excuses about what didn't happen to you, where you came from, what your parents couldn't afford. I'll tell you that I never had any new clothes until I was in the 8th grade myself. I'm the 7th of 16 children. So hand-me-down was, new to me. Once my sister outgrew it, I was happy that she picked up a pound or two. I get some new clothes. Otherwise, I kept wearing the ones that I had. My clothes were on a rotation. You could call them a uniform if you like, because I felt like I wore them every week. So it's a different world, but I never made excuses that I grew up poor. It sort of motivated me. I said, my mom always told us that, poor is a temporary state, if you choose. I didn't blame her because we were poor. Instead, I held myself accountable for a different outcome. So I would encourage you guys and help you understand that everything that you're doing in the 8th grade will affect you in the future. If you're doing something that's just honest, it gets on your record, that follows you for the rest of your life. If you're doing something amazing and it goes on your record, that will follow you for the rest of your life as well. So you own your future, nobody else but you.
That's great. Amazing. Thank you so much for your time here.
Thank you.
Really enjoyed speaking with you and hearing your words.
So we move into the next session?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, I'll click on the next one.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay,
bye.
Bye-bye.
It's pretty fascinating. Okay. So now we're doing the transition. So I'm going to turn down their video in this theater and let's see what company we could sneak in on at this point. Ooh, I like Terminix a lot. They're in Theater 1. They're coming up in Theater 1. So let's move over to Theater 1. Everybody knows Terminix. We all know Terminix. I don't need to introduce Terminix to you. But they have an amazing team, and their video is really cool because they're a fun team. They are spread out across the country, but they have a huge operation in Memphis. So let's jump into Theater 1 and see how this will all go.
And of course, we have a large building in downtown Memphis. So wherever you go, you'll be able to see the Terminix brand and the Terminix name.
I'm trying to sit back a little so my mustache isn't as prevalent. We're doing like a charity mustache growing thing with my air guard unit. And so I can't shave it off because I'm probably winning the worst mustache so far. I'm Matt Hutcherson. I'm our cloud architect and infrastructure architecture team lead at Terminix. I'm in charge for helping design solutions to host our applications securely and with like high availability and durability, leveraging cloud-based services like Amazon Web Services and Microsoft, Azure, GCP, etc. One of the things I love the most about my job is that it's a lot of just on your feet problem solving. You know, we plan in these like 10-week increments, but I feel like that plan only lasts like 2 days sometimes before the business, has a need that comes to us. And so you really kind of see how these skills you learned in school put to use. I was kind of kidnapped out of a line at a job fair in college. I was waiting, and it was like a 300-person line to talk to Microsoft. And these two of the reps from at the time, Service Master, paid so much. They kept me on part-time remotely until I finished school. And as soon as I graduated, I moved down here to Memphis, and it's been, I think, about 5 years now.
My name is Philip Lisenby, and I am the IT Internship Recruiting Program Director. And I've been with the company 8.5 years, and I've played a lot of different roles, worked in a lot of different business units, a lot of different departments. But the one thing I really love about this company is the culture. We have these core values, and they really encompass everything from innovation to teamwork to accountability to integrity. It just permeates throughout everybody that you work with throughout the entire company. And that's one of the things that I really love about it. And I also love the people.
Hi, my name is Robert Gordon. I guess my title there is the infrastructure manager. I'm over database, networking, and UC ops, but my job is leader. This probably is not going to make the cut, but I'll just tell you how I came about. I love music, and I produced music for a while. One thing about talented people is they're very interesting to work with. You have to do things to get talent out of talented people. That's okay, but when you get talented people together in a room like a studio and you're paying for that studio, and you, at the end of the day, you want to make sure that there's a good product at the end. You have to make these talented people work together. That's a similar thing that I use when I lead here, because when you talk about IT people, they're highly...
Hey, everybody. So, I'm James LeBron. I'm the one who just chatted in this main chat room. I can see Caleb and Jadria and Alexa. Good morning. I'm just going to fill you in because you might be confused, right? So, Shelby County School students have been registered to speak one-on-one with these employers. What their experience is that they're going to be put into, I think it's 6 or 7 periods throughout the day. 6 periods throughout the day, 8 periods throughout the day with 8 different employers. And so they will be first watching a video, as you can see right now at Terminex. This is a pre-recorded video with some of their employees. And I know I'm talking over them right now, but it's a long video, so that's okay. After this video, somebody from Terminex is actually in the live classroom with the students and will go on camera and start to answer questions from our moderator or our teachers who are in the Zoom room, and they'll start to answer from the chat. I don't know what WSP and WSG means in chat. I'm not good at those abbreviations, but hi, Camia. So yeah, getting back to the, yeah, I can see the chat's lighting up a little bit. Good morning, Alexa. Okay, great. So getting back to the programming, after this video, they're going to speak to one or more of those folks who were on the video, and then they're going to be able to chat live with them. So it's kind of like Twitch, where they're going to be watching the video in their live classroom and they could chat along just as you were all doing it. Oh, it means what's good. Okay. Yeah. I should have known that. I'm doing great, personally. I'm so happy that you all are here, that you're participating in the chat. We're going to spend all day together here. But because you're not Shelby County School students and you haven't logged in through Clever, that means that you don't actually have access to those theaters, because those are for students and teachers who are part of our Clever integrated system. But we put this all up here on our main site, so all users of the site, or people who aren't even on the site, who just sort of went to the main page and registered as a chat user and started chatting like all of my friends here. So yeah, that's the programming. They're gonna answer questions from the kids, and then at some point we're gonna break for lunch. All of those theaters are gonna tune back into me, just like you guys are watching me right now. They're all gonna tune back to me. I'm gonna play some videos over lunch. We have Destin from Smarter Every Day, who does a demonstration of drinking reclaimed urine from the International Space Station in a water bottle. It's pretty cool. So that's what we have coming at lunch. But what I'm going to do until then is just jump around from theater to theater and see what's going on, what kind of chat is happening, what's interesting. You guys in the chat, Caleb, Jadria, I'm sorry if I butchered your name. Yeah, urine. No, well, it's funny because it was him and this doctor from NASA, the space scientist called Dr. Jill, and she innovated the whole like system on the International Space Station where they reclaim sweat and, you know, water vapor and urine and turn it into water. So they do a demonstration of that. It was part of the NASA Space Apps Challenge, which we also live streamed on this site. So we're doing a little replay of that. Don't worry, it's not as gross as it sounds. It is pretty, yeah, it's pretty gross, but it looks like water and it apparently tastes like water. So it'll be fun. But I'm going to I'm going to be quiet. I'm going to because this Terminix video is going to end pretty soon, then the employees are going to come on and start talking to the kids. And that's really the fun part. So I'm going to shut up for that. But yeah, Terminix is a company in Memphis. They're a well-known extermination company, but it turns out they have, like so many modern companies, they have careers in IT, they have careers in marketing, they have a nursing station, I believe, and they have programs such as tuition reimbursement and all that stuff. But their video is about to end, so I'm gonna go away. I'll be here on the chat, so I'll be watching you guys chat. If you have any questions or you want to go find another employer or another theater, I can do that for you as well. So that's enough of me. I'm gonna be quiet and go back to this.
Or just growing within one specific department.
I'm so proud to call you all teammates. And Carlos, it was great having you. And hopefully someday we'll get a chance to meet if you're ever in Memphis or if we're ever down in Tampa, my friend.
Bye-bye.
All have a great day. Thanks again.
Okay, so we are done with that video. Do we have Mr. Phillip on from Terminix to answer some questions about the video? The students do have some questions coming through. Give them a minute to join. Do we have a representative from Terminix? All right. That is okay. We do have questions coming through, and we have some teachers on this line, so we can explore.
My name is Amber Long. I work in.
And we have about 10 minutes until our next video. So some of the questions that came through. Let me just make sure that we are not missing Mr. Philip Lizemba from Terminix. Okay, so some of the questions that we had come through are what types of positions are at a company like this? So something for you to think about. They did mention it on the video. The types of questions that are at a company like this are everything from the exterminator, which all of you were apparently very interested in. How do they get not scared about bugs? What kind of equipment do they wear? Those are all good questions. That's one type of position at a company like Terminix. A company like Terminix is a huge company. So they have people that are working in sales. They have people that only ever work in an office. They never are going out to a house site. They have people who work in IT and running their website and making sure that when things come through, that it's getting to the right person. They have people who work in logistics. So there are all different types of pathways at a company like this. It's really going to be focused on problem solving in your particular area of expertise. And there's all different skills that you can use working for a company like this. So I'm gonna, let's take a second to talk about the chat. So there's lots of stuff coming through on the chat. I want you all to know that I'm watching the chat and we'll all be able to see the chat. So I'm looking through for questions to answer your questions on the chat. I like the engagement, but we also want to be clear on where the questions are. Okay. And we're missing our representative from Terminix. So some of your questions, I'm not going to be able to answer. So here's a question. Miss Alice, can you be 18 to get a job or older? So I think that you do need to be probably 18 to get a job here, but maybe they have internships, things working where you're just watching and following and learning on the job. Is it a job or a career? Well, that's a good question. I think that there are absolutely careers here. There are people that do things at Terminix for their whole lives. So it certainly could be a career. It probably also can be a job. It depends on how you look at it. It depends on how committed you're going to be. And the questions about pay, I would say wide range of pay, just like when you think about all those different types of careers that you can have at a company like this, there is going to be all different levels of pay. Okay, questions about, can you get an internship in?
I just have to say something because this is so funny. I just got I got a message from one of my site administrators who said that I need to watch the chat that's going on in my main chat because people are talking about drinking urine, and he just saw the chat and he's like, this is getting very obscene. So I had to explain to him that we're actually talking about drinking water from the International Space Station and that's been reclaimed. But I just thought that was a funny little thing that our chat got flagged as inappropriate. So it's funny how AI works is just what I wanted to get at. But back to the show.
Like a YouTuber. Okay, so I love this. You guys have so many questions. They're coming through too fast for me to even answer. Let me see. Okay, so a lot of questions are about how much people get paid. And also questions about whether or not you have to go to college for these types of jobs. The last woman that we talked to, Miss Withers, she was great because she actually said that, she didn't go to college. She worked her way up and now she's really senior in her company and she's making really great pay and she's satisfied. She has a good work-life balance. There are other people who go to college and they get a great career right away. There are people who don't go to college and get a great career and work their way up. There's all different pathways for all different types of people. The key in all of them is just focus and hard work and finding some joy in what it is that you do. So now I'm going to move into the live stream. We're going to have another kind of shared session where we're going to be talking about the junior achievement. So we're going to go back into the main stage. I'm sorry that our guests didn't show up today, but we have lots more happening this afternoon and for the rest of the morning. So I'm going to bring us back into the live stage. You guys can take a little breath. We'll just be quiet for a couple minutes until we get started, okay? Oh, actually.
What does it mean to?
I'm sorry, I'm still learning about this. We have our video ready right now. So now we're going to talk about junior achievement and I'm going to play this video. This video is 12 minutes long and then we're going to move into our next employer session. Okay.
What does it mean to do what you love and love what you do? And at Junior Achievement, we are here to help children find their pathway and understanding of do what you love, turn it into a job so that you love what you do. And as part of National Entrepreneurship Month and as part of this festival, we're going to bring you so many entrepreneurs, people who started companies out of a love of what they do. And we want you to be inspired by them. And this is what Junior Achievement does. We plant seeds of hope for their futures so they can love what they do, because it is a great gift in life to love what you do. And more than anyone in this world, entrepreneurs love what they do because they started it themselves. Hi, my name is Lee Mansberg. I am the president and CEO of Junior Achievement. And at Junior Achievement, we plant seeds of hope by teaching children about our economy and our community and the jobs that are in it, and how to get to those jobs and the journey to finding them and the skills you need, from financial literacy to learning to be an entrepreneur. We want children in our community to build bright futures for themselves and believe that all futures are possible as long as you know the way to get there.
So my name is Courtney Miller. I am the Director of Education at Junior Achievement of Memphis in the Mid-South. And in my role, I oversee our programming for students in grades K through 12 to help them bridge the gap between what they're learning in the classroom to what they can expect to experience in the real world. And so we do that through entrepreneurship, we do that through financial literacy, and really helping children understand their potential and unlock that potential to create something awesome in the future for themselves.
What I love about my job is that it's really organic. New possibilities and doors open all the time. And it just takes a little bit of courage to keep walking through those doors, which to me is the essence of entrepreneurship, is that you see someone open a door for you. And at Junior Achievement, I love the moments when we help children walk through the door to see what's on the other side.
What I love about my job is really seeing that aha moment that happens on children's faces when they see that the path that they're going on, it can really, really be illuminated if you have the right resources and if you have the right people around you and the right supports. And so just being able to take this education to every child, and that's the big thing, every child. It's not just one specific child, but it's every child. And we're there for every child to ensure that they have what they need to really, really succeed in the future. And so that's what I really enjoy about the work, because it's not just transactional. We're really trying to transform children's lives by giving them the resources and tools they need.
So fundamentally, children, all humans, should do what they love, but they should really love what they do. And that should be through, you become inspired, you perform better when you love what you do. And so at Junior Achievement, one of the best ways that we help children love what they do is to introduce them to entrepreneurs who started companies rooted in a passion for what they love to do. And when you meet people who love what they do and you say, wow, anything is possible. And the entrepreneur believes that. So we're really excited to bring entrepreneurs from every career that you would think, wow, you can make a company out of that. And at Junior Achievement, we show the kids how, and we introduce them so that you can't be what you can't see. And so we think it's incredibly important that we provide entrepreneurs who are profound role models that instill and show the way forward for our kids. I mean, that's what we do. It's a really fun job. I love what I do. My first paid job was I was the editor of my high school newspaper, and that meant you also got to be the obituary writer for the local newspaper. And so, but what I took away from that was, as an English teacher, that every human's life is a story that's supposed to be celebrated. And so it was actually a really beautiful job. And it's sad that we don't have obituaries in the newspaper anymore, because it allowed a community to celebrate the lives of all of its people. And so that was my first paid job, and I got paid something like $5 per obituary, and I helped families. I would call the families, and you would get to hear the hard and the sweet and the joyful parts of their lives as they celebrated generations of their family members.
Nice. My first paid job was actually when I was in high school, and I worked at the front desk of a counseling agency. I'll just say that. It was an experience. It made me realize that I am very introverted. I have grown a lot. So I'm an introvert who knows how to be extroverted when it's important. But it was a learning experience. But that job really did teach me how to interact with people and how to really develop my social skills and be able to just be on at certain times. Being a receptionist at a counseling agency, you would think it wasn't that hard, but you would be surprised the type of calls I got. And the type of feedback and responses I received on certain things. And so it just really helped me to understand that, people are going through things all the time. You don't really know what someone's dealing with. So just to give people grace at all times, that's the main thing it really taught me. But it taught me some other technical skills as well. But that would be the biggest one. I actually, and I think this is one of the things that really is important about junior achievement, to show that your career journey is not linear. So my background is actually in accounting and finance. And so when I graduated from college, I knew that I didn't want to go into corporate America. I had a heart for service and serving people. And so I got into nonprofit, working on the development or fundraising side of the house. And I enjoyed it, but I knew that there was something else out there. And I wanted to be able to connect my passion and my interest with the work that I was doing, to point to what Lee was saying. And so this opportunity opened up. I don't even really remember how I got connected with it, but it opened up. I've never done anything in programs, never done anything in education, but I was like, I'm going to try it. So, I have a background, I'm knowledgeable enough, and I can figure it out along the way. And so that's really how I ended up here. And I absolutely love it, because it just brings so many things that I care about right here in my wheelhouse. And so, I love working with children. I love spending time with children and really educating children, but I also love financial literacy and the importance that it is to, especially communities that look like me. And so it's just been an awesome ride. I really don't know how I ended up here, but I'm thankful that I did.
I'm thankful she did too. So I came to Junior Achievement. So I began my life as a teacher, and my life has not been linear at all. And in a classroom teacher for 20 years, and just found that I really loved the business side of education, but I love educating children. And so I grew businesses, and I love to grow businesses, and very interested in the finance and the accounting side, even though I'm an English teacher by trade. And so when Junior Achievement became possible, I was like, wow, what if we could inspire children younger? What if they knew all these things? These are not things that we should wait until a child is an adult to teach. Mm-hmm. We should explain these things. We have a brand new program, JA Building Blocks. These are building blocks. And children need to learn it year after year, layer after layer, so that it becomes second nature to them. And so it's really exciting to me to be in a place where I'm deeply passionate, exactly what Courtney was talking about financial literacy, about entrepreneurship, but really fascinated by how do we make sure that kids everywhere know it young enough so that they can take it and run. When you start a first job, the first year is really hard, and you have to give yourself grace. Because as much as you want to be great at something, and as much as you want to love a job on the first day, it takes a while to grow into it and to hang in there. And I don't know why I thought I would love every job I had on the first day. And so the more I learned to accept that you have to grow into something, as Courtney was saying a minute ago, you have to grow into things and jobs, and you have to give yourself patience to find your fit when you start a job.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would agree with Lee. That patience is what I wish I could have told myself on my first day, just to have patience. I think it's the exact same thing. You go into your job, you're like, I'm going to get my first paycheck. It's going to be great. I'm going to have the best time ever. And it might not be the case, but there's always something to be learned. And then a side note, I also wish I had known that my first paycheck was going to have so many taxes taken out, because that was a real shocker. I had no clue about net pay.
That is a very good point. That may be one of my favorite answers.
Yeah, it is.
Because it's so true. And it still hits me now. I'm like, wait, how much money did I just give up?
Honestly.
So, when you're a literature teacher, you get lots of great quotes. And so my quotes usually come from my favorite writers. And so Zora Neale Hurston from Their Eyes Are Watching God has one of my very favorite quotes, which is, and the women starched and ironed their faces. And that you sometimes in life have to kind of starch and iron your face and pull yourself up and just march into it and find your resolve. It's a quote about resolve, and just that sometimes your face won't match the resolve you have to have. And so just starch and iron that expression and buck up and step in. And I think about her a lot and the character who said that, because she faced so much adversity. Mm-hmm. And if I could just, have the courage she had, then it's going to be okay. Just keep doing that.
Yeah. Well, I'm not like Lee. I don't have nice little quote to pull from. But one of the things I think that inspires me is to just always remain grounded in who I am. I think that self-awareness and appreciating who I am and who I was created to be has always kept me centered. And that's one of the things many of my mentors and my parents have always told me, you know, when outside and external circumstances start going out of control and it gets chaotic and you can't get it together, you just have to find that peace within. And that's what keeps you going, because hopefully you're working and doing something that you care about. And even when you care about it and you're passionate about it, it can still send you into a tailspin sometimes. And so just finding that peace within and finding out just remembering who I am and where I want to be and honoring that is what really inspires me to keep going forward, because we're all created with a purpose and we all have something that we're meant to do in this world. And so to be called to do something is just an honor in itself.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. We're on the main stage. So what just happened is that the moderators and the employers took a little bit of a break. We had a keynote presentation from Junior Achievement of Memphis, and now they're breaking out into groups again. So I'm going to ask you guys in chat, actually. We've already seen Terminex and Turner Construction. We have WazEd, which is a company started by Steve Wozniak. We have MATA, Memphis Area Transit Authority. We have Memphis Light, Gas and Water. What do you guys want to see? Put it in the chat. Yeah, and just watch the chat. Like, come on, guys. Memphis Light, Gas, Water. We got a MATA. We got Gas and Water. Okay, I'm gonna jump between the two. Let's see if one is, frankly, more active than the other. Let's go into MATA. No, let's go first into MLGW. That's theater number 6. Give me a moment here. Appreciate you all sticking on the chat. And it seems like you guys are all sort of checking each other, but like I mentioned before, you know, we really want to just keep it like friendly and positive and everything. So you know, our team is hard at work trying to get all the chat stuff working, or all the rooms working well. So we'll try not to moderate as much as possible, but we're going to have to moderate the chat. We'll have to moderate the chat. If we have to shut off the chat, we'll have to shut off the chat. It would be nice if I could keep crowdsourcing you folks. But okay, let's, you know, if we ignore the chat for a moment, I'm going to go into, let's sneak into that theater. This will be Memphis Light, Gas, Water. Let's see how that's going to load up. Okay, let's see how this works.
Rod. As I said, I am the quality assistant, which means that I am the assistant to the quality manager here at YNW. However, I wear a lot of hats. So I came in with a physics and a chemistry background. I had had almost 5 years of college before coming to YNW to work. I'm also in the process of going through our OSHA training so that I can also monitor our safety here on site. Also, I'm a trained auditor so that I can go through our paperwork as well and make sure that we are actually abiding by all of the policies, procedures, and the instructions that we have set in place as an organization. The thing that identifies me from everybody else is, one, my mathematical abilities. I'm phenomenal at math. Also, I am very good on computers. I can manipulate Excel programs. So it means that I can recreate forms, documents, and I can make them easier for the company. As a matter of fact, as one of the first projects that I took on whenever I came in are receiving documentation. It's all repetitious. You're filling the exact same thing in every single time, and everybody was doing it by hand. You have to do it per order, per part.
And see how that goes. Well, right now they're playing Carolyn Hardy. Oh, yeah. Sorry. I went to the wrong theater. Let's go to theater 7. Okay. Give me one more second here, folks. It should switch over to theater 7.
Accept that you have to grow into something, as Courtney was saying a minute ago. You have
They're
to
still
grow
they're still in the
into
junior achievement
and
part.
jobs.
Yeah,
and
I'm
you
gonna.
have to
I'll
give
find
yourself
us a good
patience
place
to find your
land.
fit when you start a job.
Let's go to Waz.
I agree with
okay?
Lee.
Let's
That
see
patience is what I wish.
how that's going, because you guys just watched this video.
Just to have patience, you know.
Let me turn them down while we're at it. Sorry about that. Okay. This is Turner Construction. I think the schedule got moved around, to be honest, folks. I'm going to go into theater 4. One more shot, but Turner's a cool one. And there, you know what? Let's stick in Turner, actually, because this isn't a video. This is a live chat. So we're here. Let's stay here. We're in theater number 4. Let me tell you where we're at. Okay.
Downtown.
Tanya, thank you again.
Thank you. I'm just gonna share my screen. Oh, we have Stuart already. Stuart is here. Hi, Stuart.
I am here. It's like those live TV things where there's that pause before they start rolling, right? But we are live. We're live right now.
We are live right now. So everyone, I'd like to introduce you to Stuart Noggle from WAZED. And I believe we have a video to play. Do we, Stuart?
Yes, we do.
Okay, I'm gonna find that video. I am normally a producer. I don't work with the cameras.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah,
I can go ahead and take over while you're looking for that. So I'm Stuart Noggle with WAZED. I'm the Chief Technology Officer. And WAZED is a company co-founded by Steve Wozniak. Steve Wozniak is a dude with an awesome beard who co-founded Apple Computer with Steve Jobs. And one of the things I love about Steve Wozniak and his story is that they started this incredible company that we are all aware of and that we know very well as teenagers. And started as teenagers, they started in a garage building this stuff. They went to the Homebrew Computer Club. They just started playing around with technology or the technology that they had available. And they created this amazing device, and through the years, they've created even more amazing devices. So for me, it's just inspiration that regardless of what age you are, you know, you can do something great. And I love the idea that some teenagers, they did something great. If they had YouTube back then, I'm not sure. But thankfully, they had a lot of time on their hands. They had no YouTube, so they were able to create something really neat.
Okay, I've got the video ready to play, so I'm going to share my screen and let our audience see that.
All right. And this is Steve Wozniak.
Well, innovation to me was always having the skills that if you had an idea, you could figure out a way to get there. And I call it writing the book yourself. If you've already read the book and you know how to do it, well, that's just a normal job. That's not the true innovation of things we've never had before. Something brand new, a totally new approach to things, a new technology. Those, you almost have to sit back and think, I wonder if there's a different way to solve this. Anyone who is in a job thinking about making a change, what I tell them is, if you're thinking about it, there's something you're not happy with your job, absolutely get off your feet, find a way to get there is what I tell them. Start studying. Spend a little of your own time thinking it out. If you have any free time at home, don't waste it. Make something big for yourself and it will last for the rest of your life.
Okay, I think that was the end of our video there. So Stuart, the floor is yours. I think the key thing is if students want to know what skills they need, what are the types of programs they should start to look at in school, what should they pay attention to? And then we do have some teachers on the line with us who will ask you some questions, and I'm going to take a look at the feed below and see if any of the students have questions and ask you those. So I'm going to pass it off to you and we'll go from there.
Yeah, sure. So just a little bit more about WazEd. We provide STEM and science kits for schools, and the goal is to inspire students and teachers to pursue some careers in STEM. So, coding, engineering, design, cybersecurity, drones, all of those things. Today, I wanted to just touch on animation and cybersecurity. So I love that I get to dabble in all of these areas in my job. So this past week, I was actually working on some cybersecurity issues with our website and some of our other services. But next week is super fun because I get to work with AR, VR, and starting to look at developing some animations for some VR experiences we're creating. So I actually brought this along. It's the Oculus Quest. So in my job, I get to play with an Oculus Quest, right? I get to play with, and the thing I love about it is it's no different than what I did as a kid. I remember in second grade, we walked into this big classroom, and along the walls, there were these boxes. And I sat down in front of one of these boxes and turned it on, and it had this really funky looking 8-bit type screen, and it was an Apple II. And an Apple II is actually one of the computers that Steve Wozniak invented. And I had no idea at the time, but I played Frogger on this little Apple II. In ninth grade, my art teacher, she gave me this CD because she knew I couldn't hand draw. And on the CD, it said Adobe Photoshop. And she said, put this in the computer and play with it and see what it does. So for an entire year, I spent time in her office on her computer learning how to do stuff with Adobe Photoshop. And that's where I taught myself graphic design. A year or two later, I started an LLC. That's when the internet was kind of picking up a little bit more, and started developing websites. So I started my first business in high school, actually, simply because a teacher gave me access to that technology and gave me some time to play with that technology. I'm thankful that I had those opportunities because the community I grew up in on the Navajo Nation, our average annual income is $8,000. We experienced the largest uranium spill in US history and the largest displacement of Native people in our lifetimes, where about 12,000 Navajos were moved off their land. I'm very thankful for my heritage and my culture. I'm thankful for where I grew up. And I'm thankful that I actually went back there to teach and to inspire students to pursue some of these career and tech fields. but it wouldn't have happened unless I had access to that technology. So, you know, back to October last year, I actually got to meet Steve Wozniak at one of our events and share with him that story and thank him for tinkering around with some computers and creating this thing that ended up on the Navajo Nation and that completely changed my life. So I think technology since then has grown a lot more. It's much, much bigger. It's not just about IT. Like I mentioned, we got data science, cybersecurity, artificial intelligence. There's so many opportunities out there for you as students right now. You simply have to get access to that. So whatever you have access to, start playing around with it. Start creating things with it and see what you can do with the Chromebook you get from school or a tablet you get from school, or even just something you get for Christmas. You know, maybe you get an Oculus Quest. Start figuring out how to create VR worlds rather than just consuming those VR worlds. And I think if you do enough of that, you'll gain experience and you'll start getting a feel for what areas you want to move into. Animation, I was shocked at that statistic that was in the video when I first saw it, that for every one programmer, you're going to need 7 visual animators. When you think about that, that's true. Data science becomes really big because we're collecting more and more data, but you need people who can represent and visualize that data in a way people can understand. AR, VR worlds, you know, we need animators to create the models that go in there and that move and that are very realistically animated. All of these areas need more and more people. So I think even in 8th grade, you're not too young to start playing around with these different pieces of technology and figuring out what you can do with it. So any questions from teachers, students?
We do have, we have one from our student, Caden.
All right, Caden.
What your everyday work is like. What's a typical day for you in your work day?
Oh man, a typical day for me, I usually get up around 4 a.m. and then I start planning my day and then I get right to work. The reason I get up so early is because we're a global company. So we have people that I need to connect with at certain times, and 4 a.m. just kind of seems like the best time to connect with all of those people. It also allows me to get a lot of my workday out of the way. So I usually answer emails and get caught up on that. And then I'm actually in a lot of Zoom meetings where we're collaborating with a partner or we're talking to schools. There's even a few times I've dropped in on students in the classroom and, you know, just did some of these smaller talks. Some of the typical IT stuff, but most of the day is about creation. So right now I'm working on creating an AR VR experience, working on creating videos for our animation and our mobile development curriculum. So it's constantly learning, constantly being creative, and just getting to create new things that people are going to appreciate and enjoy. I usually work out around 11, have lunch. I'm really disciplined. I'll wrap up my day around 2 o'clock, but sometimes I get so immersed in what I'm doing and really excited about it that I end up going until 4 or 5. But I just don't notice the time because I'm doing what I absolutely love. So that's kind of a typical day for me.
That's great. We have another question from Jerica. Is your job fun?
Oh yeah, absolutely. It is so much fun. But I'll tell you something though, every job I've had has been fun. Even in high school when I was mowing what we called lawns, it was actually just a bunch of weeds and stuff, or washing somebody's car. I had fun doing it because I just like making things better. So no matter what situation I'm in, if I have an opportunity to make it better or create something to students, whatever opportunity is placed in your path, have fun doing it. Don't sit around and say, this is boring, or I wish I could do something else, because you don't know where that opportunity is going to lead you. So for instance, with Waz Ed, I was teaching one of their kits as a teacher, and I had a lot of fun doing that. And then they said, hey, we actually need some more developers. Would you be willing to develop a kit for us? So I wrote a coding kit for them and cybersecurity kit, I think. Then they invited me to this event. It was up in my area. It's an isolated town, no stoplights, nobody knows about it. Nobody notices you up there. But if I had taken the attitude that, this is just a summer curriculum, no big deal, I'm just gonna let the kids mess with it and getting the kids excited about this content, then I wouldn't have had that opportunity to meet Steve Wozniak and actually work for his company. So I would say whatever opportunities you have now as an 8th grader, take them, whether you think they're boring or not, and then you do what you can to make it fun and make it better. And you're going to start creating more opportunities for yourself.
Okay, we have a question from one of our teachers, Melissa Henry, and she says, my students tend to get frustrated when challenged to think. What advice can you give them to stay encouraged?
Yes, I experienced that as a teacher. So when we would go over web development and programming, it would be very difficult for my students to stay and engaged, because when you really get deep into programming, it's a lot of stuff to remember. There's a lot of stuff you got to memorize, and it's very difficult to stay engaged. I think for students to stay encouraged and engaged is to make time for creativity, make time for fun. You know, you can just develop a website for a client and get it done, or you can have fun doing that. I don't think a lot of students realize that they have a lot of choice in making things fun, right? They just expect their teacher to make it all fun and make it all engaging. But we are born to naturally love learning. If you don't love learning, you don't survive. That's just the way humanity works. And so there's a natural desire in us to learn because it helps us survive. And then when you get really good at the survival thing, then you can start having fun beyond that. And I think the fun is present, it's there, but the students need to make that choice to have fun. They need to develop their curiosity. And that's what I love about technology, is that there's so many things to get curious about. You know, the goggles right now that I get to play with next week. I'm curious about how certain things work on it and what I can do to create it. So all that to say, I think the best way to stay encouraged is to, number one, make the choice to have fun. And number two, start creating something. Whatever is placed in front of you, how can you use that knowledge? How can you use that technology? Even if it's a worksheet, how can you use that to create something and make it better? And I think that you're going to stay encouraged and engaged.
Awesome. One last thing, we have our middle school audience, and they're, getting ready to go into secondary school. What are the top 3 skills that you think are key for, moving up in their career pathway? What should they really work on?
Yeah, I think that the top 3 skills are not so much tech related as they are character related. Number one, I would say you need to be self-disciplined. If you have an area that you're interested in, you've got to work on it every day. That's why your teachers encourage you to get practice on things, right? So that you become more, you become a master at it eventually if you do that incrementally day by day. So I think you need to be self-disciplined. And I've experienced this. I mean, there's been times I've gone on like a 2 or 3 hour YouTube binge, just watching mindless stuff. And then I get to the end of that and I'm like, what in the world have I accomplished, right? There's nothing wrong with that. If I take, 15, 30 minutes to watch some funny videos or something, and then maybe I can spend the rest of that time watching some videos teaching me how to refine my animation skill. And then I actually sit down with my graphics tablet and computer and I try to use that skill. So I think having self-discipline is very, very important. Because the older you get, you have more choices, and the choices you make now as a teenager are going to affect you down the road. So just be self-disciplined and making the right choices now. Secondly, I would say those people skills are incredibly important. I work as a team constantly every single day, and we wouldn't be able to accomplish what we accomplish as a company unless we worked as a team. And so we enjoy being around each other. We enjoy supporting each other. We enjoy just talking with each other. And I think those relationships that you build right now, you've got to learn how to work as a team, even with people that you don't exactly like being around. Like, I tend to be very robotic and geeky, so I think sometimes people don't enjoy being around me because that's just my whole world. But I've still got to be able to interact with people who have interests separate from me. And then thirdly, I would say find a mentor. No matter where you're at, there are people around you that care about you, whether that's a parent, a relative, someone in an after-school club, a teacher, a coach. There are adults in your life that want to see you be successful. And you need to find those few adults, and you need to just ask for advice, and you need to ask for help even. And I guarantee you, if you ask them for help, they will help you. So even if I didn't end up in a tech field, which is kind of a miracle I did, because the community I grew up in didn't have a lot of technology, I still would have been in a good place simply because I reached out to people older than me who cared about me and were willing to give me advice and kind of point me in the right direction.
Thank you so much. That is great advice. And I know all the students have enjoyed hearing from you. I don't see any more questions. I'm just going to check once more if we have anything from our teachers. I don't. So if there's some closing words you'd like to have and just encourage them to keep on their path, that would be great.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you guys for watching my face. I wish I could see all of your faces. But hopefully I see your face on a magazine cover or a movie or someplace someday doing something great. I encourage you right now as a teenager, do not waste your teenage years. I have a son in 8th grade, and he's actually really into animation. And I've given him opportunities to start just animating stuff. So for you as a student, start right now. If you're into drones, if you're into robotics, if you're into animation, get your hands on something like that and then start playing around with it and seeing what you can create that other people can enjoy. Steve Wozniak said, wherever smart people work, doors are unlocked. And we take that to heart as a company. I know all of you are smart, and I really want a lot of your opportunities to be unlocked if you simply make the choice right now to start creating things. So, and get those mentors. Can't emphasize that enough. So that's my advice, and I know you guys will do great. Thank you for letting me join you.
Thank you, Stuart, for joining us. I'm so glad that you could make it. We're now going to move on to our advanced manufacturing company, KTG, Kruger TG, and I'll get that set up. Thanks again, Stuart. Okay, everyone. So our next session is with Advanced Manufacturing Company, Kruger TG. I am going to play their video that we have for you first. Then we'll move into the question period.
Kruger Tissue Group. We are right now based out of Canada, and this is the only U.S. and we're trying to get that business strong in the U.S.
Here in our mill, we manufacture tissue products for the home, commercially, industrially. So tissue products, they make see at home are like facial tissue, toilet paper. So during the pandemic, they would have had impact there for their community where they were producing something so essential to the community. Specifically with this site in Memphis, we are over 1.4 million square feet large. That's over 24 football fields big. So it's massive. And within this facility, we have over 500 jobs.
My name is Chandrika Withers. I'm an asset leader. What I love to do about the job is I like to come in every day and be challenged with making the best production that we can make for every homeowner, every consumer, every industry that, I mean, everywhere you go, you have to have one of the paper products. So I like to do that, and that's what I love to do the most.
My name is Craig Joyner, and I work here at KTT. I'm an electrician, better known as E&I technician, and I love my job. The thing I love most about it is it's a continuous to learn. Always learning and getting better. And technology is learning, constant learning. And I love science, so it works out for me. I love it.
I probably have the easiest job out of everybody. Or maybe not. I think I just look at it that way. I deal with different personalities. I probably got like 16 people that I have to deal with. For me, it's easier because I get to train my guys and girls as they go along and vicariously live through their success. When I see them do something that I've showed them, it makes me feel like I succeeded as well. So I try to keep a calm temperament. I don't know. I just look at my job as a little bit easier than everybody else.
I came in as a labor pool worker, and I worked my way from labor pool up into the technician positions, which are, you have a range of 1 through 3 technician. From there, I found myself getting kind of bored. So I wanted to venture off. And when I ventured off, I became one of the lead techs. So as I became a lead tech, I started getting in that box again where I kind of got bored. And so I came into a process tech. From a process tech, I went from process tech and working on tools and doing things on the machine, saying, hey, I'm almost a mechanic. They said, hey, how would you like to take a line? So when I took over the line, I have to take all the technical stuff that I'm used to doing, which is working on the floor every day, and take a step back and look at the bigger picture. So I help with projects and what's the next development. So when Craig said that the industry is constantly growing, we're talking about things that are like 60 years old that we have to bring up to where we are now in 2020. They're pretty open door policies. So we have an open door, we go in, we sit down, we discuss. I say, hey guys, kind of getting bored with this. And they were like, huh, you sure? Yeah, I'm sure. Then they think about it and they see who I am as a person. They also know what I have as a challenge as well. They know the things that I like. They know the things that I don't like. They know the things I'm strong at. So it's like a family-oriented company. So once I tell them, hey, if the job position comes open, you bid on it and you get the opportunity versus skill or will or whatever you do is your altitude. You got to have the attitude to get to that altitude.
Started off as an ordinary case packer. I started off case packing and I moved from there to a wrapper. I moved from wrapper to winder, and that's pretty much the converting state of it. And after converting, after I got to the winder, I wanted to broaden my horizon a little bit. I wanted to move further. And, you know, there was other opportunities for me. And I knew that electrical was my thing. And I moved from that department, I moved to manufacturing. From manufacturing, I moved up to third hand, back tender, and I actually got into electrical. That's when I asked for the company's help as far as my schooling. And they have a program as far as tuition reimbursement and stuff like that. So the company helped me a lot as far as going through school, and so much opportunity. And I couldn't thank them enough. But yeah, a lot of opportunity for growth, and yeah, I'm still growing. I got to keep up with the times because, like I said, it's changing. Always changing, so I got to keep up. Still moving.
We have the operators, we have electricians, we have accountants in finance, we have IT, we have quality techs, we have HR, just like me. And in the C-suite, we have people in product development, we have the general managers, we have people in sales. So really, whatever you're looking to do, there's a spot for you at KTT, and there is something that you can work on. So it's pretty exciting.
Whatever you think you're capable to do, you can do it. Don't doubt. Don't doubt yourself. you can do it.
The only thing that I would add is you can't change nothing but the person that you look at every day in the mirror. If you work on the person that's in the mirror every day and do the best that that person can do, you'll do the best in life.
And I would say always be willing to learn something new, but always be willing to also relearn something old. One of the worst things you can be in any industry is a know-it-all. If you think about it, if you know everything, life is pretty boring.
Okay. Yes, so we have with us today Arthi Kalyan. I hope I said that right. Apologies.
Good, Arthi Kalyan. I'm so happy to be here.
And so we just watched a video about KTG, and Arthi, what I'd like to ask you to do is tell us, just a little bit more again, because you're here with us live, about the company, the different types of roles that you have that are available to people to follow their career pathways. And then what we'll do is we'll take some questions from the teachers that we have online with us today, as well as our students that are participating in the theaters, and we'll go from there.
Sure. So I work at Kruger Tissue Group in Human Resources. And what KTG really does is everything from start to finish when it comes to manufacturing. So we actually have the CN trains come in, drop off bales of pulp. We take these bales, we break them down, and we make a slurry. We use all sorts of different recipes depending on what product we're making. So you want toilet paper to break down easy. You want kitchen paper towels to be stronger and more absorbent. So depending on the product that we're making, we make recipes. And then we use the slurry to make massive parent rolls of tissue. They look like toilet paper rolls for giants. So they're like 2 tons big, they're massive. And then after we manufacture the tissue, we take it to the converting side, which is where they convert it into the products that our customers want. So whatever you see in the stores, we unwind these massive parent rolls, and then we make smaller packs of tissue out of them. So in terms of rolls that are available, it takes so many resources and so many people to create a single roll of toilet paper. So whether it's the person unloading the trains, whether it's co-packers, which is our entry-level position, or the engineers, the designers who work on the embossing, the marketing team that then sells it out, the technicians who operate these machines. So really there's a job for everyone depending on what you're interested in doing and what field you want to go into. It's very exciting.
That's great. We are talking today with our kind of middle school audience. So they're thinking about moving into, high school where they have to pick their different programs and courses. What are some of the key programs that they should focus on that will help them, further their career with a company like yours?
Yeah, for sure. So I think whatever course you do take, being all in and really studying so you can practice your communication skills, regardless of what field you go into. Your communication and your analytical thinking will be very important. We want employees that can think, that can make decisions. So that is really important. Math, I know a lot of people aren't a fan of math, and there are a lot of people that love math, but no matter what you do in life, math is an important subject. If your high school has employee programs or courses that are about manufacturing or industrial, if they're industrial courses, I would encourage that as well if you're into manufacturing. And that leads nicely into like engineering and those other fields as well. So really whatever you pick, be all in and be a present student. That's the best advice I can give you.
That's great. We do have a question from Melissa Henry. I think you answered a little bit, but what skills do your employees need to have? And maybe we can talk a little bit about some of those soft skills, the ones that aren't necessarily like math or science, but what do you need from your employees as part of the team?
So I think with our employees, being able to prioritize is a very important skill, no matter what job you're in as well. But even with our employees, you're going to have lots of different tasks that you have to do during the day. You'll be working on something and then a machine will call your attention or another employee will call your attention. you have to be able to differentiate between what is urgent, what needs to be done right now, or what is important. So being able to really differentiate is important. Being analytical is very important. So being able to look at a problem and be like, okay, so why is this happening? What could be leading to this? So really thinking critically is an important skill to have. So when you're doing your assignments, really just don't answer the questions, but get deep into why might they even be asking that question? What is the importance of that question? So question the questions too. Just being a problem solver, I think would be important. So communication, problem solving, prioritization, these are skills that will help you in any career that you go into.
Okay, that's great. Can you tell us what a typical day is for maybe even you in the HR realm?
Prioritization, when I come in the morning, since manufacturing is usually a 24-hour operation, things happen at night, things happen on the weekend, things happen at 4 a.m. So really just catching up and being aware of what's going on is the first thing that I do, because my priorities may have changed since yesterday. So being on top of what needs to be done there. And then from there, anything that is urgent for the day. So if it's meetings that I have planned with employees to help map a career path, maybe it's training, maybe there's an employee relations issue that happens and we need to talk through that, or maybe it's just a slow day and I get to catch up and file, or the simple things. So HR is a little bit of everything. So I really enjoy that. With the people on the manufacturing floor, it's really working safely. That is the number one priority. Making sure you go home the way you came to work, but really being involved with the manufacturing process, whether it's checking on quality to make sure it's meeting all the specifications, whether it's changing the product that we're manufacturing today based on the schedule, or maybe it's training because you want to get into a different position, so you're just observing another operator. So every day is different, and that's what keeps it exciting.
That's great. I have just one question here. What are some of the things that you look for in a resume when you're hiring for KTG? What catches your eye on someone's resume?
That's a great question. So the first thing I do is I scan it really quick and I just look for, is it formatted well? Are there no spelling mistakes? So before I even get into the content, I do a quick sweep. And that really tells me if the person is detail-oriented, if they proofread, if they put effort just on the basics. And if the basics are there, then I scan through and I read, okay, what skills might this person have? If someone is just entering the workforce, they may not have other jobs, and that's okay, but how involved were they in their school? Were they participating in extracurriculars? Are they volunteering in the community? All of these different things that you do in high school, whether it's getting involved in different clubs, or you were part of like a dean's list or something like that, which shows that you studied really hard, or you volunteered in like a cleanup or something like that in your community. All of these little things are important to capture, just to show us the kind of person that you are, what's important to you, and what your work ethic is like. So capture all of that in like a notebook or like in a little memo on your phone or something, and just so you can pull from that later when you're applying for jobs.
Oh, my mute button didn't work there. In terms of the different areas, could you just list for the students the like kind of key areas that you guys have? I know you have like manufacturing, but you might also have transportation and delivery. You might have sales. Can you just give them a rundown of those kind of key areas?
Sure. So I guess the operations is the biggest part because manufacturing is our key focus. And then we also have logistics, which is huge. So logistics is like shipping, things like making sure that we're getting product to the customers when they need it, making sure the logistics are all fine, so all the routes are mapped out, there are no delays, all the planning, the forecasting for, okay, so last year, this is how many products were ordered, how much we sold, what do we think it'll be for this season? So just looking forward based on the past trends. So logistics is a really big one. Sales is really important because we want to make sure we get it out to the people. Marketing is another really big field of importance, just to make sure that people are aware of what we're making. Finance is so important as well, just making sure we have the money and the budget to do everything that we're doing. And if we're looking at investments in the future, so, okay, this is the new technology in tissue. What do we need to make it happen? Can we afford that machine? Or let's expand into another facility. So finance is really important as well. I think those are the major ones. I might have forgotten a whole bunch of departments, but those are the main ones that come to mind. And human resources, so as well.
That's awesome. I think that's the end of our questions. I don't see any others. So Arthi, I do want to thank you for joining us live. And I know there was some great information in the video we showed previous to your interview. And students, if you have any questions that you would like to ask KTG, just touch base with your teachers or send it to us in the chat, and we will collect them up. We'll send them out to Arthi, and she'll get answers for us, and we'll share those with your teachers.
Yeah,
but thank
sure.
you again for joining us, Arthi.
Take care, everyone. Bye.
Bye. I am going to go back. We ran long a little in the morning. I am going to go back to a little video I have on Junior Achievement Memphis, and I'm going to play that for you next.
Back, everybody. So before we cut for lunch, some of the theaters have broken early, and we'll start tuning in the next couple minutes, and some of the other theaters might be running a little bit late and might be joining us a little bit after 11:10. And what I've set up for you all is series of videos that we've shot in the last year over here at Tech Ed to Go. One of them is featuring Dr. Jill from NASA and Destin from YouTube Smarter Every Day. And it was filmed in Rocket City, Alabama, which is Huntsville, where they built the Saturn V rocket, and where a lot of rocket companies are based nowadays, and they call it Rocket City. So, so we're going to be hearing from Destin on stage at our live hackathon that we streamed in the fall. And in the spirit of Smarter Every Day, of Rocket City, of Alabama, you can hear my bird in the back chirping. Don't mind her. I'm going to play a little bit of the launch that happened over the weekend. It was SpaceX. They had the first crew mission with their new Falcon rocket and Dragon capsule. So I wanted to play a bit of that. One thing I need to do is make sure the sound's going to come through. Just give me a second here. Yeah, it'll come through. Great. So let's watch a little bit of this on YouTube, and then let's answer some skill testing questions about Mars, which I found on the National Geographic website, and it's a cool place where you find a lot of fun educational games, so why not have some fun today? So just a little bit about the a little bit of highlights, I suppose, from the launch.
Light. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition. Liftoff.
And resilience rises. Not even gravity contains humanity when we explore as one for all.
M1E propulsion is nominal.
That's the word we want to hear. Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
I love how like a second
30 seconds into this historic mission flying.
I love how about a second before the launch pad like cuts the lights and all goes dark, so that the only light that you could see is the light from the rocket. I think that's really cool.
Vehicle now traveling at 262 meters per second.
Falcon 9 is supersonic.
There's that call out. The Falcon 9 is supersonic, and we will be passing through Max Q here shortly, the largest structural load during ascent.
Max Q.
And there's that call out. That Falcon has passed through Max Q.
1 Bravo.
And we've just entered Stage 1 Bravo abort mode. That's going to take them through the end of the first stage burning just before second stage activates off the coast of North Carolina.
This is just so cool.
T plus
Isn't
1
this
minute
the
and 40
coolest thing in the
seconds
world
into flight.
that
Dragon
we're
and Falcon 9 traveling
sending people back
709
into
meters per
space
second.
from American soil? We're going to
That call
start
that MVAC chill is underway.
sending people back to the moon and Mars. Let's check out this Mars quiz since SpaceX plans to go back there. So just so you all know, we've disabled the chats unfortunately for the day. I'd love to be asking you all in the chats how many moons does Mars have. So instead you'll have to just watch me guess. And I guess you could just laugh at how little I know about Mars. So how many moons does Mars have? I feel like it probably has one. It's such a small planet. 2 moons. So Mars has 2 moons named Phobos, meaning fear, and Deimos, mean for panic. So yeah, that goes in the whole theme of like Mars' nickname, which is the red planet. I knew that one. That's easy. About how long would it take to travel to Mars? I've heard that it's 8 months, but I've also heard that it can be longer. So I think 8 months is the shorter version because it all depends like how close Earth and Mars are to one another, right? In their orbits. If the sun is between Earth and Mars, I could imagine that would take years. But I've heard 8 months, so let's go with that. Yeah. Okay. Next. True or false? Scientists have found evidence of liquid water on Mars. Liquid water? I'm gonna say false. Oh, they have found liquid water on Mars. That's really cool. I've heard about like their polar ice caps, but liquid water, that's news to me. That's awesome. This planet is named after the Roman god Mars. What is he the god of? That's war. I know that one. That's what I was saying before. It goes with the themes. Like the 2 moons are named after. Oh, I'm getting some info in the chat from Mary saying not real liquid, it's evidence. So of water on Mars. Okay. So I know that it's the god of war, and it's pretty cool that they named the 2 moons sort of accordingly in the same theme. What time is it? We're 3 minutes until I play Smarter Every Day, an exclusive that we shot with Destin from Smarter Every Day and Dr. Jill, who is the International Space Station scientist who is in charge of reclaiming water on the International Space Station for drinking purposes. So you'll see all about that. Mars is the blank planet from the sun. Okay, so we got Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars. That's 4th. All right, we're doing well here. Okay, Mars' atmosphere has too much of which gas, making it impossible for humans to breathe without a spacesuit. Oh gosh. So I've heard about Venus having that runaway greenhouse effect, which would be carbon dioxide. I've heard that Mars has a really thin atmosphere. What's a heavy gas then? Yeah, let's say carbon dioxide. Yeah, all right. True or false? Mars has the largest volcano in the solar system. I don't know. This is pretty easy because I'm 50% right or wrong, right? I wish I could crowdsource this one. Let's see the moderators, if the moderators are watching. Terry, Alice, Tanya, Frank. Does Mars have the largest volcano in the solar system? Ooh, I think Mary's typing an answer. Okay, let's say false. Let's say false. Oh my goodness. Olympus Mons is so large it would cover the state of Arizona. That's that looks like a big. It looks like one of the pimples I used to get when I was in middle school. Okay, what color is the Martian sky during the day? This is going to be a guess. I'm going to say orange just because it's like the red planet, right? Incorrect. The sky is yellowish brown in the daytime, but turns blue at sunset and sunrise. That's got to be really nice. Yeah, okay. All right, folks, we're 1 minute away until we premiere our Smarter Everyday video that was filmed during the NASA Space Apps Challenge. True or false? People have walked on Mars. Not yet. Hopefully they'll have to modify this answer in the next couple years. Viewed results. I got 60%. Oh no. I would have done better if I had you guys on chat. I'm sure you would have corrected my incorrect ones. All right, well, I'll give it a better shot with the different game after we watch a few videos. So TechEd2Go is a big media company. We, as you can see on the web, as you probably saw on the website, we have tons of media. Even in our watch video section, we have hundreds of videos, and we have had the opportunity to film some pretty interesting folks. So we went to Huntsville, Alabama, just down the road, and we met Destin from Smarter Everyday. He took the stage at the NASA Space Apps Challenge, and I'm going to show you how that all went down. And then we'll be back afterwards to play a few more games.
Hello. How's it going? Everybody doing okay? My name's Destin Sandlin. I have a YouTube channel called Smarter Every Day, and this is Dr. Jill Williamson.
Yes, good morning. Thank you. I'm just going to drink my coffee here.
Yeah, I'm drinking coffee as well. Do you know what we're here to talk about? So if you had to guess what Dr. Jill Williamson does, what would you, I don't know, just guess. What do you think? She has a PhD in chemistry. That's what? Eclipse. Okay, whoever said that's not allowed to talk anymore. All right, so yes, the answer is Eclipse. What do you think you need to do when you go to space? Like, what are the things you have to consider and have to think about? What do you think? Like, you're gonna go to space. What do you get a suitcase over here, right? You want to do it that way? You want to talk about the suitcase?
So you're packing for space. What do you need for your trip? Some clothes. Clothes. That's
clothes,
important.
Yeah.
Yep. Food, snacks, all right? Coffee, that's probably the most important one. Yeah. Water, yes.
Water, that's good. Hey, tell me more about water. Why is water important in space? You can hydrate, that's right. What about over here? You guys aren't talking. You're kind of just chilling out, letting all these ladies over here do the work. What's up? Think about water. What's the deal with water in space? Take a bath? I don't know. Do they take a bath in space? No. They do?
No, they actually don't.
So here's a funny story. My grandfather actually worked on the first shower on Skylab. Did you know this?
I did not.
So my grandfather used to work at Marshall Space Flight Center, and he helped make the first shower for space. And I read the reports from where they work. You know, the astronauts were talking about the shower, and they're like, "Yeah, you know, it was great being in space, but that shower was awful. Didn't work very well." So that's our legacy. You know, the Sandlins made bad showers in space. Okay, so I would like to know more about what's on the table over here. Do you want to just let the cat out of the bag and explain what you do?
Sure, yeah. Okay, so I work with pee. I work with pee on a daily basis, so it's like I go to work and this is my life now. And so
to be clear, when she says pee, she's talking about pee.
Yeah, not
like
the fake
urine.
stuff. Like you don't buy it on Amazon. This is like the real stuff.
Can we talk about what's in the box over here? So let's do this. Let's talk about we are packing for space, right? Are these your things?
Yeah.
These are your things? Can you explain what they are to me? Because I don't know.
Yeah.
What does this represent?
You're just kind of messing
This is a
around with stuff
recycling.
here.
What do we have here?
Yeah, so really I'm going to try and be safe and come up to the front. But essentially, if I'm packing for space, I want to take everything I need to like stay alive, right? But I want to be comfortable. I want to like do just leisurely stuff. I want to pack everything: clothes, food, snacks, all of my water, and all of my air to sustain, life, to be happy and comfortable. So if I had to take all of my air, look how much space it is to take up in my suitcase. But as soon as, of course, all of my packing is coming out of the suitcase, but as soon as I can take some of my air and I can recycle it, then I don't take as much space anymore. So now I have room for all of this other stuff, my health and my space suits and
wait. Let's pack.
Yeah.
So what we got? What is this? So here we're gonna pack. So I've got clothes. So can we put these in our suitcase here? Okay. So Jill, you're gonna pack for us. Let's just take everything out of our suitcase. Let's just do this right. All right. So we got all the stuff. Let's literally pack for space. Okay. So I like to not be naked. So I'm gonna put clothes in there. Is that cool?
Yeah, that's a good.
Okay,
choice.
and so I'm noticing these boxes are different sizes.
Right.
What's the deal with that?
If I wanted to take all of my air,
because you got to breathe, right?
Yeah. But now I don't have room for it. This is all I needed to do my mission. But hey.
So how do you do that?
So now I can take some of my air and I can recycle it. Now I have so much more room.
Okay, wait. Okay, let's think out loud here. So we're breathing air in the room, right? What's in the room? When we say air in the room, what oxygen? What else? Carbon dioxide. What else? Nitrogen. That's most of it, right? So what you're saying is, if we were to take all the air,
take all of my air,
then all of our rocket fuel would be spent getting the air up to space, right? Right? Okay, so we don't want to do that. We want to take just enough air. So this is just enough air, right?
Yep.
And this is enough air to do what?
To recycle it.
To recycle it. So we breathe our air. When you breathe in, what do you breathe out? So in goes the what? Out goes the... Okay, got it. So we're going to take oxygen and we're going to convert it. Once it goes to carbon dioxide, we're going to come up with something fancy to get it back into oxygen.
Yeah.
So we breathe in oxygen, breathe out carbon dioxide. Our spaceship is going to turn it back into oxygen, right? Okay, what else do we have? So
and then if I wanted to take all of my water, again, same story. All the water I wanted to bring, now I can't take anything else, nor can I actually take all that I needed.
Well, how do we do that? Do we use this again?
Yes, I actually have one dedicated just for the water. So now I can just take some of my water and I can recycle it.
Okay, but that's kind of gross, right? So let's think about this. So this is, for example, my coffee over here, right? So Jill, if I take my coffee and I drink it, this is today's coffee. I drink it. Where is it now? Where is it? Stomach, and then it goes to my bladder. And then what? Then you pee it out. Oh yeah, you got it. You just figured it out. All right, so the coffee goes into your system, and then you pee it out. And so, drink your pee. Is that? Well, let's ask her. So ask her your question.
So you're not actually literally drinking your pee. I mean, you actually do. You're doing this process here terrestrially, right? We have our sewer management systems, but we're taking that urine, that pee, and we're taking the water out. And so essentially, yes, you are drinking your pee.
So think about this. When you go to the restroom here and you pee in the toilet, where does the water go?
In the sewer.
Okay, and it just goes away magically?
No, like it goes to the ocean and then they clean it.
Do you really? So you're telling me there's a pipe that goes from this building to the ocean?
No, it's like a center. It's like a center.
What's that? Dr. Jill, You have a PhD in chemistry. What happens when I pee in the toilet?
So you have your local water treatment plants. So every town and municipality will have some way to take your sewer water, your toilet water, and they're able to clean it here in gravity and make that kind of sewage water into clean drinking water.
So what you're saying is we take our water here on Earth and we recycle it here on Earth.
Yeah.
Okay, but we have to be more efficient with it, though, right?
Absolutely.
So when we're going to space, we have to take just a little bit of water, and then we recycle it. So you're about to tell me, I think this is the punchline, that you pee, and then you filter it, and then astronauts are drinking pee. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes.
Who wants to be an astronaut?
Yeah.
No, I just want to go to space.
You just want to go to space? All right.
I'm not drinking water. Wait, isn't it true that they filter their water too into like when they pee, when they drink the water, it filters into pee? So if they say they filter in space, don't we filter it on Earth? So that basically means when we drink, every single time we drink water, we drink our pee.
Okay, so the question for the live stream is, doesn't that mean every time we drink water, we are kind of drinking what used to be our pee, right? Is that the question? Yes, I think that's right.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So I have a question for you, since you have a PhD in chemistry. So when I drink water and it goes into my body, the coffee is black, and I drink black coffee or black Coke or orange juice, and then when I go pee in the toilet, it's clear and yellow. What's happening there? Where does the color of my drinking stuff go?
So your body's really good at cleaning your kidneys, right? You have this special organ in you that really cleans what you're eating and drinking, right? And so then what actually gets released out of the body is going to still be majority water, but you're still going to have those little bit of everything else that you couldn't clean via your kidneys. And so some of that color is going to come from urea.
Urea?
Yeah.
What is my urea?
So a big component of urine is urea. And so when you have that smell of urine, right, that's that compound breaking down into ammonia. And so there's these chemical reactions that go on within the urine.
Okay, just let me ask some simple questions. Is it safe to drink just pee?
I hear Bear Grylls says that you can drink your urine like maybe 3 times. You can.
Really?
Then after that, then you don't want to.
But I mean, obviously, I don't want to at all. We have a question here. Yes, ma'am. Okay, no, that's a good question. And so she's basically asking if we recycle, and she asked it in a very respectful way. She said, if we're recycling our water or our pee, can you also recycle your food, which is wherever who's got the apple? Tell me the apple. Can we recycle our food, like the things that poop?
Yeah. So during these like future manned missions and our current manned missions, obviously we're going to have to not go number 1, but we also have to go number 2. And so there is a way to collect that side of our waste, but just fundamentally we don't really want to do too much to us, too much energy to try to reclaim the vital sources, be it water or some of that carbon content. So really what we do for these manned missions is we just collect the waste, but we just kind of package it up and throw it away. So there's really no processing, at least for our manned missions.
So let's talk about number 1 here. So we want to collect our urine and recycle it. So I'm seeing some containers here and it's not yellow. This is not yellow. That's green.
Yes.
My body doesn't make that.
No, otherwise you need to go see the doctor.
Okay, so it says alternate pre-treated urine.
Yes.
You have a glimmer in your eye about this. I'm gonna show everybody here. I almost spilled the urine on you. Oh, you want? Okay, so can you please explain what this is as I walk around?
Right. So I mentioned urine, right? Our pee has that kind of yellow color and it has that smell to it. That urea breaks down to ammonia. Well, on space station, our way of processing the urine, getting us that drinking water, is a relatively longer process. It takes a little bit, and so we have to stabilize the urine. We don't want that urea breaking down to ammonia, so like that gaseous, smelly bit. And so we stabilize it. So so this color you're seeing is the chemical that we use to stabilize the urine. And so it's a strong oxidizing agent, something that really, really stabilizes the urine. And also we ask to throw in a real strong acid in there to really drop the pH content. So you're seeing this kind of green color, so that's not what urine looks like in microgravity. That's just how we stabilize it until we can then process it.
My hands feel dirty now. Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like I shouldn't touch myself on my face or anything like that. So you pee in what in space?
So we have kind of an equivalent to a urinal on space station, and so with the assist of a vacuum, because water or liquid fluid's just going to go wherever it wants to go. And so when you got to go number one, we have to have an assist. We have to have that vacuum to help put it in a direction that we want it to go. And so then we have a tank that will collect our urine. And meanwhile, it's being stabilized. This kind of green chemical is added in with the urine, so it's stabilized. So we have a tank that we then fill up. And then after that, we'll start processing the urine and creating this kind of clean water for you.
So I'm seeing some other stuff on the table here. What is this?
So this just represents some of our components. I can't bring my entire urine processor assembly. They're relatively large components. They're on the hundreds pounds type sizing, real big, but
it's heavy, isn't it?
But listen here. So what we have here is just one little part, and that was kind of heavy, wasn't it? Right? It was probably about 5-8 pounds or so, but it's kind of original design is something like this, and this is probably 15, closer to 20 pounds. It's got some weight. I mean, I can get some workout in here, and so just this one component is manufactured in a traditional way. I'm drilling out, we're boring out the holes, kind of a traditional manufacturing. But what we have rolling here is a additive manufacturing. So now I'm using that 3D printing to make this same component, same functionality. But now it's about 60% lighter.
You guys have heard of 3D printing, right? Yes. So this is done with metal. This is kind of what I'm studying at school. So you're dealing with the pee, and I'm dealing with the parts that process the pee.
Yeah.
That kind of manufacturing stuff. That's what I deal with. So that's cool. That's neat stuff.
And so what makes this particularly unique is in our system of processing the urine, right? We have to stabilize it. I'm using that super strong oxidizing agent that's given this green color, but I also have a really strong acid in the environment, very corrosive. This solution is. And so if I were to put aluminum in there, it wouldn't take but a couple minutes before it starts breaking up.
Wait. Okay, so you said a bunch of things really fast.
Yes.
So you're saying the pee, once it's been processed, you get an acid out of your, so if I were to take urine and boil it, I would get a very concentrated form of that urine. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that what you're doing, or you're just treating it?
So right now we're just treating it, but
Okay.
but that treatment is a real strong acid and a strong oxidizing.
So what do you do with that? So I'm on the space station. I just peed in this device. It's called ECLS, right? Which stands for what?
Environmental Control Life Support Systems.
So I peed in the ECLS system, or ECLS took the urine, and then I separated it out, and then I've got this stuff.
Yes.
Where does this go on the spacecraft?
So now we throw that in our urine processor assembly. And so what we do is we have a fancy still. I'm boiling away the water, and I'm condensing it downstream.
And so but where does it go? Does it become, do you have a brick of solid pee stuff?
We would right? So if it was a solid brick, no water, then essentially I removed 100% of that water. But right now, our technology is just fundamentally, we just cannot remove 100% of the water. We're down to about 86% recovery. So imagine this is 100% water in my urine, my pee that I'm going to process. I throw it in our system, and this is what remains. It's about 80%, 86% water removal. So this is like a visual representation. So how much is left over? So just fundamentally, our particular system can't go to 100%. If I get this to 97% recovery, I'm really close to removing all the water, it becomes like molasses, like a real thick syrup. And in my technology, my pumps have little hoses and little pickup tubes, and I can't flow molasses in and out. And so it's fundamentally, I'm only getting to about 86% recovery of our urine.
So you said this stuff is an acid.
Yeah.
And you said that if you were to put something like metal in there, it would eat the metal away. So that part, where's that? Who has that 3D printed part? Where's it at? It's here somewhere, right? That valve.
Yeah.
So that valve assembly, is that called a manifold?
It's a manifold. Yeah.
So a manifold is like a place where you put a bunch of pipes in and you control flow out. So if this stuff is really acidic and it eats away metal, how do you keep that part from being eaten away and damaged throughout the process?
Yeah. So now you have to think about how compatible your material is. And so there was some studies done and lessons learned that, okay, maybe we can't make that part out of that type of metal. It's like aluminum, really no-go on this, but titanium is a fabulous material. It just doesn't react very much to anything. So that our new 3D printed parts that are in our urine processor assembly is going to be made out of titanium, and that will not eat away, will not corrode or get brittle in this environment. Yeah.
Like when you say you're only able to take 86% water away, so eventually will they run out of water to drink?
Excellent question.
That is a great question.
Can we repeat the question for the live stream? So what was your name?
Gabby.
So Gabby asked an excellent question. She said if I start with a certain amount of water and I can process and I drink it and I urinate and I get down to 86% water, in her mind she's drawing this graph and she's saying, oh, eventually I'm going to run out of water because every time I do the process I'm losing a little bit. Is that a good way to say your question? So yeah, do you eventually run out of water?
In the long run, yes, you do. And so right now, space station, right, we have this technology and we aren't at 100%, right? So a resupply is still necessary. So the idea of closing the loop, not needing a resupply, not needing our Amazon 2-day shipping, right? That we want to try and make our process more efficient at reclaiming all water, but this is just on the urine side at 86%. But what other sources of water is there? You know, it's not just about urine. Shower water, okay.
I have a question.
Yes.
Different question. Yes.
Do you actually produce this water? Like have an actual brand with this water?
Oh, that's an excellent question.
Oh, like do I make it to sell it? No, unfortunately we don't.
Why not?
Wouldn't that be amazing?
That would be amazing.
I know NASA needs more money, right? So maybe this is the route we need to go. Would you buy it?
Well, she asks a good question because I'm sitting here looking at a bottle of water. It says product water, 0.88 liters, 1.92 pounds. And can you read that number for me? What does that say? $48,000. Is this $48,000?
Yeah. So imagine this is how much one crew member on space station has to drink for one day. One crew for one day. It's just under a liter's worth of water to drink. If I had to ship this volume up space station, last time it was quoted for price-wise was about $25,000 per pound to ship something up space station. So this, not even a liter's worth, one crew for one day to drink would cost you $48,000.
So that means every drop of water we can squeeze out of yesterday's coffee is very expensive, right? So this cup of coffee right here, Dr. Jill's cup of coffee, that's probably $10,000 sitting there.
Yeah. So the more we can recycle, the more I don't have to ship water up, the more science we can ship up the space station. Because that's the point of space station.
So what you're saying is like, if I can save space, like I can recycle all this stuff, or you can't recycle the food obviously, but I take sandwiches and then I've got my recyclable water. Now if I look at I'm just dropping stuff, sorry about that. If I look at my suitcase, I can stick other stuff in there, like my experiments or more clothes or a real comfortable living space or something like that. Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely. So an exercise is also something else that you don't think that you have to pack. But for those long-term missions, you're going to have to do some exercise. You've heard of your bone loss in microgravity, muscle degradation. So you have to exercise to maintain that you can still move your arms and when you get back to Earth. And so exercise. And so if I don't have to ship up water, I can add more exercise equipment.
Okay, so I have a question. So thank you very much. I interviewed some astronauts one time about a device that they use to work out on the space station. They call it ARED, the Advanced Resistance Exercise Device, I think it is. And they found that in space, you don't use your muscles quite as much, but more importantly, you're not putting as much stress on your bones because you're not think about right now, what's happening? All my weight's going to my feet and it's going up through my hips, right? So my bones don't have to resist all this stuff. And they found that they're peeing the calcium out of their body.
Yes.
Okay, so if astronauts on the space station for, let's say, a year are peeing every day and their body's not using the strength of the bones, your body's smart and it's like, hey, I don't need this much calcium in my bones, and it starts getting peed out. Does that mean you guys see high contents
so
of calcium?
This was actually one of these real big lessons learned. NASA's very large and big in lessons learned, and so when our urine processor assembly went up space station back in 2008, we were using an acid, sulfuric acid. Sounds scary because it is scary. And when we were doing ground testing here at Marshall, we were collecting urine, like we weren't buying it, right? You go into the bathroom and there's this bucket and a funnel and you would contribute the science in. And we would run that pee in our systems on the ground, and we would run to 92% recovery, and it was beautiful. Ran well. We take it up to space station in microgravity. Now we were in a different environment. We didn't understand how much calcium came out. And so when you get into your chemistry classes, you learn about solubility. Can something dissolve in water? And turns out calcium with that sulfate. So we have two of these compounds. They see each other at high concentrations, and we precipitated it out. We formed this crystal here. This came off of orbit, so this flew in space. And so this little chunk here failed a multi-million-dollar piece of equipment.
That chunk?
One of the chunks. There was multiple of these chunks, but this was one of them. And so just something we didn't know. You can do all the testing you can here, and you just may not be able to mimic exactly the environment that your hardware or your technology will be in. And so we just weren't aware of how much of that calcium came out.
So, okay, we're not scripting any of this, but you're saying that this chunk of dried up astronaut pee messed up a device, part of the ecosystem in space, or something like this.
Yeah.
And we also know, I'm dropping pee over here. We also know that astronauts, can I pass this around?
I would rather not.
Okay, so astronauts pee out more calcium. So is this, in a roundabout way, is this parts of astronaut bones?
Yeah, oh yeah. That's a good way to think of it.
So astronaut bone goes into the urine and then goes through the system. You filter it out, and then it starts clogging up your machinery.
Yes.
Really?
Yeah, we were under in a condition that we just did not expect. So that sulfuric acid was basically the contributor of what makes this piece here. And so now we switched up how we were pre-treating, so the chemical that we use to stabilize, we basically changed up the chemistry, so we're now we won't see this anymore. And so we can't really engineer it out at the hardware level, but we engineered our problem using chemistry.
That's pretty interesting. I think that's really interesting.
Yeah.
Should we start taking questions, you think?
Yeah, you had a question right here. Yeah, so they really do the exercise on a daily basis. They're really trying to minimize that kind of that weakness when they come back. And so they try that they can. Of course, they're taking supplements too. So if they know they're losing all that calcium, well, they'll take some supplements to kind of backfill what they're releasing.
Oh yeah, when they put on the spacesuits, isn't it like really heavy on them, like when they put it on?
Well, when you're in microgravity, you have no weight.
So one thing, I got to try on a spacesuit one time at Johnson Space Center. And the question is, when they put on a spacesuit, is it really heavy? And yes, it's very heavy. However, in microgravity, it wouldn't be. But the one thing that I didn't expect is when you're wearing a spacesuit and they pressurize it, imagine being on the inside of a balloon animal, right? And all of a sudden what does a balloon want to do? You know, all the pressure tries to rush out and it fills it up. So one thing that I found very interesting is when I went to bend my fingers, I was having to bend the glove because it was filled, you know, like a balloon, like that. And so in order to close my hands, I had to bend against that. It was like being inside of a balloon. I thought that was really, really weird. Yes, ma'am. Do you guys have any questions in the back? Yes, sir.
So machines break down over time. How do you fix it? And does that mean astronauts have to learn how to become plumbers at some point?
Can you repeat the question in the microphone for
Sure.
the live
So
stream?
machines will break down over time, and everything needs to be fixed at some point. Space is no different. So do astronauts now have to become knowledgeable of plumbing and maintenance of that type of
Yes,
system?
so unlike the movie The Martian, where he was on Mars for like 4 or 5 years or however long it was, ecosystem never failed. That's not the case, right? We have limiting factors on our hardware, and really it comes down to your gears and motors, and you know, things do break down, and they do have to service our hardware. You know, if something does fail, these kind of critical components, they have to go in and basically take out the whole thing and put a brand new one in there. And they may have seen the procedure before they flew, before they started their mission, but it may have been 2 years prior. And so they may have seen it at one time, but then when they're doing the procedure, they may have basically seen it all over fresh to them. But the procedures are written, you know, as clearly as we can. And of course, if they have questions, they call down and they can ask me, hey, I don't understand this procedure, and so we can clarify for them.
So we actually have a question from the YouTube live stream from Brett. He's asking, do you have any IoT applications that are linked to the water supply on the ISS?
Right.
IoT is Internet of Things?
Internet of Things is what I'm assuming here, yes.
Okay.
So Internet of Things, so...
I guess more broadly, what kind of sensors and telemetry do you have sort of attached to the water supply and recovery?
So just specifically to our urine process, our little pee machine, we have over 100 sensors that we can monitor on a daily basis. You know, so it's we keep eyes on as much as we can while it's running, and we have software that really helps monitor for us, so we're not 24 hours watching. That we have in the code saying, hey, if this pressure sensor starts going really, really high, something's gone wrong, and you need to tell the crew, hey, something's gone on, or to tell console that something's gone wrong.
I have a super simple question. So I'm here on Earth in 1G, and you've got this bottle here, and there's little lines on it, and it says, okay, this is 525 milliliters of water. That's easy on Earth.
Yes.
Because of gravity. If I'm in space and I'm in a 0G environment, how do you measure how much water is in this bottle? Because it's going to be floating around, and you can't weigh it, and you can't look at a line on the side of it.
Yep.
So how do you know how much fluid is inside?
A lot of the containers that we have are essentially little bags, so you don't really have a hard kind of walled surface. That you think of like a little bladder bag that when it's empty, you've basically sucked it out. So if you kind of suck in a container like your little vacuum sealer.
Like a Capri Sun kind of thing?
Yeah, like when you're sucking everything out and everything collapses in. So when it's empty, that kind of bag is really squeezed. And so just visually you can say, hey, it's empty. But then as it starts filling, you know, it'll start filling up like our balloon, and you can kind of get a visual cue. And so of course that container says, hey, when it's full, it's going to be some max volume, 1 liter of volume when it's full. And so when you go, well, it's about half full, you know, it's more of a visual type.
But getting back to what the gentleman asked back there, if you have a device that stretches and does things like this over time, does it eventually fail?
Yeah, so there are limiting cycles So when you can collapse your bag and expand the bag, that there's so many times it can do this function. And so these are life cycle tests that we can do here on the ground, but typically these life cycles are like in the millions, we can say, for some of our hardware. But we have sensors that can track, so sometimes our bags aren't necessarily a bag itself, but think of like a metal bag, kind of like an accordion. And so this accordion bag, but it's metal, that it'll just accordion out and expand out and collapse down. And we can have a kind of a strain gauge to kind of where's that position of that tank. And so we can do gauges on that.
That's cool.
Mm-hmm.
I'll ask one on the way.
Yes, ma'am.
So if the astronauts are, removing that much calcium from their body, are kidney stones a big problem in space?
Right, so we want them to be as hydrated as they can. And so the more hydrated, then the less likelihood of that. But I haven't heard of any.
I will say this, when you fill out the astronaut application, it is the history of kidney stones in your family is a big section of that. Yeah. So it's a big deal. They'll deorbit you, I think. Yes, ma'am. What's your question?
Will there ever be a first kid in space?
Totally.
Do you want to be the first kid in space?
Yes.
Then let's make it happen.
Totally. I think every astronaut, like deep down, they're all just kids. Like every astronaut I've ever met, they're really, really cool. And so, they get excited about the same things you get excited about, same things I get excited about. So I think deep down we're all just kids, right? It's just whether or not you take the time to invest in your education in school and learn things like how do I fix the pee machine on the space station, right? I think everybody up there's a kid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we had a question back here.
Back to you. I got you.
So I guess I have 3 consecutive questions. So question 1 was, do they use water for the oxygen production? And then I guess question 2 was, because of the 86% efficiency, does that play a factor in the future mission to Mars? And then question 3, for the mission to Mars, if they're using aquaponics to grow their food, would water also be an issue for that also?
Right, so of course we've laid heavily on the water side of ECLIS, so environmental control life support, so water recovery, but air revitalization is also the other major facet of keeping our astronauts happy, comfortable, and alive. And so the oxygen generation is, yes, via the water. And so we do take the water and we'll do electrolysis. We'll hit it with some volts and we split the water. And so we split the water into hydrogen and oxygen. And so we could just vent the hydrogen overboard, but turns out I can react that hydrogen with our CO2, the carbon dioxide. And that reaction generates water.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
I'm not good at chemistry, so
yes.
H2, so hydrogen plus CO2, and you can get more water out of it?
Yes.
And water's like the most valuable thing up there, right? So you're saying you can go from this and somehow, no, that's air. So we can somehow go from water to, and we can get to air, and then somehow we can go back to water.
Yes, there is a path for that.
That's awesome.
It's chemistry, right? That not necessarily NASA developed the chemistry. They look in literature and they go and research what had been done, and turns out carbon dioxide, so carbon O2, CO2, reacts with hydrogen in a catalytic environment, so some magic happens, and my byproduct is water. And so it's a really neat, it's not like a whole bunch of water, it's just some water, but just the idea that we can take our byproducts and react them. So that's the oxygen generation, yes, we do via the water. And so that will take some water from our little bank of accessible water. And so the 86% recovery, and that's just on the urine water recovery side. We have the other source of water in the cabin via just your humidity, right? We have humidity control. And so your moisture from your breath, your perspiration, all that becomes in your atmosphere. And so the humidity, right? We're in here in Alabama, we're very familiar with humidity, that we're able to condense, or collect that water. And that's actually a majority source of our water in the space station and for manned
So you're saying,
missions.
like outside, in a hot summer day, if I go to the air conditioning unit, sometimes there's a little pipe sticking out of your house?
Mm-hmm. And it's dripping.
And it's dripping water. And that's water that comes out of the air, right?
Yeah.
So you're saying Equalist does that?
Yes, it's fundamentally the same technology. Your little AC unit at your house is basically what we have on space station. It's just a way we have a hot side and a cold side. You got your cold drink on a warm summer day and it starts dripping. You have your little water droplets on your cup. That's what's happening. That cold surface, the water's gonna collect on that surface. And so that's what we have on space station. So that's the majority of our water. It's about 60% is from the humidity side, and then of course the remainder 40-45 is from the water. So we have ways to reclaim most of our other water at the 86%, but what we're actually working on, right? So my technology, our urine, our pee machine, I can only go to 86% recovery right now. I still have a lot of water in here, right? I can see it. It flows around, it moves around. But what we're working on, we're partnering with private industry. So it's not all about the government doing the research. That we work in tandem with other companies, small businesses, larger businesses, that we're working with a private company out there who's working on a brine processor, brine. So when I start removing water from something, things become more concentrated. So this is just super concentrated urine with all of the calcium and my acids and all that's left behind. So this brine. So a company is working on a brine processor to get this to near 100%.
So you can use Equalist to get down to 86%, and like your question earlier, this other company is getting us even further, so we can get closer to 100%. So we can have more solid pee and more water we can use.
So we're trying to close that gap as much as we can to help support, because we know how much it costs just to get to space station. How much is it going to cost to get to Mars?
I think
to support Gateway, support the moon missions.
I think you had a question, right? What was your question?
How do you like when the pee machine breaks down? How do the astronauts know that it's broke? Like, is it a computer in there that tells them, or like, do you contact them in a certain way?
That's
a really good question.
Yeah, very good. So the crew, right, their purpose of space station is to do science. And so we try to minimize as much of their attention as we can. So when something goes wrong, typically people working console, like mission control, right? People are working console, that they'll be the ones that'll be notified. And primarily it will be via software, right? We have software that's coded in to help flag, hey, something's gone wrong. And so console will get the message. And then essentially at that point, depending on how bad that red flag is, then we will talk here on the engineering level here at Marshall to decide, hey, yeah, we need to have that component replaced. Or can we do it on our own end and do some troubleshooting on our own end? So we really try to minimize how much crew time to have them do, but it's right at the moment where they actually have to go in and do the maintenance to fix our stuff. Then we'll call them in and help support.
I just found something under the table, and I think it's what I think it is. It says, drink this when real water is over 200 miles away.
Yes.
Is this pee water?
That is for real, start to finish water. So we collected some of our pee, we collected some of our sweat, and we processed it start to finish in our kind of pee machine and our humidity condensate collection, and finally our water processor, that kind of final scrubber, that final filter, start to finish. That's what you got.
Somebody has to ask the obvious question. What is the obvious question here? What does it taste like?
You want to try it?
I can try it?
You want to try it?
It says 2005 on it.
It's vintage.
So this is pee from 15 years ago? Really?
Yes, it is true to form.
Can I smell it?
You can smell it. I may have a cup for you to sample if you want, but this is our vintage 2005
I smell it. I can smell.
What's it smell like?
It smells, it doesn't smell like pee. Can we drink it?
I'll take a swig.
Are you serious?
Yes.
I'm doing this. All right, so can I pour some and let people smell it?
Yeah.
So this is very expensive, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna let you pour it because I don't want to.
But there's like a technique, right? You kind of go.
You know how you
like
go to a
this.
fancy restaurant and
then-
like the
then
guy
you
brings
gotta,
the
like,
wine, it's
gotta
like, would
do
you
this,
like a
you know?
finest 2005?
Oh, sorry, I should have showed you the bottle first.
The bottle. Oh, it's just good.
Okay.
That's good. That's good. All right, so we can seriously drink this.
Yes.
I want somebody else to smell this. You guys want to smell it? We're gonna smell this pea water together. Let's just, hey, we're in it thick. Let's just do this, right? Just smell it.
You can do the technical wafting.
Wafting, yeah.
To
Do
waft
you have the
it to
microphone?
you.
Okay, so I want you to smell this. I want you to tell everybody in the room what it smells like. What's it smell like?
Like cleaning products, kind of? Like
Yeah?
bleach?
Like what?
Bleach.
Yeah? What does it smell like?
Like chlorine, with like
Chlorine? Is there any chlorine in this? No chlorine. Would you like to smell the pea water? You would? So do all fancy. Do you have to hold your pinky out when you drink this? No, she's no. You
It's also
just kind of smell it like that.
plastic.
Smelling thing?
Is that a BPA free bottle?
Smells like a
That's why
what?
we're just
fresh code.
Okay, she says it smells like the cup.
Well,
Okay. All right. So, can I seriously drink this? Okay.
I dare you.
You dare me. All right. So here we
I'll
go.
do it with you. That way
Chug.
we both
chug,
go down
chug.
together.
All right. So here we go. Ready?
All right, cheers.
I'm holding my pinky out.
All right.
This is so weird.
Who's ever gone camping
It's
and you had that iodine packet, that little pellet you put in your water? Kind of has that kind of medicinal, kind of metal kind of essence to your water.
I feel like the energy of astronauts is entering my body right now. Yeah, it's like,
And so what he
except you did this on Earth, didn't you?
Yeah.
Okay, this is an
Yeah,
astronaut.
this is an astronaut.
Am I drinking your pee right now? Did you work here in 2005?
I won't say.
Okay, so I've got
So basically, what you're smelling and what we're tasting is iodine. So
Matt, will you take a picture
so
of us?
we're
Here,
we're doing
just come up close. I really want this picture because I don't think I'm going to do this again. All right, so picture number 1, yeah, and picture number 2, pinky out. Yep. It's kind of it's sterile.
Oh.
It's sterile. And I like the taste. It's a dodgeball reference. Yeah. So all right.
Yeah, so we're tasting iodine because that is kind of the way that we keep the little bugs from growing. And so you were talking about chlorine because that's how we have our water stay clean, is using the chlorine in our water. But we don't use that as our choice chemical. It's iodine. So he's tasting this iodine as a way to keep the bugs from growing.
Yeah, I'm going to be real with you. It kind of feels like it's just water. And it feels like there's more of a mental hurdle to get over. Yeah. And, once I started drinking it, I was like, well, this is surprisingly boring. Meaning it's just water and there's nothing, we kind of like to go, ew, and stuff like that. But this is just how you stay alive on a long space mission. So go ahead.
Okay, we got 2 questions from the live stream. One is from L33, which says, when you process the pee and the bad sludge comes out of the system, what do you do with the sludge? Is that shipped away with the rest of the waste?
Right, so at the end of the day, we're done processing. This is what's left over. We don't want to process this to any more water recovery. That we basically have a really big tank of all of this fluid. And that shooting star you made a wish on, was that a star or was that?
Oh, you say they deorbit it.
Yes.
They deorbit, so they put it in.
So they put it in the vehicles that aren't meant to come back home.
And they burn up in the atmosphere. Yep. Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah.
And one more from Danny DeVito. I don't know if it's...
It's real. I choose to believe this is really Danny DeVito.
So the question is, with this technology, will the International Space Station ever become entirely self-sufficient?
I would bank on not entirely self-sufficient. We still have to have a human presence in there, just to help do the maintenance. Of course, maybe in 100 years our hardware will be never in a failing state, but we will still have to have some interventions.
Well, I think another thing Danny DeVito might be pointing out is, like, do we still need resupply missions Will we always need to ship water to whatever spacecraft? Or
I think if we are at 100% removal, or sorry, 100% recovery, yes, fundamentally we don't have to ship up anything. But wouldn't it be nice to just have some fresh water?
yeah, or like an apple or something like that. Yeah. I feel like I shouldn't waste this. Should I drink all of it?
Yes.
Because I can't put it back in that bottle, right?
I would enjoy it.
I'm pounding it. It's just water. That's pretty neat.
Yeah.
Any other questions before we finish here?
So is there any DNA left, and can you tell whose pee it is?
That would take some amazing science.
Really stripped.
That's a legit question.
That's a legit question. It's interesting. I want to say that we're probably aren't super like at microscopically DNA level clean, but we are really clean water. And in fact, what the astronauts and our crew are drinking, cleaner than what you drink here.
Wow.
Cleaner. Super, super clean. It's like that distilled water that you can buy in the bottles. That's at the level that the crew is drinking on a daily basis. Really, really clean. Maybe there's some DNA thrown in there, but I'm not a microbiologist.
So, question in the back.
Yeah, speaking of working with other industries, what the thing that you are working on now or in the future to reduce costs or other thing, smart ways or anything?
Right. So our baseline for space explorations beyond lower Earth orbit is the technology that we have on space station. But we can be better. I know I can be better. Our hardware does fail. And can we improve to make it more efficient, more reliable, more maintainable? And so we're actually actively working on making our hardware better. We're making heavy components. Sorry. To much lighter components using new and upcoming technologies. That additive manufacturing, although it's not necessarily new, but what we can do with it is changing. And so we're working at our hardware level to do technology demonstrations. Space station will become the new test bed. We're going to test all of the new stuff, our new upgrades and new technologies, right? This brine processor assembly, this is going to be new technology. We're going to test it. Space station is going to be the new test development platform to challenge us to test. We want to test in microgravity because I know what happens if I don't test in microgravity, things going to happen. We have to test in microgravity, and the closest science lab that we have is going to be space station.
It kind of feels like camping to me. Space station feels like a camping trip. And, the moon, we just, when Apollo astronauts went to the moon for the first time, they were just checking out, like scouting out a new place. Mm-hmm. Space station feels like practicing to live in space. And then when we go back to the moon, to me, it feels like kind of like the Lewis and Clark expedition, where you just start going out slowly, but we're not even past like St. Louis at this point, right? And so we have to slowly go further out into the unknown. And it feels like we have to learn how to do things like survive with the resources we have on hand.
Yeah.
So we're learning how to do space, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, sir.
So going off that DNA question that she said, you're collecting all of this urine in a tank before processing. So is it all mixed together so you couldn't tell anyway?
Right. It's relatively homogeneous of all crew using our urinal.
Is there a difference in the urine collected on the American side of the space station versus the Russian side of the space station?
Right. So there are basically 2 toilets on space station right now. We have and space station, it's the International Space Station, right? It's not just the U.S. side. There's this international agreement. So there is the Russian side has their own toilet, and we have our toilet. And so essentially, they're basically the same, but the only difference is when we collect our urine, we're using this alternative pretreatment that has the other acid, this phosphoric acid. The Russians are still using that scarier sulfuric acid, to where we could get back to this if we process a whole bunch of the Russian urine. And so there are a couple toilets on there actually in the space station. Yeah.
So whenever you build that machine, you said that one of your machines stopped due to the P cluster, I guess. And so Is there already a new machine to be so the old machine broke. So have you already came out with a new machine?
So what
Or are you still
failed, so
working on
what
it?
did break was one of the multiple components. There's different functions within our P machine that just that one little part, that little one of 5 broke. And so we were able to take the broken part and put a new one in. And so we have extras of what we need to make our machine work. Just the one part, yeah.
So if you think about, it's a really excellent question, because if you think about how you make an engineering system, right? You have all these things that are working together, and you could go down to the part level on every single component of it, like the gear or the tube or the bag, or you could make these line replaceable units where you could take out a whole assembly and put a whole assembly back in there. Like when you do your code for the apps challenge, right? Are you going to start at line 1 and go to line 2000 or whatever? And just you're going to have chunks of code that do different things, right? I assume your machine's the same way,
Correct,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, so you can replace different parts of a machine like that, like little component groups.
What happens if the astronaut gets lost in space?
Lost in space. Didn't they make a show out of that? So I guess in the space station itself, you have little modules, things sticking off, and I guess they could get turned around and lost in the space capsule. But I guess when they're going on their long-term missions, I would hope they wouldn't get lost, but hopefully they have their GPS system to get them back home.
In the back?
Yeah, quick question. You mentioned a boiler as part of the process. So what's the cost of running the boiler? What's your energy cost of putting the kettle on?
Right, so our P machine, our urine processor assembly, when we're running full bore, it is about 400 watts. So it really doesn't take much energy to get it done. I mean, that's like a light bulb, right? 400 watts. So it's relatively efficient on the power front, but we know we can be better. Just at the level of some of the heaters that we need for managing some other byproducts in the system, that we have to have these heaters, and that's like half the power right there. So if we can fix some of the problems that are driving the necessity of the heaters, then we can drop that about half.
I saw them hand the microphone to Bobak Ferdowski back there. He put a rover on Mars. Did you guys know that? Everybody recognize Bobak's Mohawk?
So you mentioned earlier about the Lunar Gateway and potentially further destinations. I'm curious how the fact that there's resources at those locations potentially affects the decision for how much more effort you put towards getting better efficiency versus extracting the resources more directly from those venues. Or those,
supporting those missions. So if you want to have a more permanent presence on wherever you're going, Mars, the moon, an asteroid, wherever you want to go, if that landing spot has some of these vital resources, then obviously, yes, we will try to scavenge as much as we can for our purposes. And therefore, we may not have to bring as much with us.
So that's called in situ resource utilization, right?
That sounds great.
In situ, I think. So like this is Mars regolith, right? Like so if there was, so you're telling me you can convert hydrogen to water. So do you think, are you guys trying to figure out, or are you working with other centers to try to figure out how to get things out of the rocks or out of actual water on Mars?
So in this vial here is what it's basically mimicked Martian soil, this regolith. And so you kind of see the kind of red-orange color. It has a lot of iron in it, the rust, right? So this is basically rusty dirt. And so we're looking at how can we take advantage of this resource. And so iron could possibly be a catalyst for some reactions. And so can we use this iron to help us make our processes more efficient? Or can we use it as a building block and maybe make concrete manufacturing stronger? All these different ways. How can we use, I think that's just part of human exploration and establishing a presence, is using your resources that you have. That's what we're going to try and do.
That simulated Martian soil, does it have the same toxicity level? I think it's trichloride.
A good question. I probably has that chemical in there. I think it's more at the level of the size of the grains and kind of more of the macroscopic kind of constituents. I didn't make it. I don't know. I just have a vial of it. Yes, ma'am.
Let's say that you, okay. So you have so somebody who works with like the same thing, studies the same thing that you are, have you ever sent like anybody up to space to like do exactly like what you're asking them to do? Like, have them test it, or somebody who works for you go up into space to test what you do? Like,
Sure.
your
Like,
questions?
if there's a way that we can use space station for exploring new ways to do our processes, then yeah, we'll try and we may not be able to send our own engineer to go up and do the experiment, but these astronauts, they're just rock stars. They are so like Renaissance, like they can do a lot of it, a little bit of everything. And
So you hang out with astronauts.
I wish I did.
Do you ever train astronauts?
No, but we will try and develop trainers. And so when we develop some of our new hardware, we're building up the trainer. Like, what will the crew actually be training on? So we try to be at that level, but we don't actually interact one-on-one with them.
Gotcha. So there's a lot of people behind the scenes doing
Yeah.
stuff. How about we take 2 more questions, and then we'll move on to the next thing with the day here. So, yes, ma'am.
I have a question about the helmets.
The helmets?
So, when like you have on the helmets in the spaceship, how do y'all communicate with each other?
When you have on the helmets with the spaceship, in the spaceship, how do you communicate with each other? Have you ever heard of the little Snoopy helmets? They call them the Snoopy helmets. So they have these little things that they put on the inside of an astronaut helmet. And what they do, I think one of these is my astronaut helmet. I forget where it is.
Maybe out.
But they have little earmuffs that go over the top, so you have speakers in your ears, and you also have 2 microphones in case one of the microphones goes out. That's how they communicate. And they have a little radio that they can talk back to a central radio that can distribute that information everywhere. Last question in the back.
So from a mechanical standpoint, I know you mentioned that you have to deal with acid causing wear on your mechanical components. Do you have to deal with wear from constant heat cycling, like when you turn the ECLA system on and then off and then on and off?
Yeah, so heat is a consumable. Also, it can cause harm, but we have those cooling loops, and so we have ways to keep the components that we know are going to get hot, that we try to keep them cool. But that is a factor of wear. Every time it turns on and off, on and off, on and off, that just adds more wear. And so we track how many cycles things turn on and off, just to understand, okay, yeah, this thing will probably fail in the next 6 months or something. But heat is a thing that they track, and they will monitor, and they say, hey, you're taking too much of that heat load. You know, you're taking all of our cooling from other components.
All right, so I know I learned a lot. Let's thank Dr. Jill Williamson for her time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Let's finish my drink.
Yeah. Yo, excuse me, I'm going to go make yesterday's coffee into...
No, today's coffee.
Maybe tomorrow's coffee.
Now let's hear it for... Wow, Destin and Dr. Jill. What an amazing... Okay, this is incredible. I mean, this is awesome.
Hey, Matt Jones with NASA Space Apps Challenge. We are so excited to be sitting here with Jill, who is just on our main stage. And Jill, you had a chance to spend time with Destin. He asked you a ton of different questions, kind of going deep on that. But I want to go back a little bit farther. Tell me a little bit about how you got into science to begin with.
Right, so I've always loved science. I had a dad who always worked on the car, and he always brought the girls out. He never had any boys, so he's like, come on girls, come work on the car. And we loved to go to air shows, and just always was involved in the sciences. It's fascinating. And then I wanted to be an astronaut.
Oh.
But then I realized I get motion sick.
No, that seems like that would be a problem.
So, well, how else can I be part of NASA and be an astronaut, be part of the astronaut kind of team? And so I decided to go and study chemistry, because at the time, if I couldn't be an astronaut, I didn't really know what else I wanted to be, but I knew chemistry would open up a lot of doors. And so I got my bachelor's in chemistry, and I guess I wasn't ready for the real world, and I ended up going to grad school and got both my master's and PhD in chemistry. But while in grad school, I picked a NASA fellowship, And so I was like, wow, this could be a path.
Okay, so explain what a NASA fellowship is.
Right. So it's basically it's funding to go to grad school. So this program was able to pay basically stipend, a monthly stipend to help pay the bills, essentially. Nothing much more than that, but it was an opportunity to work on a project that would help NASA's mission. And then part of the program was to do NASA internships at any NASA center. And so we had a connection here at Marshall, where I was able to come in on the summers and work on my projects. And at the end of the day, I graduated with my PhD in chemistry, but I couldn't get hired on at the time. There was some hiring freeze. So I went around, and so I needed a job, and I was also interested in pursuing teaching at the tenure track level at the colleges. And so I dabbled, and I was a visiting assistant professor over at Bucknell University. And so I did that for about a year, and then I hopped over to industry and was in an analytical lab down in Birmingham, Alabama, and then shortly thereafter I hopped on board with NASA and started working on this team of environmental control, life support systems, and then hopped on.
So kind of full circle from the fellowship of NASA, a long road. So sometimes getting where you want to be is not a direct road.
Yeah, and then it's my research advisor, sometimes you have to go away from home to come back. And so I take my path as such a wonderful path. I got to experience what it's like to go teach, to go at the college level and go teach. And then I got to go see what industry's about and see how that is. Okay, now let's go see what the government level work is and kind of that impactful. And so I got to try out a lot of skills in a lot of different ways. And you really get to figure out what you really want, what kind of passion you want to pursue. To me, it's say yes to all those opportunities. It may not be where you want to be right now, but sometimes you have to go a little further out, gain some more skills and more worldly knowledge. And then when you come back, when you get that job opportunity, you're just that much more prepared.
All right. So it sounds like, I think that's really good advice. Even though you want to go into a very specific field and opportunities that give you the skill set that actually helps you to be successful later on in doing the very thing that you had kind of set your mind to do to begin with.
Right. So I have a degree in chemistry, and when you think NASA, you're thinking engineers, right? You gotta have an engineering degree, but that's not necessarily the case. You can have a chemistry background. You can have your liberal arts fields where you have to help market and push us forward. So it's just all sorts of facets, and whatever skill set you have makes you unique, and it makes you that much more stronger.
Yeah. Well, you did a great job in there, and I know that everyone's very focused just on the recycled P aspect of it, but I appreciate that you brought in that there's a whole lot more to that. There's a lot of chemistry, and it really is, as you said, it's like the entire environmental system being processed through that, and so that's an amazing thing.
We all feed into each other. It's not isolated. It's not just water recovery. Well, we also have to help on the air side. Yeah.
Well, great. Well, thank you for taking a few minutes and sitting down with us. And it was a great presentation, great interaction, and everything else. So I'm Matt Jones with NASA Space Apps Challenge. Thanks for joining us.
That was interesting. I never thought I'd see Destin from Smarter Every Day take the plunge like that, but there we have it. That was kind of interesting. So that was Dr. Jill from NASA and Destin from Smarter Every Day. All right, I found a new game or a new quiz to take in keeping with this whole theme. So we just did the Mars quiz before. I found this one, Space Exploration quiz. So this is National Geographic Kids, just so you know. You can see it in the corner there. This I found has a lot of kind of interesting quiz games. So let's go. And I have the moderators in chat, so they're going to help me hopefully answer these questions, and we'll see if we do better than we did answering those Mars quizzes. So it's all right. NASA stands for the National Blank and Space Administration. A, B, C, or D. I think, well, okay, I'm not even going to pretend that I don't know the answer. I know the answer. It's aeronautics. All right. When was NASA founded? Okay, so it wasn't 69 is when they landed on the moon. So it was definitely earlier than that. 45 seems like that's like when America won World War II, so that might be a little early. Let's say 58. All right, so it's created 58 by President Eisenhower. Cool. All right, next. True or false? The first person in space was from the United States. It's not. It's false. Unfortunately, we made it to the moon first. We did a lot of first in space, but I think at the very beginning, I think it was the Soviet Union that did a lot of great work. So let's say Yuri Gagarin from the Soviet Union was the first man in space. And then I think it was Alan Shepard who was the first American in space shortly after. All right. Question number 4. True or false? Apollo 1 was the first of NASA's manned flights into space. I wish I had you all in chat right now because I would crowdsource this one. Yeah, let's say it's true. Ooh, Apollo program was designed to send people to the moon, but NASA's first manned space flight was called Mercury Atlas 6. All right, that's one wrong. That's okay. We can make it up. The command module was part of the spacecraft that housed the crew. Which of these is not an Apollo command module name? Okay, so yeah, my understanding is that they named every ship, so they would give it a name, like Eagle, right? That was what landed on the moon. Charlie Brown, Gumdrop. Let's say Garfield. I'm going to guess Garfield. It's a guess. Believe it or not, Gumdrop, Charlie Brown, and Casper were all used as module names. All right. Question number 6. How much do astronauts grow in space? How much do they grow in space? Do they grow? I'm going to say they don't grow. I think this is a trick question. When astronauts are in space, they become an inch or two taller. Without gravity. Oh, right. Because there's no gravity making their spine all. Yeah. I knew that, right? Let's pretend I knew that. Spacewalk is an activity done outside of a spacecraft while in orbit above Earth. Which U.S. astronaut was the first to go on a spacewalk? Okay, no, I know this answer. And the reason I know this answer is because this man is honored. He was, I think going back that Apollo 1 answer, I was incorrect because Apollo 1 was a bit of a tragedy and we lost this man, Ed White. So he'll be remembered, but he was an American hero. What was the name of the first artificial satellite which increased space interest in space exploration in the United States? Sputnik, that's the easy one for me. So it's about the size of a beach ball. Sputnik 1 was the first artificial satellite in space. It was built and launched in 1957 by the Soviet Union. So they were doing a lot of firsts there. And if for nothing else, they really motivated us to get our act together and, you know, start to plant our flag somewhere. So when was the first US space shuttle launched? I have no idea. I'm going to guess in the 70s because, right? That kind of looks 70s retro. Let's see. Okay, there's a lot of reading, but it says that it was launched in 1981. The Columbia. All right, so what do we get? 67%, 7% better. Okay. I'm doing better, guys. No, I'm not going to try again. Actually, what we're going to do now, we're going to explore. So if you go into the watch video section, we have, this is all stretched here for your view, but we have hundreds of videos, and I made a little like playlist for you. We are 40 minutes until we get back from lunch, so just letting you know, we still have another 40 minutes, but got a bit of a playlist here that I'm going to play for you, and I'm going to take a bit of a lunch break myself, but we're standing by, and we're going to come back in 40 minutes. So let's get this all loaded up and ready to go.
Why does using a flight simulator make sense? It's scalable, it's safer, it's more cost effective, it's repeatable. You can apply those same fundamental concepts to working at a cash register or working on a piece of industrial machinery. And so we're big believers that VR will have a huge impact on the way that we train and learn and teach in the future. Hello, my name is Amir Berengian. I am the co-founder and CEO of REM5 Virtual Reality Laboratory, where we are standing right now. And our mission is really to make premium VR experiences accessible to the local community. VR is a pretty powerful medium in that it can democratize experiences. And so when you look at it through that lens, it really has unlimited potential. The problem is that most people don't know this stuff exists yet, or they don't think of it outside of gaming. VR can be very intimidating. And so one of the first things we like to do is point out that VR has been around for a very, very long time. This is stereoscopic technology in the first mass market VR device. All we're doing today is we're doing this, but doing it digitally. We're obsessively excited with the future of the technology and realized that there was a huge education barrier between what was happening in the VR world and the general public. And so we wanted to create a place that was comfortable for people to experience this technology, with the hope that once we got the headsets on people, all it takes is a little bit of a nudge to get the wheels spinning in terms of what you can do with it. On nights and weekends, we do VR for entertainment. People understand beer and pizza and fun, and so we start there. That's kind of our gateway to getting folks into headsets. And then during the day, we use VR for more impactful purposes, ranging from education to working with kids with learning disabilities, to working with seniors, all the way to doing diversity and inclusion training in virtual reality. There typically isn't that person that's graduating with a four-year degree that just seamlessly fits in. And so what we're looking for is people that are excited about what we're trying to do with this technology, also have some technical skill sets, whether it be working in traditional education or working with seniors or already in corporate training. And so you can kind of find that space in the middle to really utilize this technology for its potential. A lot of the opportunities outside of entertainment have come at us a little bit faster than we had anticipated. And so as an entrepreneur, the cliche saying is, for us at least, is we were that dog chasing the car, and then we caught the car and we're like, okay, now what do we do? So that's kind of where we're at right now.
I think we're in actually a very exciting time for the film industry. Filmmaking has been democratized by the equipment. So you can make a movie on your iPhone. People are making movies that are playing major festivals and winning awards on their iPhones, essentially. So I think that since it's not as cost prohibitive anymore, now everybody can tell stories, and I think that society absolutely benefits from that. My name is Katie Boland, and I am an actress, writer, and director. I always say whether I'm writing or directing or acting, I'm using the same part of my brain. So I'm using empathy, I'm trying to sort of piece a puzzle together and understand why someone would behave the way that they behave.
Is that the women all want forward-moving relationships, ring, house, commitment. I don't want that.
I would say that there's actually a lot of shared skills, which is why I also tell women who are interested in performance to consider writing, because I think not a lot of women have the confidence or have been taught by society that they should be telling stories, but it's actually a very similar skill set. So if you're interested in acting, you should probably also try writing. And also, more practically, I like the environment of a set. It's like a family environment. You meet a lot of interesting people. I like my social life that I get from my work, and I also like being able to examine human behavior. I began my career very young as a child. I started acting when I was 8 years old. And how I got started was I remember looking up agents in the phone book and then calling them as an 8-year-old and delivering like my picture and going in for meetings with these agents wearing like a blazer and lipstick. So I guess I was determined as a child. How I became a writer and a director is I grew tired of just acting. Being an actress is a limited life in some ways, and you're judged on how you look and how much you weigh. And ultimately, I wanted to have more control in my own life. And also, I thought I had more to offer than just being judged that way. I think what I've learned over time is the most important quality if you want to be in the film industry is perseverance. I get no probably 9 times out of 10. But I do have the passion inside me to keep going, which is another reason why I started writing and directing, is because I like being busy and I think I'm my best self when I'm busy. So I wanted to be able to create work for myself. There are a lot of smaller film industries in smaller cities and towns because of government tax credits. So for example, in Atlanta, in Canada, in Manitoba, in the North, so like Sudbury and North Bay. So there's an opportunity to get into the industry there because they need crews and they're looking for people. So the best thing to do is, I would say, find someone who's working on shows, which isn't that hard, and then ask them like how you could learn and how you could be helpful, if you could shadow what they do during a day, if they would bring you in on a low level in the department and you could watch and learn. I think that's how people become prepared and learn skills in the film industry, is they start at a very low level without a lot of responsibility and then they learn and grow. People are very, very open to being approached. Like, I will send my materials to anyone that I think might be interesting to work with, and I've actually gotten a lot of jobs that way. I think people are flattered when you say that you like their work and approach them. So I would say you're gonna make someone's day by asking, and it's really the only way to succeed is if you are a bit of a Kanye West. So some of the highlights of my career is when I won a Canadian Screen Award, when I was at TIFF Rising Star. So any kind of that recognition feels nice because there's so many times when you're not recognized at all and when you can't even get a job. So that's cool and can keep you going. Other highlights I would say is when I started selling my own shows. So like the first time a network bought a show that I wrote that I was meant to star in, that really felt like a highlight for me. So the advice that I always give and have taken myself, actually I think it's a Philip Seymour Hoffman quote, but he said like your only desire should be to be good, not to be famous, not to be celebrated, but to be good. And by having that desire, you'll be led to like the right classes and the right teachers and in the right peer group. And I think you always get better through experiences like that.
What's going on? I am Bernard Hodges, Dr. Bernard Hodges, and I am a veterinarian. I'm a veterinarian here in Central Georgia. Just today, it's a typical day. Today, I was able to work on several guinea pigs, a rabbit, a snake, a dog, a iguana, a zebra, this cat that was mauled, a big tortoise that weighed about 100 pounds, a hairless rat. Yes, people like hairless rat. One day, I got an inbox. It said, Dr. Hodges, do you want your own television show? We made an audition tape. They kind of followed us around, and we ended up signing a contract deal with National Geographic Wild. Now it's on Disney+. What I do is definitely in the minority. Most veterinarians work for the U.S. Department of Agriculture. So next time you're in the grocery store, look at that little red, white, and blue sticker that says USDA. And it has gone through inspection in a plant that had a veterinarian. So a lot of friends who actually work for the government and they're veterinarians. There are 50 states in America, right? There are only 32 veterinary schools in the United States. I'm located here in Georgia. There's only one, University of Georgia. You want to make sure that you do something to make yourself stand out. Over the last few years, the average GPA for veterinary school was about 3.7. My story is I knew I didn't have a 3.7. I didn't have a 3.5. I barely had a 3.0. So I was way at the bottom of the list of papers. But my professor in college, she was always asking us about job opportunities. So I ended up getting a job opportunity my sophomore year with the Agency for Development. And with this agency, I had to go one summer to the University of Missouri. The second year, I ended up going to Nepal. And anybody that don't know where Nepal is, that's where the Himalaya mountains are. So here I am, and I'm in the Himalayas. I learned what's called aquaculture, where we grow fish. So I was able to help feed the entire village of Pokhara, Nepal. So now when it came time for them to say, okay, Dr. Hodges, or Bernard Hodges at that time, you don't meet the qualifications because you don't have a 3.7. Why would I take you over this kid who has a 3.7, 3.8, and all these slides? My reply, you ever had anybody to feed an entire village in Nepal? The rest is history. I'm here and I'm a veterinarian. So find that one thing that will help you stand out, because that is how you win and become successful. I think that people that see my face on Disney Plus, and my face now is in front of 60 million people. I mean, hard work, you can live every dream that you can imagine. All right, take care. All right.
My name is Elizabeth Whitehead, and I'm a physical therapist at Neeson Therapy. Every day is a little different, which is one of my favorite things about the job. We have patients who come into our clinic with some type of dysfunction, whether it be pain or difficulty walking or difficulty with their functional activities in their life. The physical therapist's job is to evaluate them, so use tested measures to do examinations, and then based on what we find, we use various treatment techniques to treat those impairments and hopefully help them have a better quality of life. It's just such a cool experience to know that you have helped somebody have a better quality of life. You know, you have patients who come in a lot of pain, and some of them are very limited in what they can do, and a lot of times by the time we're finished treating out those impairments, they're back to doing things that they love to do, and they're not hurting, and it's just a cool experience to know that you've played a part in helping someone have a better life. To become a physical therapist, you have to have a 4-year undergraduate degree. Then you apply to physical therapy school, which is a 3-year doctoral program. After that, once you're finished with all your coursework, you sit for a national licensing exam. And then after you pass that, you apply to your state's Board of Physical Therapy to become licensed. You know, I love my career and I love my job, but I'm also a mom and a wife, and that to me is more important than any career. And so my hours here are able to kind of fluctuate a little bit with my needs at home so that I can have a lot of time with my husband and my kids, and then I can also come to work and do what I love here too. Find a physical therapist that you can shadow in a clinic. In order to even apply for physical therapy school, you have to have documented so many hours of observation. So any physical therapy clinic should be open to letting you come and observe and just see what you're getting into. In the end, it's an awesome career.
My name is Derek Johnson. I'm the Regional Director for ThoughtWorks. We're a custom software delivery company. I manage and sell and do anything related to building technology solutions. So the thing I love the most is the people. I work with some of the smartest, most passionate people in the world, and they help me grow every day. Funny, I always tell people that the things I think I do best, I didn't actually get from school. I think it's really people management and really related to engaging a person, meeting them where they are and helping them get to the next step. So I do that for clients, I do that for our employees. It's just been a lifelong passion of mine. I've always been analytically inclined, but always curious about psychology, how the mind works, what motivates people. I think the thing I try to teach up-and-coming managers is take your priorities off the table and learn what's important to the person you're dealing with. More often than not, if you can find alignment between what people are genuinely passionate about and what they're interested in, and you can guide it towards the outcome that you need, you'll be more successful. I think the project I found the most pride in was my first project at ThoughtWorks. I had the privilege of managing a team in India And it was my first time doing a truly offshore project like that. And the thing that I enjoyed the most is we were building a solution for the client that they were totally on board with. But at the time, mobile was still kind of an experimental idea, and they were trying to think about how they can build a mobile team. I was able to get our team in India to build a mobile solution while the client was still trying to figure out how to build a team. And we presented it to the CEO of the company, and they were like, whoa, how did you guys do this? So those kinds of things are always fun to be a part of. I think our whole philosophy about how we build software is built on the premise of failing fast. So we try to teach our people that failure is not the big, scary boogie monster. If anything, it's an opportunity to learn. And that's helped us a lot as an organization. Personally, I challenged myself one day to hear the word no as much as I could. So I wrote a blog post about it, called the 100 No Challenge. So my goal was to find 100 ways for people to tell me no. And what I found in the first day was I got way more yeses than nos. So psychologically, that helped me kind of break through my own fears of failure because it was all in my head. And I think for most people, it's that anxiety of what might happen that prevents them. So the more they can break through the anxiety and just see what happens, you actually find that failure is probably not even the outcome that they might have been afraid of to begin with. The 100 No Challenge, and I'm going to tell myself here at ThoughtWorks, I'd been here for 6 years, and I said, I'm going to ask for the biggest raise I've ever gotten. And I was like, let's just see what happens. So I just went for it. And I didn't quite get it, but I got way more than I normally had. So I was like, wait a minute. And that was the moment where I was like, are you kidding me? I asked for a date that I never thought I would, because I was like, just go for it, like see what happens. And it's like, okay, this is getting scary.
I personally feel like anything that has my name on it, it needs to be great. I mean, if I'm making coffee for everybody in the office, I want somebody in the office to say, hey, this coffee is really good. Who made this coffee? My name is Sakoni French. I'm the responsible engineer for the flight termination system on the SLS program. So Space Launch System is the vehicle that will carry humans and cargo to the moon and then on into deep space into Mars. In the event that something uncharacteristic occurred, they would terminate the flight, right? And so that's when they would use us, and we would render the vehicle non-propulsive, starting the pyrotechnic train to blow the vehicle up, essentially.
What are your jobs?
I'm kind of the accidental rocket scientist, and I say that because I came over from a defense program over to SLS, and so came over as the systems engineer on the pyrotechnic team, worked there, got involved, looked around. I was like, hey, this is kind of cool. Ended up taking over one of the components as the responsible engineer for one of the components, in addition to my systems engineering tasks that I was previously doing. In the future, the responsible engineer left. When he left the program, I took over all the components. So now I'm the responsible engineer for the entire flight termination system for the SLS program. As a responsible engineer, you're taking the component from cradle to grave, right? You're writing requirements for what do you want the design to be, all the way to testing the components and verifying that the components are going to work. So, I mean, it's easy to break stuff, but you got to make it work again. My background is systems engineering, but I'm not doing a systems engineering role currently. But it's because I think I came in, I showed initiative, and I did well at the task that I was given. So they were like, hey, we can give you more tasks. That's kind of one of the things I impress upon the younger people. When you come in, have an open mind, don't think you know everything. And it's okay to not know everything, right? We're all learning, and there are a bunch of smart people surrounding us, whether it be our elders, whether it be our customers, whether it be our suppliers, right? You can take information from everybody and learn. A lot of my employees are like, oh, I went to space camp growing up and oh, this is so great. And that wasn't the case for me, but with that said, this job is amazing. Like, I test explosives for a living, right? I mean, can you beat that?
My full name is Derry Lewis. I'm a veterinarian technician at Critter Fixer in Bonaire, Georgia. I would say since I was a little girl, I always knew I wanted to work with animals. My dad told me about 5. He told me about 5. And I've been trying to keep little birdies in the house and stuff like that. I was like, Daddy, I want to be a dad. He was like, well, you can do whatever you want to do. You know, just make sure you know it's going to be hard. It's not going to be easy. I've been in the field for, I would say, at least, it'll be 4 years in December. 4 years. I have been appointed as the hospital technician. I am the one that when the babies are hospitalized, I'm the one that is there. I'm that nurse that takes care of them during that duration that they're here. So I'm the one that puts in the IV catheters majority of the time. Of course, I have coworkers that help me, but I do the fluids, I do the medications, they're clean, no vomit, diarrhea type of thing is not present. Make sure that the doctors are aware of it. I take temperatures, daily updates to my pets, moms or dads. It's not always fun and games, you know, always like I'm holding a puppy, you know, things like that. I'm the one that does like some of the dirty work pretty much. Miss Pepper, you know, Miss Pepper is not doing so well today. We're still lethargic, still vomiting, you know, but we're gonna keep going on medications, giving fluids, you know, make sure we're doing our part so she can do her part. I have a Bachelor of Science in Veterinary Technician or Technology. I got it from Fort Valley State, graduated in 2016. Decided to get my master's right after in public health. So, because eventually I want to, you know, cross-train, like we said earlier, between human and animals, but combine at the same time because I still want to keep my animal side with me. So I have a master's in public health, received that in 2018. So now, you know, I'm just working, you know, debating on a doctorate for a veterinary medicine debate. I'm debating. While I work at Critifixer, it's very high paced. Every vet clinic is not like that. I've been to a vet clinic before I work at, it's not as high paced as this one. And when I got here, I was like, whoa. Like, this is nothing I'm used to, and it took me a couple months to pick it up, and I finally got it. But it's definitely, I would say, the work environment is definitely one of the ones. It can be rewarding, if that makes sense. So even with the stress that you might have, and of course every job has work stress, the rewards for it is definitely something that is worth it. I would definitely say that. Fun place to work at times. So she's the hospital room technician. This is my other coworker, Ariana. Hello. This is a hospital room. These are some of the babies. So this is Alfie. So he has pancreatitis. So he's been here for about 3 days. This is Miss Anastasia. She's not the you know, the friendliest cat, but, you know, she tolerates us. So she ate plastic yesterday, and she had vomiting. So I just did a barium study on her. I started it 30 minutes ago. It'll be time for me to take another x-ray. So with barium, it shows any blockages in the radiographs. So that's why you see how her IV fluids, her e-collar, she wants to chew out her IV catheter. Winding down, I know it seems busy, but this is us winding down. This is probably the slowest it's gonna get for us. That's pretty much what my job looks like. No problem, bye.
My name's Larry Durham. I'm the president of Durham Service Company. We are a heating and air conditioning mechanical contractor. We install heating and cooling systems for homes and businesses. We also do sheet metal fabrication work here, and we do gas piping work. So right now there's currently 20 employees here. I'm a second generation owner. My father got in the industry in the early 70s. Grew up working with my dad. My dad made me go to trade school, so we did that for 2 years, and then went to college, worked here in the summers, actually got into coaching and teaching when I come out of school, did that for a while, and then my father had back-to-back heart attacks. So he gave me an opportunity to come in and take the business over. So been doing this full-time since 1995. Right now, currently, for every new person that's coming into the trades, whether that be carpentry, plumbing, electrical, mechanical, 6 are going out. Either they're moving on to something else, retiring, or they're passing on. The current age of a journeyman plumber or sheet metal mechanic in the state of Alabama today is 57 years old. And we've got to get more people coming in, and you know, it's going to have to be a younger generation. You know, a lot of people have a misconception that all this work is just turning wrenches and dirt. Most people that ever get in these trades, they stay in them. There's a lot of self-gratification in what you do. I like the fact that I can go out here today and we can start a project, and at the end of the day, I can see what I did. You know, I can see that accomplishment day by day by day. We affect people's lives because we have a direct effect on their energy bill, the health of their home, and their comfort level. That's really what drives me. That's what I love, is being able to resolve issues and problems for people. The way this industry's been in the past is, you know, you got to kind of come in at an entry level, which is an installer's helper, and work your way up from that. If you were to come to work for me today with no experience at all, that's kind of what we would do. We would bring you in an entry level as a helper on an install crew. We would send you to a local trade school that we use to train you for the technical side of it, and then we'd give you an opportunity if you want to go further to Drake or Calhoun or any of those type opportunities. Right now, someone in high school. Currently, there's a program set up that the Home Builders has helped develop with the Madison County Tech Center school system. You get to go to that school for the next 2 years, complete the course, graduate with your journeyman's card, and enter the workforce right out of high school as a journeyman plumber or gas pipe fitter. You can avoid all that college debt, start a career where you can earn enough money to have a family, $50,000, $60,000 a year type job. If you become a journeyman or a master in any of the trade skills, okay, you will have the ability to go anywhere in this country and have a job for as long as you want. Because these things, these services, these skills are going to always be required, whether it's working in construction, service and repair, or doing industrial and commercial. The opportunities are endless for young people today that want to get into the trade and master the skill.
Back, everybody. So as you can see, we're going to break back up into our groups with employers, and we will be continuing our sessions and our periods in about 12 and a half minutes. In the meantime, I found a couple more quizzes. So which video? Okay, so I liked those Critter Fixer ones. Those are pretty cool videos. I kind of went down a bit of a Disney Plus rabbit hole with those folks because they have their own TV show on Disney Plus called Critter Fixer, and it's really good. It's really, really good. They're such wholesome folks, and they're country vets, so they like visit folks like on their farms. Actually, let me show you in YouTube. Nat Geo Critter Fixer. I think it should play too. I don't want to get like the stream shut down because of copyright, but is it going to come through? Are you guys hearing this? No. Oh, it's muted.
For the day. And what's going on with Cowboy today? Cowboy has stifle lock pretty bad in his back legs. We got a horse a few years ago on a call, Cowboy. He came from Florida.
I'm obsessed with the show.
He's had stifle lock.
It's on Disney Plus now.
Since the day he walked off the trailer.
And it's really,
it's just
really
progressively gotten worse. So we called Dr. Hodges here to see what he could do.
Equivalent to the human knee, the stifle is located in the upper hind leg and is the largest joint in a horse's body.
Does he sleep standing up? He does. Yeah, so that can be one problem. Stifle lock.
He was also so courteous. They were in the middle of filming, and he just took time out of his... He had been filming for 12 hours, and they sat down with me on Zoom for like an hour to do this interview. So he's really nice guy. But okay, back to the quizzes. So yeah, because of that video, I started thinking about taking like an animal quiz. So how about that? Again, you're just gonna have to watch me fail at this, or what was it, 67%? Okay, we're trying to beat 67%. I want to get 80. We'll see. 10 minutes till we're breaking out into our groups, folks. So if you're on the main stage and you're a student, get into your theaters, and we're going to try to get started on time, right at 1 o'clock. Okay, question number 1. What's the first thing a caterpillar usually eats after it's born? I'm going to go with its own eggshell. But yeah, okay, I'm guessing they have eggs. Ding, 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 ding. Newborn caterpillars typically get their first meal from their own eggshells. That is incredibly efficient. It's kind of like Destin drinking space pea. The trumpeter swan, North America's largest waterfowl, weighs about how many pounds? I don't like these questions because it's like obviously a pure guessing game, right? It's like 10, 30, 50, 70. I don't know. 70. Let's just go with the high number. The trumpeter swan weighs about 30 pounds. That's good to know, but you know, I'm going to pretend like I got that one right. Or we'll just cancel that one out. Which of the following animals is not nocturnal? So nocturnal meaning that they spend most of their time at night, going around and eating and all that stuff. Okay, well, yeah, okay, cats are nocturnal, obviously, sometimes. I don't know, I'm going to say sheep, just because, yeah. Skunks, leopards, and tigers are mostly active after the sun goes down. Dad joke. Okay. Walruses can eat about how many clams in one day? Again, this is one of these questions where it's like, I don't know, 59,100 million. 5,000 clams in a day. Can you imagine having to feed one of these things? Like if you had it as a pet? No. What is a baby rabbit called? You know that one? Because the hare, okay, a hare is a hare is like a big, okay, I'm asking my girlfriend right now. Hare is like a big rabbit, right? Doe, that's a deer, a female deer. Kit or buck? It's a kit, okay. She's like, it's a kit. Ding, 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 ding. Okay, how many koalas stacked on top of one another does it take to reach the height of a male giraffe? The world's... Okay, so like a giraffe is huge. You gotta be like, nah, it's not 7 koalas. It's gotta be 50. 7 koalas. They're so cute. 7 minutes. Okay. Oh, I think... Okay, I need to get all... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, I didn't get... I'm not going to get over 66. An ant says danger ahead by doing what? Squealing, running toward water, rolling on its back, or oozing chemicals? Oozing chemicals. Because they smell each other's chemicals. Ding, 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 ding. Which of the following is not a type of penguin? I've heard of emperor penguins. I've heard of chin strap penguins, macaroni penguins, or waterland penguins. Waterland seems like an obvious wrong answer. Because macaroni seems like too ridiculous for them to have like made it. Okay. Correct. 63%. All right. Let's see what's happening on Tech Ed to Go. No, there's like a lot of these cool career cards here. And I think I just saw like a pulp pop up here. So just so you know, that's different than the chat. I know it's a shame that we are not going to have chat for this afternoon, but that little pulp bubble here in the corner is more for if you're having trouble with the actual site. It's not going to be viewed by the employers for question and answer, unfortunately. Wow, this clinical nurse specialist. Okay, it makes sense that they're going to have so many available jobs, especially nowadays, but 238 in the region, that's a lot. Baptist Memorial is hiring a ton. Tenant Healthcare, what's this? In Bartlett, Tennessee, okay. So what's cool about these job posts is like when you go into, first of all, you can like click heart. It saves it in like my jobs. So that's pretty cool. Also, if you're ever like needing assistance, every page has one of these like question marks and just walks you through. Oh, there's the help thing. So that's not the chat for the live stream. That's our help desk. But feel free to talk to Therese or Daniel. They're really friendly. Yeah, let's see what kind of job posts are available now. What do we have? We have 4 minutes. I want to see, I wonder if like, if you just search the word animals. Oh yeah. Yeah, so there's IDEX Labs, right? They're one of the employers who showed up, and they are an animal, like a veterinary laboratory in Memphis. So that's really cool. Like you can be working on test samples that are from veterinary clinics and everything. And like Dr. Hodges was saying, a lot of veterinarians are employed by the U.S. Department of Agriculture. So turns out there's, a ton of work out there if you want to become a vet or a vet tech. I'm guessing healthcare is just going to be huge in the next few years. But that's nothing against you advanced manufacturing folks who want to use those cool like machines. I think they're called CNC machines. These are really cool.
My team is going to be self-driven. They're going to be focused. They're going to always make their decisions based on what's best for the company and how to make our customers happy.
I have a feeling that like this is average, right? So that's like, I've heard it before said that average means that half the people are under that and half are above. So if you think about it, it's like half the people who are working in CNC are making above 58,000. Like that half the people are making more than that. That's the average. That's pretty amazing. Yeah, and this guy's definitely one of those folks because he's a real superstar. 2 minutes. We're starting to run out of time here. Let me just let you know again. Log into Clever. Go down to Steam or Steam. And it's WAZED, it's this logo right here. And it'll log you back in. You will get to experience this site for the rest of the school year and next school year. Those employers that we're talking, they're really active on the site. So you can join their network, you can apply for their jobs, you can follow up with them and message them on the site. So okay, we're almost there. So if you're in Theater 1, you're going to be talking to Unistar Sparco. They're a really cool company. Theater 3, you're going to be talking to Jordan Aluminum. Theater 4, you're going to be talking to FedEx. They're a big player. Theater 5, you're going to be talking with Jennifer Littlejohn from Target. She's amazing. Theater 6, you're going to be with WAZED, Steve Wozniak, and crew. Theater 7, you're going to be hearing from some of your CCTE teachers talking about career advancement and, tech fields, and they're basically advocating for CCTE or for tech. And then Theater 8, you're going to be with St. Francis Health Center. So that's Health Sciences crew. Counting down, we're almost there. So I guess If you're in your theaters right now, if you're not in your theater, get to your theater, obviously. If you're an administrator in your theater, you can close me down at any time and start your next session. I'm going to poke around the site a little bit, and then I'm going to sneak into one of these theaters, and we're going to see what's going on. I think I want to, yeah, let's see who. Maybe FedEx. Yeah, let's go to FedEx first. So it's theater number 4. Theater number 4. All right, let's see if this is how this is going to work.
And those are 2
All right.
and then hopefully they will join us afterwards for the question period, and we'll get started. So just give me 1 second.
Okay, I'm going to be quiet and let's see how this goes.
Right now we're in the Memphis World Hub. The complex is huge. It's like a small city. It's over 880 acres. We have parking for in excess of 165 aircraft. We'll do about 150 flights in and out every night. We'll do about 90 during the day. We have the capacity here at the hub to land an aircraft about every 40 seconds from the hours of 10 o'clock at night till this is the busiest airport in the world.
We've got 2 sorts. The day sort averages anywhere from 500 to 600,000 packages. And then, of course, we've got our huge night sort. And at night, we average over 1.3 million packages.
Throughout the hub, we have over 80 miles of conveyor belt. And working the sorts, we have 10,000 people. The action is amazing. Once a plane lands at the hub, we immediately begin to offload it. The size of these aircraft, they're enormous, with thousands and thousands of packages on each one, and within half an hour, we have it into the belt system.
Once it gets on that conveyor belt system, we've got a team there that makes sure the label is facing up, where it can be read by one of our light scanners.
We capture all the information that's embedded in that barcode about that package. So exactly where it's going, we're going to grab the dimensions of that package, the weight of that package.
Once that package leaves that light curtain, there are arms that automatically push your package to the correct destination, where we've got team members ready to reload it and put it back into a container. We've also got our small package sort system. That's where all of your letters, your small boxes are sent. Once the labels are faced up, it's put on a conveyor belt. It reaches a point where it hits a tray. It also goes to one of our scanners. Once it goes to one of our scanners, based upon the location that it's going to, that tray drops it into its correct bag. Your package can come into the hub and back out within 15 minutes.
Because of FedEx, these days we do a one-click order online. It's at our house the next day. But it's not magic. We have an army of people. We have all this technology that comes together to make that transaction seamless.
When you're standing in the hub and you're looking down, it's an out-of-world experience. It's a sci-fi movie.
Just to think that you could stand and see a million of anything fly by you, it's just cool.
Being a part of the Memphis hub is an awesome experience. At the end of the shift, when I see planes take off, there's this sense of pride that makes me feel as if I've done something wonderful.
Okay, everyone.
Hello?
Hello. I believe we have Mason Castello with us from FedEx. Is that you, Mason?
Yes.
Hi.
Yes, ma'am, it is me. I'm on my way back from a business travel, so I can't do the video. So y'all can just hear my voice.
Yeah, no worries. No worries.
Right.
Mason, we have a lot of middle school students from Shelby County Schools, as well as some teachers who are joining us today. We just saw a little video about FedEx. I'm wondering if you can start just by, telling us about the company and a little bit about the different types of careers that you have for the students and what they look forward to.
All right, awesome. Yes, so I'll just kind of go right to it. So welcome. Thank y'all for joining. I'm sorry, but I am coming back from a business travel. I wish I could do my video, but I can't. But anyway, so what we do is we are FedEx Express. What we do mainly is we work in the Memphis World Hub, and that's what I recruit for. People come to our office to apply, to do an application, fingerprint, and drug screen. Once all that is completed, within about 1 or 2 weeks, they'll get hired at FedEx. So a little bit about the job in detail is once you get hired, you'll be a handler or a material handler. A handler is sorting packages in the hub, making sure the barcode is face up, going down the conveyor belt. A material handler is a driving position. So you have to have a driver's license for that position. Our pay goes up to $15 to all the way up to $18. I did forget this, but it is a part-time and full-time position. We just made some full-time positions the other day that are active right now. So you can come in to our office to apply for a part-time job or a full-time job. And like I said, I'm coming back from business travel. We went to Greenville, Mississippi. We processed over 350 people, and we're offering free transportation for the people that get hired out of Greenville, Mississippi. The only thing that you have to do at FedEx is just come right on in, do an application, fingerprint, and drug. The only requirement is that you have to be 18 years or older. We don't accept high school diplomas. We don't accept college degrees. As long as you're 18, you can work hard. You can come into our office to do those 3 steps. We just signed a contract with it's called LIFE, Learning Inspired by FedEx. What FedEx does is we pay for your online degree at the University of Memphis, and that pay goes all the way up to $5,000 per year. So FedEx pays for your college, and you'll get an online degree, and your degree will be into organization to leadership. It'll be a bachelor's degree, and FedEx pays for that. If you decide that you don't want to go to the University of Memphis, if you decide you don't want to go there, you want to go to another college, you can. Your tuition reimbursement is $3,000 per year. So that's what we offer. We take applications Monday through Saturday, Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., Saturdays from 8 to 12. And the only thing you have to do is just make sure you bring your 2 forms of ID in. I know that's a lot of information. We do have a landing page where people can go and see what's going on, and updates, and any kind of events that are taking place, and all of our jobs are posted on there. And that website is FedExIsHiring.com, all one word. FedExIsHiring.com. So again, like I said, I know this is a lot of information, but any kind of updates or anything like that, you'll go to our website. That is it right there. And you'll scroll all the way down. See right there at the middle of that, we have a event this Saturday from 9 to 3. And if you scroll down, that is the map of where you'll go to apply. And if you scroll down more, those are our business hours. And then you click on Hub Positions. Once you click on Hub Positions, that will give you all the jobs that we offer. Again, some of them are part-time, some of them are full-time. So I'm going to take a break from talking. Do y'all have any questions?
Hi there, Mason. I'm going to take a look and see if we have any questions. One of the key things, we are talking with a middle school student, so they're kind of in 6, 7, and 8, and they're heading into secondary school. What is some of the key skills? What are some of the key programs that you would love people applying to work at FedEx to have? Where should they kind of?
Well, they can definitely, like I said before, I don't think I said it or not, but sorry, there's been a lot of stuff going on. But anyways, a lot of the streams and everything is, we are a promote from within company. Once you work at FedEx, you can apply for any positions after 6 months. A lot of people apply for FedEx, they don't get the job. Then again, a lot of people apply for the job, and once they apply for the job, they want to stick with it. After that 6 months, you can definitely make a career out of working at FedEx. I know it's going to be hard kind of working out from the start, but one of our executive VPs, his job starting out in the hub was he was cleaning the floors in the hub. Now he's a executive VP. So a lot of potential, a lot of growth. That's where I normally tell people to start out to kind of see what FedEx is about. And then you can grow from there after 6 months. And I failed to mention this, but after 3 months, you get full-time benefits. And then, like I said, after 6 months, you can apply for any job within the company.
That's great. When you're hiring, what are kind of the top 3 skills that stick out to you as someone that you'd love to bring onto the team?
Well, the hiring process, once the application goes through, it takes about a week and a half. And then, we see a lot of stuff. We see people that are hard workers. You got to be on time. We are a airline company, so if a plane leaves at 10 o'clock p.m., and putting the packages on the plane. So that's one big thing that we always kind of look at is people that are hard workers and people that are always on time. Because believe it or not, if you're not on time, you get automatically termination if you're not on time. So a lot of stuff like that we see, that we look at a candidate is that they're hard workers and that they're on time on the job.
Okay. And I'm just taking a look if we have any more questions. I have one question here. What's a typical day for you?
What is that again?
What is a typical day for you on the job?
Typical day on the job is, I'm feeling a lot here because, like I said, I'm driving from a business travel. Mine's on the road, but I did fail to mention there is a day shift and a night shift. Night shift is a totally different working environment because it's the nighttime. The night shift is the busiest time. We serve over 220 countries worldwide, and we shut down the Memphis airport at 10 o'clock p.m. Once we shut down the airport at 10 p.m., that's where all of our FedEx planes come in. Typical day is, rain, sleet, or snow, working straight through the night, making sure the planes are off. Making sure the packages are off the planes, and going from there.
Okay, that's great. What are the, just so that the kids know, what are kind of the key areas in the company that they can expect to possibly be able to work in when they get older? I know you guys have your warehouses, you have your transportation and logistics crews, but what other areas do you have? Because you have a really big production in the Memphis area.
Well, all of our, with FedEx Express, we do have a lot of umbrellas. We got logistics, office. So those are our big, other potential jobs where people can go in to apply for. There's a lot of, so we're Express. So I can only answer Express questions. I know there's a FedEx ground recruiter and other recruiters from different outcodes. I kind of answer their questions about their own outcode. But I will say this, that all of our jobs are posted every Friday. If you go to fedex.com/careers, you'll see all the jobs that are posted from worldwide, from Indianapolis to Memphis, Tennessee, to other areas of the world where other jobs are posted. You can go get a job in New York if you wanted to for FedEx Ground. You can get a job in Memphis if you wanted to. So I can only answer Express questions, but like I said, I've been with Express for about going on 8 years now. It's a lot of fun just kind of seeing how the process works with, the FedEx, because the heartbeat of the company is working in the Memphis hub. Without the Memphis hub, there will be no FedEx. There will be no workers at all.
That's amazing. Thank you for all your information on FedEx Express. I know the kids are excited to learn about what's available. It has a big presence in the city. Is there any last words you want to give the students? Any words of encouragement or moving forward into their careers in the future? Would love to hear from you.
Yes, so I would say never give up. Finish strong with school. I went to high school. I went to college. After high school, I had fun. I took college to the break, but looking back, I wish I went ahead and went directly to college. I changed my major a lot of times, which is fine. But I would just say, stay in school, work on your degree, get a degree. Even though there's some businesses you don't have to have a degree, but it would always it's always good to have that degree within college. I mean, like I said, FedEx is paying for your college. What a great company to work for and go to college for free. You can do an online degree, like I said, with the Learning Inspired by FedEx called Life, or you can do your tuition reimbursement. So either or, finish strong in high school. Don't give up. I know exams and all that are hard, but keep on going, keep on pushing. And when you do get done with high school, go to college. When you go to college, you'll have a great opportunity where you can apply for any position. And like that. I mean, for example, I did fail to mention this. Oh my goodness. I forgot to mention this, but if there's any nurses that are out there that wants to be a nurse, FedEx Express has a nursing thing, which you can go and be a nurse and take care of the FedEx workers if they get sick or anything like that. And, if you want to be a firefighter, there's a firefighter station on the property of the Memphis hub. So a lot of doors are open. Never close the door. Keep all your doors open and finish strong.
That's awesome. Thank you very much, Mason, for joining us. I do have a little video of also FedEx logistics. So I'm going to share that now too to kind of just broaden the company. But thank you so much for joining us and talking to us about FedEx Express, and can't wait to see you around town.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For some reason, I mean, FedEx Freight just makes me feel like Bill Gates or somebody. I mean, it just makes me feel like a very important person. I mean, they pay well as well. It's $1 billion corporation. I'm Aaron. I'm a supervisor at FedEx Freight.
It's my life, it's whatever. It's my life, it's whatever.
Well, the supervisor job at FedEx Freight. Here you're managing dock associates, managing workers, oversee that the job gets done, and making sure the operations run successfully every night. I was once a part-time dock worker myself. I ran good numbers, like 10 bills an hour, made sure that the freight was secure. So being a part-time dock worker, I know what to look for and what people need to work on as far as developing them and communicating with them, seeing what they got going on that day. Maybe if they came in, they look like something's wrong with them, something bothering with them. Just basically talking to them and finding out what's going on in their life other than FedEx. And if I see them struggling with anything on the job, just giving them some advice as far as how to make the job easier, not trying to overwork themselves and work smart, not hard.
And all the things they say, I'm just gonna do everything my way.
I started off at FedEx Freight about 2 years ago on the dock, part-time dock worker, and I had ambitions to get on full-time. So I worked my way up, training and hustling and doing whatever it was I could. I trained running lanes for about a year and a half. I put in about 100 applications trying to get the supervisor job, just waiting and waiting. Out of nowhere, I got a call from Memphis. FedEx seen my determination and my ambition to take care of our customers. I actually was staying at home with my parents prior to this. I couldn't get over 30 hours a week. It was terrible, but I make a good little piece of money right about now, and I live on my own, and I'm out of Memphis, Tennessee.
All the things they say, I'm just gonna do everything my way, because I know it's my life, it's whatever, it's my life, it's whatever, it's whatever.
Okay, hi everyone. We are back. We're going to move into a little bit of the advanced manufacturing realm now. Go back. I'm going to move into our next area. So give me 1 second. And I'll share my screen again. And we're going to be meeting with Jordan Aluminum and also National Guard products. And I'm going to start the video, and then we'll have some question and answers afterwards.
My name is Margaret Reynolds. I'm the head of HR at Jordan Aluminum. I just make sure that we have a great culture here, that we keep our employees engaged, people. But Jordan Aluminum is an extrusion. So what we do is we take these big logs of aluminum and we run them through a die, and it goes out to all these different companies that use them to build buildings or put up canopies. Anything that would have aluminum in them, we would create for them.
I'm in charge of everything that goes on in the steel portion. We do what we call louvers, light kits for like windows for inside doors. We cut our own glass as well to go with the frames. Also on the aluminum side, We take care of everything for the inside of the door, for the weather stripping, to the door bottoms, through the hinges, to when you open the door and you close the door, through whatever I miss out, Sean probably covered, because Sean will cover the aluminum side.
My name is Sean Turner. I am one of the value stream leaders for the aluminum side of the building. Responsible for just leading a team, a group of individuals to accomplish goals that allow our customers to receive their product correctly, on time. In the process, we're trying to do that as well in a safe manner.
My name is Roger Williams. I'm the Chief HR Officer at National Guard Products and Jordan Aluminum Company. My role is to drive culture forward. It means a lot of different things. So, as a Chief HR Officer, my job is to make sure we're headed the right direction with culture. So, what does our compensation packages look like? What does our base pay look like now? How does it compare with the market? When does it need to move? So analyzing just comp data in the area. Looking at our benefits package, health, vision, dental. Do we have a great benefits package? What kind of feedback are we getting about that benefits package? All the way down through into engagement. So, our employees can be happy in many different ways. Is my base pay good? My benefits good? Is my job good? Do I genuinely enjoy coming to work every day? So that's really my job, is to take care of all that. I have a team here at NGP and at Jordan that helps drive that initiative, so drive that culture across both companies. And we love what we do, so that's my job.
I actually started in 1999, August 25th, through a temporary service by the name of Ablis. I officially was hired permanent November 8th, 1999. So it's 21 years this coming up Sunday.
The company is family oriented, which I actually started at Jordan and then ended up moving over here to NGP. So, but the friendliness of the people, the camaraderie, we all work together as a team. We all get along.
When I started my career, I was scared to not be around people, but scared to present in front of people, right? Scared to try new things. I just throw myself in the fire. So, one of my opportunities early on in my career was I was just scared to speak in front of people. If you put me in front of a group of people and asked me to present anything, it didn't matter what it was, I would freeze up, I'd get nervous, I'd sweat, I just wouldn't want to do it. And I knew that was an opportunity, and I just went for it. I tackled it. So I would throw myself in those opportunities. Anytime there was an opportunity for me to present, for me to get in front of people, I did it. I did it so much that you just become numb to what you're scared of, right? You do it so much, it becomes routine. It's like, Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan didn't always shoot the best. But at some point he said, okay, I'm going to work on this thing. I'm going to do it more, and it's going to be routine for me. So he had to start somewhere before he advanced and became the greatest of all time. So that you gotta throw yourself in the fire. You gotta tackle the problem. Don't run from it.
You are a person. You are valued. You have thoughts, ideas. We encourage you to share those thoughts and ideas, contributions. So that's great, because you're working for a company that makes you feel like you own the company. You play a great role in the success of the company. So that's key, very important.
There's not many jobs out there that you can pretty much do anything that you wanted to major in college, or any kind of profession that you wanted to dive in. There's not many companies out there that can offer you almost all of those different things, but National Guard Products is one of the companies that can.
Of course, we have about 111 people right now. We probably hire maybe 50 a year, but we're looking to grow. And when we hire for entry-level positions, because we want somebody to start off in the company and work, and we have paint positions open.
And don't let anyone tell you what you can't.
I mean, just remember about Michael Jordan. He got cut from his high school team. And where did he end up? But he went and practiced and he trained, and he said he's going to be the best. And so he did.
Okay. And just going to share my camera. I believe we have Margaret and Rosia here with us today, as well as Jermal, and I think someone's with him there. And so thank you very much for joining us for this live portion of the session. And what I'd love for you guys to do is, tell the students a little bit more. I know we went through the video, but a little bit more about your company, the different types of positions that you have and hold, and what opportunities are available for them with Jordan Aluminum. And we'll go from there. So I'll let you guys kind of introduce yourselves and someone to take the lead. And here we go.
Okay, I'll take the lead. Okay, I work over at Jordan Aluminum. I'm head of HR over here. We have a lot of different positions open. We have salesmen, we have administrative positions, we have press people, paint people. Have somebody start off at an entry level, way up. It's a great company to work for. Family owned, very friendly. We're working on the culture to make it the best place to work. So that's where we're at right now.
All right. So I'm Roger Williams, Chief HR Officer at National Guard Products and Jordan Aluminum. So Maggie and I work on the same team. So, I'm not going to be too super repetitive and repeat everything Maggie said, but it's definitely exactly that. It's driving culture. So you come into work and getting a paycheck is obviously very important, but you want to have fun while you're working, right? You want to genuinely like the job that you do while you're getting paid to do it. So just knowing the people that we have games and, we'll trucks that we bring in and allow you to pick, whatever you want to eat for that day. So we just try to keep it fun and engaging. We've got Thanksgiving coming up and Christmas, the holidays coming up. So we're going to do some fun stuff for that as well. But yeah, that's our job, is to just really drive culture, making sure that, yes, your pay, your benefits, all that stuff needs to be right, but you actually enjoy coming to work.
Yeah, I'm Ray Edwards. I'm the group leader for the steel value stream. I'm responsible for all the steel business, anywhere from the fabrication to the painting, to the packing, to the glass department.
Hi, I'm Sean Turner. I'm a production lead on the aluminum value stream. We're responsible for just equipping the team with all the necessities and being a safe environment to take care of our customers.
Okay, that's great. I'm going to start, we don't have any questions for the teachers right now, but I'm going to start with some basic things. We have a middle school audience with us, so those are students in grade 6, 7, and 8, and they're thinking about, moving on into key subject areas or key courses they should be looking at to help them build towards a future career with your company.
Oh my God, all the courses are key, aren't they? You need to know your English, know your math. So we need people that can, there's so much, there's nothing that can be left out. It's all so important, and you may not realize it now, but it does come back.
Yeah. Fun, but have a good work ethic as well. So, for you right now, that means, hey, am I doing my homework? Am I studying for my test? That stuff may seem like a bother, a pain. Oh, I got another test coming up. I don't want another test. But, building those routines about your study habits, doing your homework, showing up for your good attendance in school, all that stuff pays off. As you're doing it now, as you do it in high school, once you get out of high school, as you start working, all that stuff is going to be just as important. So, from just showing up and having a great attendance record, that's going to speak volumes when you start your job and you're there all the time. You don't have any issues. Your study habits, am I willing to learn new things, right? Am I learning what's
Let me get another one of these rooms up.
And I was a writer. And I love those two things. I loved writing and bringing consciousness and awareness to different issues. So whether it was social justice or voting or, economic empowerment, I love those things. And so my focus never changed. I just got distracted. And so I think navigating life was just to really stay focused on the things that I wanted to do. That was really clear for me. How I got there, I zigzagged. It wasn't linear for me. But I think that every stop that I made, I was aware, and I didn't know that I was aware until later in life when we started learning about mindfulness and awareness. But I was really aware of who I was and how I presented, how I showed up. And in every moment or stop on my journey, I was able to connect with good people who helped me get to the next stop. And so I think just being really focused, never lose sight of your goal, connect with the people who, and you have to have discernment to weed out who is not a good connector, but connect with the people, build the right community, and keep going forward towards your goal. And I think that that's pretty much the strategy I've had for myself, is to always be open to the journey, have discernment about the people who are not a part of that journey, and then really connect genuinely to the people who are, such as yourself, Mary. We met in 2015, and you were one stop on my journey, and look where we are now, 5 years later, still connected. And I think that that's the power of life in general, is just knowing, keep your focus high on your goals, and the people that you meet along the way, keep them, if they're good for you. So I think does that make sense? Please ask if not.
Awesome. I have 3 more questions for you, and the second one is a long one. Yeah. But first, I'm going to ask you Karen's question, which is, what skills do you see as being most important for interns and new college graduates? Do you have stories to share about great new hires, or someone who's been reporting to you who has struggled, and how to respond then?
Okay, let's do this first question. So what skills should a new hire or college student have? I think being able to write and communicate. Communication is key, no matter what level you're on. Knowing how to carry a conversation, or to, take an idea, socialize it with the right people, and then just being able to write and capture thoughts, and knowing how to share and communicate those thoughts. I think those are great skills to have. And also just, learning how to move and maneuver and be flexible, because life and business changes so quickly. And so just being flexible and knowing how to shift and change when you need to, without losing sight of your goal. The second question, Mary.
Well, the second question was part B of the first question.
Okay.
So it was stories about great new hires and responses for those who have struggled. Someone who maybe was reporting to you who you had to give some coaching to. Taking your perspective on coaching, what do you find is best?
So about great stories about great new hires. There was a woman on my team, and I was the new hire, so I was coming in as a new manager, but I was a part of a team with 3 different generations. So I had a baby boomer, a millennial, and a Gen Xer, right? So 3 different people, 3 different styles of leadership. And what was happening on this team when I arrived was that the team wasn't gelled. There was no gelling. They weren't really getting along because it's 3 different generations. They were coming in at different times. They weren't no one was talking to the boomer. They thought she was too old, and she owned cats. And so they called her the cat lady. They had a name for her. And then so the Gen Xer and the millennial, they got along, but to an extent. The millennial would start to get on the Xer's nerves. And so at any rate, I come in and I'm watching all 3 of them. And I have lunch with all of them. And what I discover, especially with the boomer, was that she was really cool. And she had skills that hadn't been unlocked. She had years of experience with the company, and she had worked in different departments. So she understood the nuances of how to get things done. So what I did for her, and I'll talk about her specifically, was there was a gap on our team of writing. And what I discovered with her was that she was a really good writer, but she also knew the business historically, and she knew what was going on from just the current event standpoint. And this was all in the financial industry. And so I was able to get her a promotion, and especially within her title. So she ended up getting more compensation, but she also got a title change that reflected her degree and reflected her skills and knowledge. And I think that understanding who you have on your team, what they bring to the table, people come to you, or maybe they're sitting on your team today with skills and degrees that haven't been tapped into. So I think just really unlocking who people are and beginning to see, hey, I could help this person, we can do more for this person as an employer, we can do more for this person. So I went through the process of speaking to HR, of talking to my direct report and saying, hey, look, Pam has skills that we need on this team at this moment. And she has a master's degree. Did you all know that? They had no clue that she was sitting there, and she had just downplayed herself for years because no one took an interest. And I think that that's something that is important. You have to know who's on your team and what they bring to the table. And so at any rate, that was a huge unlock for us, for the company. We ended up writing about it and reintroducing her to the company in the company e-newsletter. So that was really cool. In terms of coaching, I think that that's one of the things too, which just helping her understand how to advocate for herself. Here it was, an older woman who had never spoke up for herself. And she said, what you've done for me, no one has ever done, but you also empowered me to say, yes, I went after these things because I really wanted to move up, but then life happened. Her husband got sick, she shifted, managers changed. And so she was able to, what I did for her was really just to open her up, and she began to blossom again. So that's that, just from a management standpoint, just knowing who's on the team and who you have. So
Jen, that so amazingly connects to what my second question was going to be, because I was going to ask you, if you were a teacher and you had a classroom for a week, if you're a career and technical education teacher, putting you on the spot, but can you think of a project-based lesson, something maybe that HR does to bring teams together? Can you think of what you might do in a classroom so that everybody in that classroom gets to show their gifts and maybe find a way to come together as a team in a classroom where people might be of very different interests and very different energy levels and have very different homes they're going home to?
Yeah, so I think that, again, knowing who's in the room, right? So interview style, having people say who they are, doing 2 or 3 people at a time, doing panel discussions where where students get to know who they are. It's kind of like the old show and tell. You remember you had to bring something to the classroom and talk about it, and where did it come from, or even, from a historical standpoint, this is where I'm from, this is where my family's from, and people really got to know who you were. And then you would bring food to represent, if you were, from Nigeria, you could bring Nigerian dishes, or if you were from Ireland, you bring Irish dishes, whatever the case may be. So I think just giving people the opportunity to say who they are, where they're from, and build that sense of community and belonging, and then just show how we all fit and work together. I think that's part of, just the human touch, the human element of how we're all connected, and how we're really not that different. Some of us are raised by grandparents, and some of us come from single parent households. And so just really kind of seeing who's in the room and what are the shared experiences, and then where are some things that we are different, but really highlighting the things that show that we're more of the same than we're not. And so I think that element is key to a classroom. It helps to mitigate things like biases. It helps to really connect people in a more meaningful way.
Rachel and I, we want to know, how do you find a balance with technology and connecting in the workplace when most people feel like there's little human connection working from home? And of course, we're thinking of that as teachers and being now so remote from our students. Are there things that you could share with us from working with international teams that could help us bring into our lesson plans and classrooms?
So that's a broad question, but I think that the tools that are in place now, I mean, there are just all kinds of ways to plug into people, and we use a combination of things. So at work, from podcasting to emails to e-newsletters, there are teasers, text messaging. So we use a combination of things to stay connected to people. And I think that's just the moment where we are right now is technology, using the various forms of technology to connect. I think whatever works best for your groups is what you use the most. From a team standpoint, we use WhatsApp to connect from a milder conversation. So if you've got a new dog, new puppy, okay, WhatsApp may be the platform for you. If you've got, if there's something that needs to, if we're talking business, we use Zoom. Nothing is really different than what we use, but I think from telling like deeper stories, if you want to really connect to people and tell deeper stories or have more meaningful conversations, podcasting is a great way to do that. It connects, you have 2-3 people talking, asking questions, and you get really richer conversation. But there's you just tap into the things that work for you. And I think there's so many platforms out there. Well, I'm here, and I thank you, Mary, for your friendship. I think that, together we can change the world. So all of us just leaning in and moving with more intention and awareness about who we are, and our ability and power to connect with people and make a difference. So thank you so much to all of you. Good luck with the upcoming school year. It's going to be crazy, I know, but exciting at the same time. So go forth and be great.
My name is Timothy Jackson Jr. I work as a senior environmental specialist in the FedEx Express Environmental Management Department. And in short, I am like the liaison between FedEx and any regulatory agency. That includes an environmental protection agency, that includes state regulatory agencies, and even local regulatory agencies. In my capacity, I oversee the environmental elements for aircraft maintenance and that kind of thing. So I also fly with the packages. It's called Jump Seat. And so I fly with the packages, and which is a pretty cool little feature as well. Pretty cool benefit. But yeah, I'm always on the airport. And
hi, my name is Donna Dancy, and I am the program manager for the Employee Youth Summer Experience Program.
Good morning. I'm Mark Reyes Robinson, the program manager for the Memphis Ambassadors Program.
My name is Ike Griffith. I'm special assistant to Mayor Jim Strickland for Youth Services. Well, the Memphis Office of Youth Services has 2 unique programs. One is called Employ, which is our summer experience for 6 weeks over the summer. And our MAP program, which stands for Memphis Ambassadors Program, that is our year-round program. And each December 1st through the 31st, we have our registration period for both programs over the summer. Last year, we did $1,750 for our employed, and we had a total of 440 students for our MAP program. So we're all excited about giving positive opportunities to our students during the summer months when they're not doing anything, when they're out of school. As all of you all may know, that the youth in this city is a top priority of Mayor Jim Strickland. And we do everything that we possibly can during the summer months to keep our young people engaged in a positive direction when school is out.
I had absolutely no idea what EPA was. And so I later found out it was the Environmental Protection Agency, and the University of Memphis was sponsoring a program for students to learn about careers in the environmental arena. And as a result of that program, I began to do some research and that kind of thing, and realized that it was more in line with where I wanted to be career-wise. And I was introduced to the manager. They offered me an internship. When I had, which further fortified my desire to pursue a career in environmental. And 2 years later, I was offered a position within the department, and I've literally been here ever since. So I've been doing the exact same thing for 20 years now.
We are in our 10th year of the program, so we've been around quite a bit. We help our students matriculate through their early high school years all the way through graduation. We help them with their post-secondary opportunities, and we stand on the 5 pillars that we have to help them achieve those goals. So it's perseverance, leadership, education, entrepreneurship, and community service. Those are the 5 pillars we built the program on. And with those 5 pillars, we engage those students in each one of those categories. And we try to strengthen their abilities in each one.
Under normal circumstances that do not include COVID, we have a multitude of business partners that assist us with that. We place kids with organizations like St. Jude, FedEx, First Horizon, which used to be First Tennessee Bank, a multitude of organizations, the Memphis City Zoo, who assist us. We place the kids with those organizations. They give them the experience, and we're able to pay their salaries. So those organizations end up with free interns for the summer, and the students receive a stipend from us as well as an experience to help them with career exploration and just kind of being in a real workplace environment.
It's very little do I have people looking over my shoulder. I am what they call a professional exempt employee, which means that the expectation is that I will get the job done. They're not looking at what time I start work or what time I leave work. However, it is my responsibility to ensure that every project, every assignment, everything that I have to do has to be completed in a timely fashion and done with excellence. So there's very little oversight. So you have to be self-driven. You have to be self-motivated, and to be able to do a good job, to be able to have character while you're doing your job, so that you're giving your very best toward anything that you put your hands to.
They have mentors that walk with them through the course of the time where they're in the program. Once they graduate the program, they have an opportunity to gain an internship with the city of Memphis. During their internship with the city of Memphis, we try to pair them with their career choices. And so it gives them an opportunity to build their resume and get a sample of what their career field may be. So, and we also do financial literacy. We give students checks. We pay students. So after we do, you pay a student, you got to teach them how to use their money. So we do a lot around financial literacy. We want the students to give back to the city that's given to them. We also have other programs that are budding under the Memphis Office of Youth Services, in particular the MAP program. So we have I Am Included. I Am Included serves our students with disabilities. We have MAP Global. where we're working with students in other countries. We have our 8th grade apprentice program. Our 8th grade apprentice program, we are helping our 8th graders who are going into the 9th grade, who are low performing or underachieving in the classroom, and we want to provide them with enough assistance to help bridge that gap so when they get into high school.
During the summer, what the Memphis Office of Youth Services tries to do is offer opportunities to City of Memphis youth. In order to be a part of either MAP or Employ, you must be a resident of the City of Memphis. The Employ program offers unique opportunities for students to learn life skills, to learn professional development skills, to grow and learn information about financial literacy, and some even have the opportunity to gain certifications, such as Microsoft Word, Microsoft PowerPoint, and even OSHA at some times. So we do offer unique opportunities for students to gain these skills and information, but also to gain a salary. We pay students anywhere between $8 to $12 an hour, and their salary rates are based upon their age and their educational level. So students are able to gain experiences that are unique, as well as be able to earn a paycheck, which is important to most youth. So we're really proud of Employ. Employ this summer, for summer 2021, will be entering its 7th year. So we are quite proud of the work that we're doing and the work that we intend to continue doing in the future. To students who are interested in the Employ program or MAP or any other programs at Memphis Office of Youth Services, it is a great opportunity. I wish it existed when I was their age. I definitely would have wanted to be a part of it. It offers you an inroads to gaining experience, knowledge, a paycheck, as well as information regarding like financial literacy, life skills, and professional development. It is all around, there are no downside to it. It's all around a great program. All the programs that come out of Memphis Office of Youth Services are. And they offer opportunities that may not ordinarily be available to the individuals who are a part of our program.
We don't tell you what to think. We teach you how to think. And when you figure out the how to think, then you start taking advantage of those opportunities that come your way, because you realize every opportunity is a road that's going to lead you somewhere. And so not taking advantage of anything would definitely lead you nowhere. So take advantage.
I was a pretty decent student. I was not the best. In fact, I like to say this. My first time taking the ACT, I made a 15. I made a 15 the first time. I made a 16 the second time. I made a 17 the third time. And the fourth time, I finally made a 20. Hey, here I am having a pretty successful career with FedEx. I am a reader, and I wanted a career that would allow me to spend some time both in the office as well as outside of the office. And this career allows me to be able to do that. And that's one of the joys that I have about the career, is because I'm able to be much more flexible than I would be able to be locked down at a computer or outside all the time. So keeping up with environmental regulatory and regulations and the changes and that kind of thing continues to be a challenge, but we have software and organizations that assist us with that. I would say this, I definitely want to say this, that in the event you extend an opportunity to be an intern, view that as an opportunity that could potentially lead to a career in that very department or even at that very company. Do your absolute very best. Because you never know what doors may be open to you. You never know what opportunities will be available to you. Unbeknownst to me, and I literally could not have written this, because of, I guess, a good job I did as an intern. When I was about to graduate, an opportunity became available. I graduated on Sunday. I interviewed on Monday and was extended a job opportunity on Tuesday. So it is an incredible opportunity, just because I was able to obtain an incredible career opportunity just because I gave my very best in my internship.
For any individual who is interested in being a part of the MAP program or the employee program, our open application period is December 1st through the 31st, and that's every year. If you're interested in being a part of summer 2021, you will need to go to our website, cityofmemphisyouth.org. You'll need to go to our website, cityofmemphisyouth.org, to find out more information about all of our programs, but in particularly MAP and Employ. If you'd like to be a part of them for summer 2021, again, the open application period is December 1st through the 31st. You can log on to that website and you can gain information about all the programs, how to apply. And I encourage individuals who do apply, pay particular attention at the end of your application to the documents and information you will be required to submit to us if you are invited to advance in the process.
I think there's an opportunity to be able to do a tour of the hub. Now, it's late at night because that's when it's moving quite a bit. But I would strongly encourage anyone. I think it's available to the general public. I'm not entirely sure, especially in this COVID environment. But anyone who has an opportunity to tour the hub, it is simply amazing. It's simply amazing. It's like a city within the city. And there are a lot of moving parts, a lot that's taking place there on the hub. Now, I encourage anyone who can to take advantage of that opportunity.
You know, we have a joy program that we created that stands for Just One Youth. Well, we're asking every concerned citizen in this city to donate $20 or more toward summer employment for our young people. You know, having 8,000 children left over from our 10,000 that we have, that we employ 2,000, we have so many young people still need that opportunity. And as I mentioned earlier, this cannot be a burden on city government alone. I'm only budgeted for so much, but we need to give our young people an opportunity to work over the summer. And we are blessed to have so many Fortune 500 companies in this city that can play a major role in helping to resolve that ill. And that's why we are asking any businesses who have not become partners with us to come on board with us to help us during the summer months with our young people, to let them do something productive when they're not in school.
Welcome back, everybody. So that was FedEx and Employ. Well, that was Mr. Jackson Jr. from FedEx telling a story about how he went from internship to a pretty big deal over at FedEx Express. And then we had our friends from Memphis Office of Youth Services talking about MAP and Employ. So I'm going to show you a little more of what they were talking about. So I pulled up the website. It's on memphistn.gov. And yeah, so the MAP program looks like it's for grades 9 to 12. So y'all are right about there. And then the Employ program is specifically ages 14 to 22. So this is like perfect for you guys. And this is the website that they are talking about. It's cityofmemphisyouth.org. So it's pretty cool that they're going to have a podcast. Yeah, I would really encourage you guys to check it out. You know, you should know about these types of programs if they're in the city. So at least check it out and see if you like it. And if you don't, then at least you knew. Let's do another quiz. Weird nature quizzes. I'm going to sneak into a theater in just a second, but we have a couple minutes, so let's see if we can speed through this. A bat-eared foxes eat all of the following, but which consist... Okay, I see. All of those things they eat, but one of them is 80% of their diet. Let's just say berries because I hope it's not eating insects. Insects. Have you ever had a cricket? Apparently, You can like toast them and they taste okay. How many tornadoes occurred in the United States in April 2011, setting a record for them? Again, these I mentioned this earlier. These guess at the number of things. It's just like, yeah, you just guess the highest number or the lowest number, whatever seems more impressive, right? Which of the following animals is the wombat's closest relative? I feel like it's a kangaroo. Oh, I'm not doing well. What is that? That's hilarious. It looks like a... Anyway. Let's just call it an icky fish. I'm not even reading the question. Here's a great example of like, if you're not reading the questions and you're just like trying to get through it, you're gonna... There's some kind of weird effect that you do poorly. You don't end up doing well, so... What is the average size of a clown shoe? It's gotta be that, right? Oh, I thought it was haha. Which of these presidents dubbed the acreage of national parks? National parks, I feel like it was Richard Nixon. I know that he started the EPA, but that was Jimmy Carter. Okay, let's speed through these last two ones. At what age can a reindeer first outrun you? I'm gonna say it can outrun you after like a month. At 1 day old. Last one. Male honeybees or drones don't have which of the following? Stomach, antennae, stinger, or sense of humor? Only female bees have stingers? Okay. Did you know that only female bees have stingers? Honeybee? Anyway. Look at that. Look at that score. Okay. I think I'm much better at sneaking into theaters. Which theater shall we go to now? I'd love to check out this Sparko. Unistar Sparko. They're an interesting company. According to the founder, one of the still surviving original e-commerce companies, so obviously they're doing something right. See if we could get their theater opened up. All right. Is this Unistar Sparko? No, that's not. I'm gonna find another theater. In some cases, you know, business is business. They were kind enough to give us a video. In some cases, they had last minute meetings or things like that. And what can you do? So I think where I was going to go, they're just going to play a video instead. So let's try a different theater. Okay, so they're a few minutes behind us. They're still playing that video that we just watched about FedEx and employee. So I'm gonna wait for Theater 3 to finish playing that video that we just saw and get to their employer. I'm not gonna bother cutting in now because you've already watched this, so you don't want to watch this again. So let's do another quiz. I really want to do well on one of these quizzes, so I'm going to pick a subject that I think I might do well at. The moon. Okay. I used to be a big fan of moon history. Who was the first person on the moon? Neil Armstrong. That's so easy for me. How long does a day last on the moon? I think it's like a month. How long does it take the moon to make a revolution around the Earth? I think that's also about a month. I think it's like, yeah, I'll get into this later, but we want to get into one of the theaters. And they're about to start with the employer, but the moon's so cool. What phenomenon does the moon affect on Earth? That is the tides. You're doing so well. Okay. They're about to start with their employer, but I want to ace this. What do many astronomers think caused the formation of the moon? I think it might have been an asteroid. Yes. Okay, 5 more. What is the moon's atmosphere made of? I think it's helium. Oh no, but this is one of those things. I think it has like a very thin atmosphere. I'm going to say helium. It's too small enough to hold an atmosphere, so that it's just no atmosphere. How old is the moon? I think it's like almost as old as the Earth, which is like 4.5 billion, I think. Yeah. What causes the moon to shine? The sun. The sun. It doesn't cast its own... It doesn't create its own light. It's just really white, really reflective. And it's being like a big reflector in the sky. Which planet has the largest moon? I think that's Earth. I think the moon is actually the biggest satellite in the solar system. No, I'm wrong. Ganymede, one of Jupiter's moon, is larger than ours. Oh, ours is the 5th largest, so it isn't even second. So there. How does erosion occur on the moon? Wind, water, earthquakes? It doesn't. I think it doesn't. That's why it's like the rocks are really spiky and footprints last on there forever. Correct. 80%. Okay, that's great. I'm satisfied. Let's go to theater number 3 and Unistar Sparko.
That still exists from that period of time. We have about 45 people, staff members in the office. We have a project management team. We have IT help desk. We have IT support, technicians, deployment team, bring the laptops, device to install at different schools, at customer locations. And we also have an audiovisual team doing the structured cabling, so running whiteboard, projectors, so they do all the installations. We have inside, outside sales, and the rest of the supporting team.
Hi, my name is Angela Baird. I've been with Sparko 3 years, and I think the thing I love most about my job is the ability to organize. I love to organize, and the process requires a lot of wheels turning, so yeah.
Hi, my name is Gabriel. I'm a business development executive here at Sparko, and I've been here for about 15 months now. I'd say what I like most about the place I work is that the ownership and management here have done a lot to create a real supportive and family-oriented, friendly environment. And that really, resonates with me because I feel like I work best when I'm contributing to a team. And it really feels as though I'm part of one here.
My name is Jerecia Edwards. I like being able to provide the customers for the items that they need.
My name is Key. My title is a Senior System Administrator. I've been working for Sparko for a long time, and I enjoy working here because we have a lot of small teams that we can collaborate real quick.
My name is Michael Riker.
What do you like about working at Sparko the most?
The different characters, man.
Okay, the diversity.
Definitely the diversity.
Thank you.
I got this.
Go.
Let me know when you're ready. I've been working with Sparko for almost 5 years now. I am the project coordinator and sometimes AV. I actually was a senior here when I started working with Sparko, and gratefully I was hired on when I graduated, and I've been here since then.
So we always have like a family feel in the team. So we help each other. We know each other's family, and every year we do a company trip that they will bring their spouse, family members. Of course, that we also have like stock options for the staff members, different benefit package, and we feel like a family working together.
Hi, everyone, and we have Sparko with us here today. Would you like to introduce yourself to everyone?
Hey, Terry, thanks for the invitation and thanks for giving me a chance to do a presentation for you all. Apologize, I was a few minutes late. Some technical difficulty between my MacBook and my PC, but there's a different story. I'm a founder and co-founder and president of Unisha Sparko. We are not far from downtown Memphis. You all know Millington, just 10-15 minutes from downtown Memphis. We are right across from Ingram Micro. Ingram Micro is the world's largest IT distributor, and we're just right across from their warehouse here. So here we are.
Tell us a little bit about, the video went into it a little bit, but tell us about what you do, what your company does.
We do a lot of IT solution other than hardware, software sales. We do, we provide a lot of solutions to federal and public sectors. Like for Shelby County School, we're the one that do all the, before the Surface laptops, we're the company that did all the on-site installation. So we put the software that you all use, Microsoft software in the laptops. We do asset tagging, imaging, and then we deliver to the school and join the school Wi-Fi network. And we do help desk support, break fix. That was part of our business, but we also do help corporate, like doing project, finish their IT projects, on-site service, network, and audiovisual installations like cabling, AV installations like projectors, whiteboard, smartboard installations. So we do a lot of different things, but they all revolve around the IT.
Great. So yeah, you work with Shelby County Schools. That's great. What got you interested into being in the IT field?
Well, I was in high school. This was in so many years ago. I saw something with like a simple computer, a game, like just a simple game, and I say to myself, oh, I like to do something like that. So I chose to get into IT field and went to pursue computer engineering, and then branch out to do IT solutions.
That's great. So you decided at a young age. So we just actually learned a little bit about the CCTE programs in the Shelby County Schools, you know, for kids who are interested in pursuing these types of careers. So that's great. You got interested when you were young too. And so did you say that your business partner was your roommate?
Yes.
So you guys started this business, and tell me a little bit about what kinds of entry-level positions you hire, and what kind of skills do you look for when you're going through candidates? What are some important things for your industry?
So on the different departments, but one of the entry level will be like in the deployment team. First, I will look for somebody hard work, somebody willing to try something new, willing to get the work done. Then we teach them more on the networking skill, how to do like install software. So
Oops. Give me a second. We're gonna get right back. Okay, I think we have him back, folks. Thank
Few
you.
technicians that we train, and then later on.
From those entry level positions, would you say, once someone gets in, gets those basic skills,
more on the networking skills, and later on they branch out to like IT security or system administrator, or mostly like senior system administrator that in charge of the corporate network data security. So you start from just break fix and go out from there.
Wow, that's great. So what would you say, and this is kind of a hard question, but looking back at some of your first jobs that you had to now, what would you say some of those skills that you learned, not necessarily even IT skills, but just on the job skills that you learned that you still use today?
I would say never hesitate to try something new that you think might work. Just give it a try. So when I wasn't quite sure IT was the right path for me, or something new, or some technology, just give it a try and see if that will improve the efficiency or make our life easier. Just don't afraid to try new things. I think that'll be the.
So if you could predict the future, which I'm not sure that's possible, but, where would you see technology going? It's already grown so much over the last decade. Where do you see that continuing to grow?
I would say like artificial intelligence. So that's going to be our next industry revolutions, machine learning, 5G network, faster networking, and artificial intelligence, robotics. That's going to help change the work, the industry.
Yeah, that's good. My kids think there's going to be flying cars, but
oh yeah, that too.
And it's great. So if you could give some advice, these are middle school kids, getting ready to embark in high school and beyond. What advice would you give them now, as far as, moving into those careers that they want?
I would say, don't afraid to try something new. Just explore it. Just think of what the IT can help us do things better. Like your cell phone, like restaurant drive-through. Think of McDonald's. Like, how can you make the drive-through quicker? How can you make the ordering easier? Stuff like that. Something new. What else can technology change how we do things? And don't afraid to try something new, or just give it a try. You never know what you're going to do.
That's great advice. I know Steve Jobs said he wanted everyone to have a computer in their hand one day, and we all laughed. So the possibilities are endless.
Yes.
Well, thank you so much. Is there anything else that we didn't cover that you wanted to say, or did we cover?
No, I think we got everything.
Great. Well, thank you so much for taking the time out to meet with these kids, and so we could learn more about your industry and your company and a little bit about you too. So it's been a pleasure.
Thank you, Terry. Thank you for hosting.
So much. Have a great afternoon. Appreciate
You
you. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, everyone. I think we are going to watch a short video just about IT, kind of wrapping up that session, just to teach you a little bit more of other careers within that path.
Us as humans, we have English, French, Spanish. That's our human language. But the computer doesn't understand human language, so you have to put what you know into a language that the computer can understand. My name is Terica. I work at Memphis Works, and I am a web developer. Sometimes my day includes testing for bugs on the website or sometimes the mobile app, and other days I'm maybe working on the courses for the website. I originally went to Christian Brothers University, where I took a C++ class. And it was really frustrating and challenging, but I loved the challenge. I transferred, went to Lamont College, and I took up Java, and then I just fell in love with the language. When you're writing a code or just thinking like a developer, you want to think of the end result first. It's like you're working backwards. You see what needs to be done, think of the end results, and then you think of a logical way to solve the problem. I basically got here because my professor invited me to, it was something called Code Road on a Saturday morning. It was like 8 o'clock in the morning. No one wants to get up at 8 o'clock in the morning, but showing that you are willing and hardworking, people see that in you, then opportunities will open.
All right, so we're coming to the end of the day. We have one more industry we're gonna learn about, and that's transportation and distribution. So we're gonna watch a video from FedEx to open up that industry session.
Seconds. Hours of 10 o'clock. We're in the Memphis World Hub. The complex is huge. It's like a small city. It's over 880 acres. We have parking for in excess of 165 aircraft. We'll do about 150 flights in and out throughout the night. We'll do about 90 during the day. We have the capacity here at the hub to land an aircraft about every 40 seconds. From the hours of 10 o'clock at night till about 4 in the morning. This is the busiest airport in the world.
We've got two sorts. The day sort averages anywhere from 500 to 600,000 packages. packages. And then, of course, we've got our huge night sort. And at night, we average over 1.3 million packages.
Throughout the hub, we have over 80 miles of conveyor belt. And working the sorts, we have 10,000 people. The action is amazing. Once a plane lands at the hub, we immediately begin to offload it. The size of these aircraft, they're enormous, with thousands and thousands of packages on each one. And within half an hour, we have it into the belt system.
Once it gets on that conveyor belt system, we've got a team there that makes sure the label is facing up where it can be read by one of our light scanners.
We capture all the information that's embedded in that barcode about that package. So exactly where it's going, we're going to grab the dimensions of that package, the weight of that package.
Once that package leaves that light curtain, there are arms that automatically push your package to the correct destination, where we've got team members ready to reload it and put it back into a container. We've also got our small package sort system. That's where all of your letters, your small boxes are sent. Once the labels are faced up, it's put on a conveyor belt. It reaches a point where it hits a tray. It also goes to one of our scanners. Once it goes to one of our scanners, based upon the location that it's going to, that tray drops it into its correct bag. Your package can come into the hub and back out within 15 minutes.
Because of FedEx, these days we do a one-click order online. It's at our house the next day. But it's not magic. We have an army of people. We have all this technology that comes together to make that transaction seamless.
When you're standing in the hub and you're looking down, it's an out-of-world experience. It's a sci-fi movie.
Just to think that you could stand and see a million of anything fly by you, it's just cool.
Being a part of the Memphis hub is an awesome experience. At the end of the shift, when I see planes take off, there's this sense of pride that makes me feel as if I've done something wonderful.
We have another FedEx video as well that shows the experience of someone who worked there that I think you'll really enjoy, how he moved through the ranks at FedEx.
We're actually going to leave that theater and jump into a different theater. I think we're going to be joining theater number 7. Okay, maybe... Yeah, theater number 7. Perfect. There it is. So this is with St. Francis Health. All right, let's check it out.
Owen, Miss Harris, are you hearing loud and clear?
Loud and clear.
Yay! Terrific. Well, welcome to our event. As I was letting you know on the chat, we have 160 people in our theater. I actually peeked into Theater 6 when you were there, and there were 176 people there. But we do have over 2,500 people who've been logged into across all the theaters this afternoon. So really appreciate the efforts of employers to come and talk to us about careers in Memphis. So we have a pre-recorded video about St. Francis. We could play that and come back to you, or we could speak to you first. Is that all right if we play that 4-minute video first?
Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
All right. So Arnica is going to go back to sharing her screen and play the 4-minute video that we previously recorded. There we are.
My name is Marty Keith, the Chief Human Resource Officer for St. Francis Healthcare. That includes 2 hospitals, one on Park Avenue in Memphis. That is our 400-bed acute care hospital. There's also a hospital in Bartlett, a 200-bed hospital in Bartlett. I love healthcare. I am not a clinician, but I love that I can help the people that take care of the patients. I love supporting them, ensuring that they have the tools and resources and help that they need to take care of our community. Certainly, when you think of healthcare, you think of nursing, and nursing is a great profession to go into. There are different pathways into nursing. You can go into nursing by going to a community college and then later going to a four-year college. You can start out working in a hospital as a certified nursing assistant or in an entry-level position. And most hospitals, definitely ours, we offer tuition assistance for our employees as they look for healthcare opportunities. Many utilize that to go back to nursing school, maybe to go to med tech school, maybe pharmacy school, radiology school. There are lots of different opportunities that are afforded while working in healthcare. It is not just a job, it is a passion, it's a calling. Most of the people that I know that do this do it because they care about taking care of you. St. Francis Hospital in Memphis on Park Avenue has been around for 45 years. They have been a community-driven hospital in East Memphis, taking care of Memphis and the surrounding communities. Many months we deliver up to 60 babies a month in our nursery. We have a very busy emergency department, many other service lines that we offer the community. Our Bartlett Hospital has been around for 15 years. They also have a very busy emergency department as well. If you come in as a nursing assistant and you've got an interest in becoming a nurse, we will certainly help you get there. We offer tuition assistance where you can go back to school. We have flexible scheduling to where allow you to go to class. And within 3 to 4 years, you can be a practicing nurse after starting with us as a CNA or certified nursing assistant. If you are looking for a career that is going to give you lots of job security for years to come, I would say pick a career in healthcare. We definitely have a need for nurses, for pharmacists, for radiology techs, for respiratory therapy, for our lab professionals, and the list goes on and on and on. So if you want job security, I would say that's the place to go.
So, Ms. Diffrey, will you tell us about your job security? Will you tell us all about who you are and what you do and what you love about what you do?
Great. Well, I'm Wendy Diffrey, and I'm a human resources generalist here at St. Francis Hospital in Bartlett. So the guy you just saw in the video, that's my boss. He's what you call the Chief Human Resources Officer, and so I'm part of his team as a generalist. I've been in human resources for 25 years. I worked at Motorola back in the day when cell phones weren't even a thing, and then we were still using pagers. So I worked at Motorola, and then I worked for FedEx for 15 years doing various human resources things, and was in business for myself for about 18 months, and then decided I wanted to get back into the business world and found this opportunity with St. Francis. I was actually a patient with St. Francis Hospital and always really appreciated the care that I got. So when I saw there was an opportunity to go into human resources at St. Francis, I applied and I got the position right before COVID hit and everything shut down. So it's been great working here the whole time through the COVID thing, because it's just fascinating being on the front lines of what's going on with the pandemic.
Well, on behalf of all of us who've been kept safe, thank you so much for your service, the community. Thank you for your courage in a time that can be quite scary. And what would you say are the key characteristics that make you great at your job? Pretend that pretend that it's your grandmother talking to us and she's going to boast a little. What are those things that make you great at what you do?
So I would say the key things would, one, be, it sounds funny to say this, but being kind of a people person. So when you work in human resources, your role is to support your customer is other employees. So what makes me great at my job is I'm personable, and I like helping my fellow employees. So making sure that everything that they need is there for them from an employment perspective so that they can do their jobs and help the patients. So having the people skills, interpersonal skills, and then from a business perspective, understanding business well enough that I can take that just about anywhere to include a hospital. So the things that I did at FedEx, very similar to what I do here at the hospital, it's just a different kind of setting. So, being, as I mentioned, I was on the other call a few minutes ago, being a good writer and having a good command of the English language to be able to write emails and policies and be able to interpret that for employees so they understand what the policies are, because they all affect everybody the same. And so, things like attendance, pay policies, compensation, how we hire people, all those kind of things. So being able to write and edit is very important. And so that's another thing that makes me pretty good at my job, I think.
Most of our students here are in grade 7, 8, or 9, mostly grade 8, and in our theater. And I'm wondering, can you think back to that time and what are the things you studied and learned either on the job or at home or from a mentor or advisor, or a story that you read that still stays with you today, that still helps to power your values, your attitudes, or your knowledge that you're using today, including writing clearly and being able to communicate?
Yep. So interesting. I have a daughter myself. She's in 6th grade though. So she's not quite the age to be doing this. So I can relate a lot because I have a kid that age, but I remember being in 7th and 8th grade, and the things that stuck most with me obviously were writing. And that was something that I always liked. I actually did very well in writing, not so well with math. So sadly, I was not good in math. Math is important, let me tell you, because we have to be able to calculate how we pay people. And that's a big part of human resources is compensation. But luckily I can use a calculator for that. But writing for sure. Public speaking. I used to be so nervous getting up in front of crowds at school, or anytime I had to do a presentation for something in class. And oh my gosh, I was in choir one year and they made me sing a solo, and I have a terrible voice to begin with. And I remember being so nervous, and those kind of things, force yourself to do them. Every chance you get up to stand up in front of a classroom or your audience, an audience of some kind, do it, because that's a very important skill set to be able to get up and stand up and talk in front of others. That's hard to do, makes you very nervous, but it gets easier every time you do it. So those are 2 things that I remember specifically from school. Oh, and the other thing I mentioned, and this was more of a high school thing, but I learned to type really well and really fast. And let me tell you, that's something that has carried me well through computers, being able to type and being able to edit. That has taken me very well from just getting out of school all the way till now, 25 years later. People still come to me and ask me, will you write this for me? Will you edit this for me? Will you read over this email for me? Because I'm a good writer. And I can type like nobody's business. So those are things that, believe it or not, have really carried me through over the years, being able to pick up and just add value right away in a group, in a department that I've joined, is being able to be able to read and write really well and help others to edit things. Interestingly, even HR, you do a lot of that.
That's amazing. Well, Ms. Harris says that she has a question. I wonder if she wants to read the question. Give her a minute in case she can turn.
Okay, let me know if it sounds weird because I'm using my cell phone for audio for my students. But the question, the question is from Christina Johnson, leader K8. She's in the 8th grade. She said, what sparked your interest in healthcare?
In healthcare?
Mm-hmm.
So, Christina, That's a good question. My mom was a nurse, and so I grew up with nursing stuff all around all the time. But I went into the business world and got into human resources. And so for many years, I had no idea I'd end up eventually working in a hospital. So when I ended up, I had a business that didn't work out. And so I decided to get back into the business world. And I had this opportunity to come work for St. Francis. The skills that I had could go anywhere, whether it was another company or whatever. It just so happened that I could take my skill set that I've acquired over the years and work in a hospital setting. But I was really interested in the hospital world because, my mom had been a nurse. I've been a patient with St. Francis many times. I had a number of procedures done at St. Francis Hospital. And when I got hired here was right at the beginning of the COVID pandemic. And I thought that I might not get hired because, things were starting to shut down in Memphis. And I was like, oh, I really hope I get this job because I think it would be fascinating to be in the healthcare setting with this pandemic going on. And it was meant to be. I got the position, started the week that the schools all shut down all around Memphis and Bartlett and everything. My daughter's school shut down the day that I started here. Excuse me. But it's been great working here because I get to, my customers are other employees, and I get to help make their jobs better every day by making sure they have the tools and things they need from an employment perspective so they can go out and, save patients' lives every day. So that's why I like being here. And I wouldn't want to be anywhere else right now doing HR, but in a hospital. It's amazing.
That's incredible. Perhaps Ms. Harris has another question, but first I'm going to sneak in the question about problem solving. It sounds like you have to do a lot of problem solving, both in your work and your life as a mom, but in your work, and you are around a lot of problem solvers too. Can you talk about how do you practice problem solving and how do you keep your spirit up and keep trying even when you got a lot of problems to solve?
So I love problem solving. I'm just a curious person by nature. And so I think with any kind of problem, the best approach to take is to be curious. It sounds silly, but a lot of times you would rather come in and just say, what's wrong here? Why'd you do this? Why'd you do that? Instead, come in and be curious and ask questions that are positive questions and always look for an opportunity to improve something. So when I started my career out, I actually started out at Motorola and doing administrative work, and then got into a training and HR department at Motorola in Texas. And believe it or not, one of the first classes I ever taught was a problem solving class. And they had a process for problem solving. It was a 6-step process. And, and it had to do, I don't remember the exact steps anymore, but the basis of it are, look for the root cause, ask a lot of questions, develop alternate solutions, and, kind of test things out, run a pilot, figure out what the best solution, implement it, follow up, and then look for constant ways to improve something. So I got an MBA years ago, actually, when I was at Motorola, and I actually got my Master's of Business Administration in quality management. It wasn't in human resources. I was in HR, but I wanted to get one because I enjoyed problem solving so much, and building teams to look at processes and how you can improve things. Typically, that's the kind of mindset you would see in a manufacturing environment. And of course, I was at Motorola and they were building pagers back then. Now it's all cell phones, but back then it was pagers. And but that stuff has stuck with me over the years. And I use it now in human resources. Every project I'm given, every time somebody has a problem here in the hospital, I immediately go back to thinking, okay, what's the root cause of this? Let's analyze that. Let's develop solutions. Let's test and find the best one. So hope that answers the question. I kind of got lost in the problem solving because I love it so much.
That was really cool. Actually, that reminded me of a problem solving system someone taught me, getting to the root cause of it, and the other part being who's all involved. And yes. When you have a problem, thinking, okay, who's everybody this impacts, and how can I get everybody involved in helping with the solution?
Yes, absolutely. And make sure you have all the right people involved. And then in addition to that, it's the right people involved or who it's going to impact. But then who are the champions? Who are the people who will be approving this, or who do you need to support you with it? Because oftentimes you're doing things at more of a grassroots level, but you have to have that upper level of support because sometimes they're the ones with the money to be able to pay for what you're doing to try to get it fixed. So yeah, and having those basic problem solving, methodology helps you in your personal life, helps you with any kind of a project that you might be managing too. Excuse me, I need a drink of water.
Well, we're talking a lot here about college and career technical education. All of the great CTE courses that we have at the Shelby County schools, including health sciences. And we've talked about IT, technology. We've talked about STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math courses. I know you weren't that fond of math, but math is a good one too, isn't it? In HR, you must need some math to calculate all the payroll, all the people, all benefits. But what advice would you give to, I think you said your daughter, when she's starting to think about what will she study when she goes to secondary school? And will you be recommending some science, some engineering, some technology courses to your daughter?
Absolutely. And in the video that my boss, Marty, did that was watched at the beginning, he talked about that a little bit. And I believe very strongly that we need, so many kids today to consider going into healthcare. Of course, I love human resources, and that's what I do. And I think it's a great career path for anybody. And you always find a job in HR too. But we need nurses like nobody's business. There's a nursing shortage in our country. Every state you go to, every city you go to needs nurses. And like Marty mentioned in the video, there's other areas in healthcare that you can get from a trade school. There's here in Bartlett, they're building a school that it works on medical equipment, and it hasn't. I'm not familiar with the name of it. I pass by it off of Brother Avenue when I come to work every day. But my understanding is that that's like the technical side of it and the manufacturing side of things. But here in our hospital, we need respiratory techs. That is I believe is a 1 or 2 year associate degree. We need people to work in the lab, a phlebotomist. We always are looking for phlebotomists. And that's somebody
who we can't keep you too much longer, but is respiratory tech a good paying job?
Yes, it is. It is a good paying job. And the nice thing is you can work as a full-time or part-time employee with benefits like insurance and things like that. Or you can be what they call PRN, and that's somebody who doesn't get benefits, but they just pick up hours. So you can be working at another hospital, say Le Bonheur, for example, and then you can work here, PRN, and pick up extra hours. You can do that in any area, Brett, in radiology, the lab, respiratory. And respiratory is very important right now because of COVID. We need respiratory therapists all the time to help, because that's a breathing disease, right? So in respiratory, there are degree programs, associate degree programs for that. I think you can become a therapist in like a year, 18 months. So, and we do have tuition assistance here at St. Francis. So as a student, what I would tell my daughter is, if you're not sure what you want to do in college, go to a community college, go to a technical school. And if you start taking those classes and get a job at a hospital, a lot of times they'll pay for your classes or they'll reimburse you for them. And that's a great way to get through school and not load up on a bunch of college debt. That's what I'm going to tell my daughter to do. I don't know that she wants to go the real, straight to a 4-year college. And I'm not going to push her to do that. I'd rather see her pursue something at a technical school and get a good career in something like respiratory therapy or radiology. In radiology, there are so many different things you can do that are very well paying. You can start out as a rad tech, radiologic tech. That's a 2-year associate degree, and then add on a certification as a ultrasound technologist, and they make anywhere from $50,000 to $70,000 a year. It's a pretty good job.
Wow.
Yeah. And it's neat that you get to, look at babies. And somebody's
I'd like to make $70,000 a year to look at babies all day. That would be great. That would be great. Timbery, we could just talk to you all day, and we appreciate you so much. We're coming to the end of our time. It's wonderful of you to be here for us. We'd like to ask if there are any more questions. Could we send you an email with some follow-up questions?
Absolutely. I would love to answer questions. Thank you. And thank you for having me today.
Thank you for coming. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank
Bye.
you. Bye.
There we are. We are all wrapped up for the day. Thank you all so much for joining us and participating. I hope you got a lot out of this. We have a couple more minutes to spare. I have one last thing I want to show you. And that is, in spirit of everything we've been talking about, I've been watching some of these, sneaking into these theaters, and I love this video that I want to show you. This woman, Tamara, and she's just all about finding a job opportunity and just like having a great spirit and diving in and going for it. And I think she has the spirit that you should all think about, because she really inspires me. So let's hear from her.
My name is Tamara Poole. I work at Turnisis, and I'm a senior solutions developer. We take the Turnisis platform, we customize it, and then implement a solution for the client. I took a non-traditional path into IT. My background is in finance, and so when I graduated, it was probably about 2009, yeah. And so that's, at the time, the economy had kind of taken a downfall, so it was especially hard to find a job at that point. I started at a healthcare company, and I was fighting for a financial analyst position, and through some networking and other types of things, I kind of ran into a girl, and she said, hey, we have an opening in IT, and it's an IT analyst. Would you be interested? And I'm thinking, I have no IT experience. And she said, we can teach you that. So I said, okay. So I jumped right in and got the position and started learning on the job from there. I consider my job a challenge just because I don't have that formal training in my background. And so every day I come in and I stay focused and I say, okay, I like to win, I'm kind of competitive. So I say, okay, this is a challenge, I need to get this done for a client and I've got to knock it out. And so it's just a challenge for me from there. So that's how I approach it. Well, I think for me, I learn better from an example. So I like to see how something works completely, and then I'll try to do it on my own. So that's the way that I learned. So when I came here, they would show me an existing project and say, oh, this is the scripting that we used, here's the way that we did that. So now you go implement this and that. And it was perfect for me because I was able to catch on really quickly from looking at examples in the past. So if you can Google, you can learn anything. And so I use Google all the time for my job to search for different types of syntax that I need to look for to implement in a project. And so if you can Google, you can you can teach yourself just about anything. And I think our generation is really great at that. So you should be able to figure it out. You know, they need IT workers from everywhere, and especially females. And, you know, one of the groups I'm involved with is Women in Technology in Tennessee, and it promotes IT for, you know, all types of women, whether it be recruiting or development. And I think that's something really special. So if anybody, you know, is wanting to get in IT, that would definitely be a good place to start if you're a female. So,
Greetings again, scholars. We hope you've seized this opportunity to begin mapping out your career goals and aspirations. For such a time as this, we seek to uplift you to greater heights and deeper depths for the greater good of our city and the entire 901. Go forward, stay driven, dream, believe, and achieve with courage. We are stronger together. Coronavirus will not defeat us. We are 901.
cigarette ash. It looks like snow when it falls in the wind, you know. And you say you